Chapter 1624. Greetings, Lord Guardian. The palace master of Fengtian Palace quickly knelt in the air and greeted respectfully. Fengtian Palace is quite bold. How dare you collude with Qin Feiyang? The giant python said coldly. The palace master of Fengtian Palace turned pale when he heard that. He hurriedly said, I know my mistake. Please forgive me. Can't you have some backbone? Yu Huang raised his eyebrows. The palace master of Fengtian Palace transmitted his voice. This is a matter of whether I have backbone or not. You can leave the miracle site, but I can't. If I want to live, I have to treat it like an ancestor. After talking for so long, aren't you just afraid of death? Yu Huang looked at him with disdain. The palace master of Fengtian Palace didn't deny it. The giant python said, since you know your mistake, shouldn't you know what to do? The palace master of Fengtian Palace was stunned. What should he do? Attack Qin Feiyang? Wouldn't that be a dead end? Unless he could kill Qin Feiyang now, the palace master of Fengtian Palace would definitely be in trouble. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and said, This has nothing to do with you. Step aside. Thank you, Brother Qin. The palace master of Fengtian Palace was grateful. Tian. Qin Feiyang looked up at the giant python and sneered, Do you really think you're a big shot? Kid, don't be arrogant. The giant python smiled coldly. I'm arrogant? Who was the one who made trouble for me in the first place? I'll say it again. You have to pay the price for doing wrong. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. With a clang, Chang Shui appeared. I heard that your qi and blood pearl has been shattered and you can't revive Chang Shui and the ancient castle. Are you sure you want to fight with me? The giant python sneered. Qin Feiyang glanced at Mu Tianyang and Mu Qing and said, Did they tell you? Didn't you say it yourself? Why? Are you afraid that we'll tell others? Mu Qing said, her face full of sarcasm. Qin Feiyang joked, Then you must think that what I said is true? What do you mean? Could it be that the qi and blood pearl didn't shatter? Mu Qing raised her eyebrows. What do you think? Qin Feiyang smiled playfully. Mu Qing stared coldly at Qin Feiyang, her eyes flickering. Cut the crap. Since you've appeared, let's settle this once and for all. Let's see how powerful you are. Qin Feiyang turned his gaze towards the giant python and coldly shouted. The 6 elders, Willow Tree, Ningmingi, and the others all appeared. A total of 60 false gods. Such a lineup could be said to be universally shocking. However, when they saw the Guardians, Willow Tree and the others were all frightened out of their wits. The reputation of the Guardians was like thunder to the ears. This was a fear that came from the depths of his soul. Do you want to leave the Black Tortoise world? Do you want to leave the divine site? If you do, then get rid of it with me because it is the obstacle for you to leave the Black Tortoise world. Qin Feiyang shouted secretly. The group of people perked up. Why don't you try? The Guardians sneered, looking majestic without being angry. The pupils of the group of people constricted, and they were full of fear again. Qin Feiyang said, Believe me, as long as Chang Shui is revived, killing it won't be a problem. That's right. I've seen Chang Shui's power with my own eyes. Last time at the entrance, the fire dragon and the giant python joined forces, but they couldn't stop Chang Shui's edge. Yu Huang shouted secretly. What? You've already fought with the fire dragon and the giant python. Ning Mingi said in shock. The fire dragon has been killed by Qin Boy, and the giant python has fled, so you don't have to be afraid of it at all. Yu Huang said. The fire dragon has been killed? The group of people was dumbfounded. I don't want to say it a second time. Qin Feiyang shouted angrily. Willow Tree gritted his teeth and stepped in front of Qin Feiyang. He poured out his false god power without holding back and rushed toward Chang Shui. Yu Huang followed closely behind. Looking at Yu Huang and Willow Tree, Ning Mingi gritted his teeth and said, Everyone, if we don't listen to the young master, we will die anyway. Why don't we go crazy with him? But Zhao Tailai nodded. Then let's go crazy. The second elder and the others also shouted. Boom! In an instant, foe gods roared as they charged forward, turning into huge waves that surged toward pale snow. 60 false gods revived Chang Shui at the same time. What kind of concept was that? Clang. In the blink of an eye, Chang Shui, which was floating above Qin Feiyang's head, released a bright divine light. An aura that could destroy the world roared in all directions. The sharp edge tore the sky and split the earth. The void above was shattered and turned into nothingness. Below, the cedars also felt a fatal danger and quickly pulled up from the ground and fled into the distance. The middle-aged man sneered and said, "How dare you fight back in the face of a guardian? You really don't know what death is." "Shut up. You don't know Qin Feiyang at all. He never does anything that he's not confident in. Since he dares to fight back, it means that he has the confidence." Mu Tianyang shouted inwardly. I really underestimated this kid's courage. The palace master of the Palace of Heaven, who had retreated far away, was also shocked. He dared to fight back in the face of a guardian? Heavens! How could there be such a terrifying young man? "Husband, what should we do? Should we help Qin Feiyang or the guardian?" The woman flew to the palace master of the Palace of Heaven and asked secretly. "What do you think, madam?" The palace master of the Palace of Heaven asked. "Qin Feiyang is so confident and fearless. It shows how much he trusts Chang Shui. But his current opponent is after all the guardian of the miracle. This beast has the means to control the rule force. Chang Shui may not be able to kill it. I really don't know what to choose. And at this time, we can't make a decision casually. Because if we make the wrong choice, the Palace of Heaven will face a disaster." The woman sighed. "We can't offend Qin Feiyang. And we can't offend the guardian. Now we can only wait and see. If Chang Shui can really threaten the guardian, then we..." The palace master of the Palace of Heaven hesitated and then made up his mind. He gritted his teeth and said, "We'll help Qin Feiyang." The woman nodded. In the blink of an eye, seeing Ning Mingi and the others decisively helping Qin Feiyang, the giant python suddenly exuded a shocking murderous aura. "If you want to die, this lord will fulfill your wish." Before its voice faded away, a wave of rule force descended from the sky and blasted towards the group of people. Everyone's eyes suddenly had a trace of panic. "Don't be afraid. Believe in the young master, believe in Chang Shui." Willow Tree roared. Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked at the rule force. Not only was there no fear in his eyes, but it was burning with the flames of war. It seems that the lesson last time wasn't enough. He smiled proudly. With a wave of his arm, Chang Shui carried a monstrous aura, smashing the sky and blasted towards the rule force. This is the crucial moment. Can pale snow suppress the power of rule force? The palace master of the Palace of Heaven narrowed his eyes and stared at Chang Shui. There was a bit of anxiety and expectation in his eyes. Ning Mingi and the others were also very nervous. But at the same time, they also worked harder to revive Chang Shui. They didn't hold back at all with the power of the false god. Clang. Chang Shui's power became more and more terrifying, almost reaching the level of Qin Feiyang's qi and blood pearl to revive Chang Shui last time. There was a loud bang. Chang Shui and the rule force finally collided. Kacha. Woo-woo. An apocalyptic aura surged out in all directions with a force that could topple mountains and overturn seas. The void within thousands of miles was instantly annihilated and turned into chaos. The sky also changed color. The wind blew, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. It was as if doomsday was coming. Quickly suppress Chang Shui. Quickly suppress the rule force. People on both sides roared in their hearts. Mu Tianyang, Mu Qing, the middle-aged man, and Zhuge Mingyang naturally hoped that the rule force could suppress Chang Shui. Willow Tree and the others certainly hoped that Chang Shui could suppress the rule force. Clang. Boom. Chang Shui and the rule force continued to collide. Everyone didn't dare to blink, afraid that they would miss the most critical scene. The power that Chang Shui is emitting now has far surpassed the fully revived Azure Light Sword and Divine Phoenix Blade. Maybe it can really suppress the rule force. The palace master of the Palace of Heaven said excitedly. The results are not out yet. We can't jump to conclusions. The woman secretly said. But before her voice died away, Following an earth-shaking rumble, the power of the law shattered. What? The middle-aged man jumped up directly. The rule force was no match? Mu Tianyang, Mu Qing, and Zhuge Mingyang's faces instantly sank. Even the rule force couldn't stop Chang Shui? This had far exceeded their imagination. Ning Mingi and the others, Willow Tree, and Yu Huang were naturally excited. Each of them seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. There was no longer fear in their eyes. Instead, they looked at the giant python with provocation and eagerness. Help Qin Feiang. The palace master of Fengtian Palace looked at this scene and decisively made a choice. He turned into a stream of light and rushed to Qin Feiyang's side with the woman, roaring, "Brother Qin, we are here to help you." Oh no. The middle-aged man's eyelids twitched. The giant python's expression was also extremely ugly. Willow Tree glanced at the palace master of Fengtian Palace and sneered, "At least you have a good eye." The palace master of Fengtian Palace smiled embarrassedly. With a wave of his hand, all the fake gods of Fengtian Palace appeared in an instant, including his two sons. The palace master of Fengtian Palace shouted, "Quick, revive Chang Shui with everyone." Boom! Waves of fake god power roared out crazily and rushed into Chang Shui. Clang! With the addition of the palace master of Fengtian Palace, Chang Shui's power doubled in an instant. The terrifying sharpness was like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, crazily harvesting everything. The entire departed Soul Mountain was destroyed in an instant. 5, 20, 40, 50. Heavens, the palace master of Fengtian Palace also has 50 fake gods. Mu Qing's heart skipped a beat. 50 plus 60, in other words, Qin Feiyang now had a total of 110 fake gods by his side. Good, very good. Today, you will follow me to break the sky, break the rules of this black tortoise world, and then I will treat you to snake soup. Qin Feiyang laughed. 110 fake gods should be enough to fully revive Chang Shui. Snake soup? Everyone was stunned for a moment, then looked at the giant python in unison, their eyes full of sneers. This giant python was a true divine beast, and they had never tasted snake soup before. Chapter 1625. The giant python's eyes darkened, and with Mu Tianyang and the other two and Zhuge Mingyang, it instantly disappeared into the void. Leaving just like that? Qin Feiyang was taken aback, and angrily shouted, "Even if you want to leave, you have to leave something for me." Chang Shui angrily slashed out. In the void, a pool of blood emerged. Following closely, a thick giant tail fell from the void. Qin Feiyang, this sovereign will definitely not let you go, just you wait. The giant python's angry roar suddenly echoed in the void, and then it never appeared again. This, Ning Mingi and the others looked at each other. The dignified guardian of the miracle actually chose to escape? We won. Ha! The guardian of the miracle has been defeated by us. I really didn't even dream of it. The group of people cheered, unprecedentedly excited. We let it run away, what's there to be excited about? Willow Tree raised its eyebrows. As long as we don't kill it, we will always be in danger. Yu Huang sighed. Willow Tree and Yuang's words were like a basin of bone-piercing cold water, splashing Ning Mingi and the others. They all fell silent, their faces full of worry. Don't worry too much. As long as you follow me, even if it appears, it won't dare to do anything to you. The most important thing to confirm is whether Mu Tianyang and the others are in the Black Tortoise realm right now. Qin Feiyang said. Willow Tree said, I'm afraid they are no longer here. After all, it is the guardian of this place. It can definitely erase the devil imprint. The people of the Tianyang Empire are really lucky. Qin Feiyang was a little angry. Let's not worry about it for now. Yu Huang rolled his eyes, looked at the giant tail, and said with a sneaky smile, Didn't you just say that you would treat us to snake soup? Everyone's eyes lit up. This giant python was a divine beast, and its flesh was undoubtedly a great supplement for everyone. Eating it would definitely benefit them greatly. I am a man of my word. Willow Tree, go and bring it over. Prepare a big pot of stew. Qin Feiyang smiled. Lu Mu immediately ran over and picked up the giant tail. He ran in front of Qin Feiyang and chuckled, "The weight is not bad." This giant tail was more than 10 meters long and half as thick as a dustpan. It was more than enough for everyone to eat their fill. "Where should I stew it?" Yu Wang asked. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and pondered. "Doesn't Ling Yunfei also have an ancient castle? Let's just go to his castle. This way, we can also prevent the giant python from attacking everyone." Yu Wang said. "No need. Let's find a place with beautiful scenery nearby and start the stew." Qin Feiyang waved his hand. "This is too crazy. What if the giant python is hiding in the dark and spying on us?" Yu Huang was speechless. "I wanted to see us and piss it off." Qin Feiyang sneered. Everyone looked at each other and smiled helplessly. However, this pot of snake stew was really worth looking forward to. "I know a place with beautiful scenery. There is a river next to it and there are many spirit essences and herbs around." Palace Master Feng Tian smiled. "Let's go to the place you mentioned. Lead the way." Qin Feiyang said. Palace Master Feng Tian opened a portal. A group of people turned into streams of light and rushed in like lightning. In the depths of the desert, the storm whistled and sand filled the sky. Somewhere in the void, Mu Tianyang, Mu Qing, the middle-aged man and Zhuge Mingyang stood together and looked at the giant python opposite them. The giant python had lost its giant tail and its wound was still bleeding. At this moment, it looked in the direction of the dead spirit mountain and was silent. Its pair of eyes were full of ferocity. Zhuge Mingyang said indifferently, "The guardian of the miracle is just as The giant python turned its head and looked at Zhuge Mingyang. There was a fierce glint in its eyes. "What did you say? I dare you to say it again." "Am I wrong? As the guardian of the miracle, you can't even defeat Qin Feiyang. Don't you find it embarrassing?" Zhuge Mingyang said. The giant python said angrily, "Believe it or not, I will kill you. You can only show off in front of us. But to be honest, if you can't control the rule force, I won't be afraid of you. However, your rule force is only useful to us. It is useless to Qin Feiyang." Zhuge Mingyang sneered. Mu Tianyang and the other two looked at Zhuge Mingyang in disbelief. This guy actually dared to mock the guardian? Who gave him the guts? The huge python looked at Zhuge Mingyang sinisterly. In the end, it actually endured it and snorted coldly. "In this divine sight, I have 10,000 ways to kill Qin Feiyang. However, I do not dare to do so." But Zhuge Mingyang was stunned and looked at it suspiciously. The giant python said, "Because the existence above is very interested in him. It even clearly said that you are not allowed to kill him." The existence above? The four of them looked at each other. Could it be the creator of the miracle? The giant python said, "It is not the creator, but it is similar to the creator of the miracle. It is an existence that you dare not provoke." The four of them felt their hearts sink. Mu Tianyang said, "Then why didn't the one above let you kill Qin Feiyang? Is it because it has its eyes on Qin Feiyang, or does it have other motives?" If it had other motives, Qin Feiyang would definitely die. Because being targeted by such an existence comparable to the creator would definitely not have a good ending. But if this big shot had its eyes on Qin Feiyang, then the situation would be bad for them. Because in this way, Qin Feiyang would have a terrifying backer. I don't know its motives. If it doesn't say, I don't dare to ask. However, from its eyes, I can vaguely tell that it doesn't have its eyes on Qin Feiyang. It just finds it interesting and fun. The giant python shook its head. Interesting? Fun? The four of them were speechless. Qin Feiyang was already so strong, and it was called interesting? Just how bored was this so-called big shot? The middle-aged man looked at the giant python and asked carefully, "Sir, may I ask, what should we do now?" The so-called "we" naturally did not include the giant python. The giant python could leave the black tortoise world at any time. But Mu Tianyang, Mu Qing, Zhuge Mingyang, and the middle-aged man could not do anything. Especially the middle-aged man. Being controlled by the devil mark, even if the exit was in front of him, he did not dare to leave the black tortoise world. The giant python glanced at the four of them and remained silent. Zhuge Mingyang frowned and looked at the giant python. You should be able to take us out of the black tortoise world directly, right? The giant python glanced at Zhuge Mingyang, Mu Tianyang, and Mu Qing. I can take the three of you because your devil marks have not formed yet. The three of them sighed in relief. But the middle-aged man's face instantly paled. What the giant python meant was that he could not leave. Mu Qing said, "You are the guardian of this place. You should be able to remove the devil marks, right? I can't. Although I can control the power of the rules here and freely enter any place in the first and second level, the devil marks are outside of the rules. Only the big shots above can remove them. Similarly, there is an even more terrifying lightning punishment that only they can control." The giant python said. The middle-aged man said in despair, "Then I won't be able to leave for the rest of my life? Unless the Creator and the others agree. However, I can take you to another place," the giant python said. The middle-aged man was overjoyed. "You don't have to worry about that. Although I have agreed to help you, you have to show me the value of helping you," the giant python said. Value? The middle-aged man was stunned. What value could he have? If it was someone else, with his foundation, strength, and financial resources, he would indeed be very valuable. But in front of the guardian, these were nothing at all. The middle-aged man helplessly transmitted his voice to Mu Tianyang. "Help me. On what basis?" Mu Tianyang sneered. "We are your clansmen," the middle-aged man said angrily. "Clansmen? When I asked you to go to the river of corrosion with me, why didn't you treat me as your clansman? Now that you are in trouble, you say that we are your clansmen. Don't you think it's ridiculous?" Mu Tianyang mocked mercilessly. The middle-aged man was furious. He looked at the giant python and said, "My lord, I know that my Tianyang empire is not strong enough, but I think there will be something I can help you with in the future." The giant python was silent. The middle-aged man looked at the giant python, feeling very nervous. The giant python suddenly said, "Perhaps in the future, there will be something I can use you for. All right, I promise to help you." "Thank you, my lord." The middle-aged man quickly knelt in the void and thanked it. Zhuge Mingyang looked at the middle-aged man and sneered. "I didn't expect the people of the Tianyang Empire to be so cowardly." Mu Tianyang's face darkened. He said angrily, "You can humiliate him, but you can't humiliate the Tianyang Empire." "So what if I humiliate the Tianyang Empire? I want to humiliate you. What can you do to me? Do you think you are still the Mu Tianyang from 10,000 years ago? Even I, Zhuge Mingyang, can destroy you now. What are you so arrogant for?" Zhuge Mingyang said with disdain. "You?" Mu Tianyang was furious. "I don't want to talk nonsense with you. Because the current you is no longer qualified to stand with me." Zhuge Mingyang raised the corner of his mouth with extreme contempt. Seeing that Mu Tianyang was about to go berserk, Mu Qing quickly sent a voice transmission. "Master, please calm down. It won't be too late to settle the score with him when you have recovered to your peak state." Mu Tianyang took a deep breath and swallowed his anger. But in his heart, it was extremely painful. First, it was Qin Feiyang. Now it was Zhuge Mingyang. And they were all unscrupulously riding on his head and behaving atrociously. How could he, a god of war, be reduced to such a state? Angry, aggrieved, Zhuge Mingyang glanced at him with disdain and looked at the giant python. "There is something that I am puzzled about. When the Vanga League was captured by Qin Feiyang, why didn't you appear? I believe that the Vanga League's value is greater than the Tianyang Empire's. The Tianyang Empire naturally can't be compared to the Vanga League. But before that, I was always by the side of the big shot above. When I returned, the Vanga League had already been captured." The giant python said regretfully. "What were you doing with him?" Zhuge Mingyang was suspicious. "Saving the fire dragon," the giant python said. "Saving the fire dragon? What do you mean?" Mu Tianyang was surprised. Qin Feiyang severely injured it. If it wasn't for the big shot above, it would have died. The giant python said. This, Mu Tianyang and Mu Qing looked at each other. Chapter 1626. While they were talking, the python's lost tail had been repaired. Bastard! But suddenly, It roared. Zhuge Mingyang and the others were startled and looked at it suspiciously. The python waved its tail and the group of people disappeared. The next moment, they landed in the sky above a mountain. The mountains were endless. The mountains were majestic and magnificent. The mountain stream was lush and green. A wide river, like a giant dragon, crossed the north and south. The river water flowed slowly and was very clear. At this moment, beside the river, on a grassland, a few big square stones were piled into a stone stove with a diameter of more than 10 meters. On top of it, there was a big iron pot. The iron pot was filled with water. On the side, a group of people were surrounding a giant tail, and they were extremely busy. Some of them were scraping the snake scales on the giant tail with their artifacts. Some of them grabbed the artifacts and chopped the giant tail into palm-sized pieces, washed them with the river water and put them into the big iron pot. That's right. They were Qin Feiyang and the others. Qin Feiyang and Willow Tree didn't join in the fun. They stood aside and watched everyone busy with a smile. What are they doing? The middle-aged man looked at this scene in astonishment. Nonsense, obviously they are going to stew snake soup. Zhuge Mingyang rolled his eyes. Looking at the snake meat in the iron pot, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. They are really going to stew it? And they are doing it so blatantly? The middle-aged man was stunned and glanced at the python. At this moment, the python was so angry that its body was trembling and its eyes were spitting fire. This guy really dares to do it. Mu Tianyang was speechless. To be honest, I also want to try it. Mu Qing muttered and only swallowed her saliva. The python suddenly glanced at Zhuge Mingyang and Mu Qing and said angrily, "What are you doing?" "Nothing." The two shook their heads quickly. The python said gloomily, "Then why do I hear the sound of saliva swallowing? Is there?" Both of them had innocent looks on their faces. Zhuge Mingyang said, "We are angry. These bastards actually dared to brazenly stew your meat. This is simply unforgivable." Mu Qing also roared with indignation. Hey, what are you all standing there for? We're all old friends, come down and try it together. Snake stew made from divine meat is a delicacy that is hard to come by in 100,000 years. Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked at the giant python, Zhuge Mingyang, and the others as he grinned. The giant python's oar was not concealed at all. Therefore, as soon as the giant python appeared, everyone noticed it. However, they didn't pay any attention to it and continued to do their own things, angering this beast to death. Hearing Qin Feiyang's words, the giant python was furious. But suddenly, another gulping sound came from the side. The giant python flew into a rage out of humiliation, glaring at Zhuge Mingyang. Zhuge Mingyang quickly waved his hand and pointed at Mu Qing, saying, "It's not me, it's him. Don't slander me, it's obviously you." Mu Qing said angrily, "How can I possibly want to eat the guardian's meat? Isn't that disrespectful? Look at you, you're almost drooling, and you still say it's not you? To think that you're a man, you dare to do it but don't dare to admit it." Zhuge Mingyang despised him. Growl. However, before his voice died away, Zhuge Mingyang's stomach suddenly made a sound. Zhuge Mingyang was stunned. Mu Qing sneered and looked at the giant python, saying, "My lord, did you see that? It's him." The giant python stared at Zhuge Mingyang angrily. Zhuge Mingyang smiled awkwardly. It was embarrassing to be betrayed by his stomach. Qin Feiyang smiled playfully and asked, "Are you sure you don't want to come down and have a taste? It's a rare delicacy, you won't have it in the future if you miss it." The middle-aged man, Mu Tianyang, and Mu Qing's face darkened. "Can you stop tempting us? Can't you see that the main culprit is right next to us?" "I definitely have to taste it." Zhuge Mingyang suddenly grinned and flew toward Qin Feiyang. "What's going on?" On the contrary, Qin Feiyang was stunned. Willow Tree and the others also looked at each other. Is there something wrong with this person's brain? Can't he see that the giant python is about to go berserk? Mu Tianyang and the other two were also shocked. By the way, Zhuge Mingyang suddenly stopped and looked up at the giant python and Mu Tianyang, saying, "You don't have to wait for me, go first. After that, he didn't care about the giant python's ugly expression and landed beside Qin Feiyang without looking back. Are you okay? Qin Feiyang looked at Zhuge Mingyang in shock. Zhuge Mingyang frowned and said, You didn't ask me to come down, right? Are you going back on your words now? No. Qin Feiyang quickly waved his hand and said, I mean, aren't you afraid of offending the guardian? I have nothing to lose, so why should I be afraid? Zhuge Mingyang grinned and walked to the iron pot, sniffing it and said, Although it hasn't started cooking yet, I seem to smell the meat. Hearing this, Ning Mingi, the palace master of Fengtian Palace, and the others couldn't help but twitch their faces. Is there really nothing wrong with this person's brain? The giant python couldn't bear it anymore and roared in anger, Go to hell, all of you. A force of rules suddenly fell from the sky and blasted toward the group. Protect the meat. Zhuge Mingyang's face changed and quickly roared. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. The giant python angrily attacked. This person's first thought was not to save his life, but to protect the meat? What was he trying to do? However, doubts were doubts, the meat really had to be protected, otherwise the snake soup would be ruined. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and brought everyone, including the snake meat and the big pot, into the castle. In an instant, only Zhuge Mingyang was left at the scene. And me? How could you leave me behind? Zhuge Mingyang said angrily. The giant python stared at Zhuge Mingyang and laughed sinisterly. You're a traitor. Your death is not to be regretted. The force of rules carried a destructive aura and rushed toward Zhuge Mingyang. It's over. I shouldn't have been greedy. Qin Feiyang, I hate you, you actually tempted me like this. Zhuge Mingyang was furious. He disappeared. Without the slightest sign. There was no trace of him, as if he had disappeared from the world. Mu Tianyang and the other two widened their eyes as they scanned the place where Zhuge Mingyang had disappeared. Their faces were filled with shock and doubt. Boom! The force of rules descended. Accompanied by a deafening sound, tens of thousands of miles were instantly razed to the ground. Not a single blade of grass was left. The giant python scanned the broken ground and coldly snorted, I'll let you be arrogant first. With that, he disappeared with Mu Tianyang and the other two. Not long after, Qin Feiyang, Willow Tree, Ning Mingi, and the palace master of Fengtian Palace appeared. They looked up at the sky, then looked at the place where Zhuge Mingyang disappeared, their eyes full of surprise. Qin Feiyang said, Use your divine sense to search. Swish. Before he finished, Zhuge Mingyang appeared out of thin air and said, You don't need to look, I'll come out myself. You also have a spatial divine object? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Zhuge Mingyang was stunned and asked suspiciously, Did I say that I don't have one before? Did you have one before? Qin Feiyang frowned. Zhuge Mingyang said, Then you didn't ask before. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but be angry. He really didn't know that Zhuge Mingyang had a spatial divine object. In the past, he also thought that Zhuge Mingyang couldn't have a spatial divine object. But now, how could he not be surprised that a spatial divine object suddenly appeared? After Qin Feiyang calmed down, he frowned and said, Is this the reason why you dare to be so presumptuous in front of the giant python? Isn't that obvious? Zhuge Mingyang smiled. Qin Feiyang looked deeply at Zhuge Mingyang, then glanced at the broken ground, looked at the palace master of Fengtian Palace and Ning Mingi, and said, Let's change places. Let me think. Ning Mingi lowered his head and pondered for a while, then said, Let's just go to our Aeon city. You mean the city outside the soul-sealing valley? Qin Feiyang asked. Ning Mingi nodded. Qin Feiyang said. Willow Tree immediately opened the portal. They walked in one after another. Zhuge Mingyang's eyes flashed, and he also followed with a thick face. The city didn't change at all. When they arrived above the city, Ning Mingi directly landed on a square in the center of the city. The square was large and square, enough to accommodate tens of thousands of people. Qin Feiyang also landed in the center of the square, glanced around, and took everyone out of the castle, including the divine meat and the big iron pot, and said with a smile, Continue. The group of people began to get busy again. Zhuge Mingyang looked around. Since he had nothing to do, he also went to help. Qin Feiyang glanced at Zhuge Mingyang, walked to a corner of the square, took out a tea table and 4 wooden chairs, and placed them on the ground. Qin Feiyang sat on one of the wooden chairs, took out the beauty of Qinghai, and began to make tea. This is... Ning Mingi looked at the beauty of Qinghai, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He asked, "Young master, is this a tea set made of Qinghai nephrite?" Qin Feiyang nodded and said with a smile, "Do you also like to drink tea?" "Yes, of course I do." Ning Mingi nodded repeatedly. Willow Tree next to him glanced at the beauty of Qinghai suspiciously and asked, "What's different about this tea set made of Qinghai nephrite?" "As soon as I heard your words, I knew you were an outsider. This tea set made of Qinghai nephrite can completely remove the impurities in the tea leaves, making the tea more fragrant and stronger. Moreover, even the most ordinary tea leaves can be brewed with this Qinghai nephrite tea set. It can be brewed into the best tea." Ning Mingi said, "I see." Willow Tree suddenly understood. Qin Feiyang smiled, looked up at the 3 of them and said suspiciously, "Why are you all standing there? Sit down." This, Ning Mingi and Willow Tree looked at each other, looking a little scared. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled, "You don't have to be so reserved with me. Just get along with each other like friends. Then we'll accept deferentially." Ning Mingi and the other 2 smiled and sat down one after another. So, the rich tea fragrance drifted out. There was also a wisp of medicinal herbs in the tea fragrance. Ning Mingi sniffed and said in surprise, "Why does this tea have the smell of medicinal herbs? And it doesn't smell like an ordinary medicinal herb. This was given to me by an old senior. These tea leaves were put in the medicine field by him and carefully cultivated. There's not much of it produced in a year. It's very precious. Try it." Qin Feiyang poured a cup and handed it to Ning Mingi. Ning Mingi took the teacup and tasted it carefully. His eyes suddenly lit up and he nodded, "Good tea. I've lived for so many years, but this is the first time I've seen such special tea leaves." "Is it that exaggerated?" The palace master of Fengtian Palace glanced at him suspiciously, poured a cup and tasted it. His eyes lit up immediately and he praised, "It's indeed the best of the best." Willow Tree also tasted it and wondered, "Why do I feel that it's no different from other tea leaves?" "You're a typical amateur." Ning Mingi shook his head, suddenly glanced at Zhuge Mingyang not far away, and whispered, "Young master, this Zhuge Mingyang is not simple, especially his space divine item." "What do you mean?" Chapter 1627. Previously, when the rule force fell, this person hid in the space divine item, but he was unharmed. What does this mean? It means that his space divine item can withstand the bombardment of the rule force. Ning Mingi said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Willow Tree and Palace Master Fengtian next to him were shocked. Before Ning Mingi spoke, they really didn't think about this problem. Willow Tree said in surprise, "The castle can also withstand the bombardment of the rule force. Could it be that his space divine item is on the same level as the castle?" Qin Feiyang drank tea with a faint smile on his face. He wasn't surprised by Ning Mingi's words. "How can you still smile? If Zhuge Mingyang's space divine item is on the same level as the castle, then it's not necessarily a good thing for us." Willow Tree frowned. Palace Master Fengtian and Ning Mingi also nodded, agreeing with Willow Tree's words. "Don't worry. Although I don't know what level his space divine item is, but I'm sure it's not comparable to the castle at all," Qin Feiyang said with a smile. "So confident?" The 3 of them were surprised. "There's something you don't know. The power that the castle is displaying now is not all," Qin Feiyang said, "because the castle still had the seal. When the seal was removed, it would undoubtedly be even more powerful." "Not all?" The 3 of them were shocked. Qin Feiyang asked, "I don't know if you have noticed a problem?" "What problem?" The 3 of them were suspicious. Qin Feiyang said, "Not long ago, your 110 pseudo-gods joined forces to revive Chang Shui, but it didn't fully recover. Not to mention ordinary divine artifacts, even your Phoenix God Saber and Azure Light Sword can be fully recovered in an instant with the 110 pseudo-gods joining forces. Ning Mingi looked at Palace Master Feng Tian and said. The Palace Master of Feng Tian Palace frowned. He looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, has Chang Shui really not fully recovered? I'm sure of that. Willow Tree shook his head. How so? Palace Lord Feng Tian asked. Because Chang Shui possesses the power of law. If it fully recovers, the power of law will appear. However, the power of the laws did not appear before. Willow Tree said. The power of laws. Ning Mingi and Wang Chong looked at each other, their faces full of shock. Chang Shui was actually a divine artifact with the power of law? If this was true, then this Chang Shui had already surpassed the category of a divine artifact. Ning Mingi asked, does the ancient castle have the power of laws? Willow Tree nodded. Ning Mingi and the palace master of Feng Tian Palace sucked in a breath of cold air. No wonder these two divine artifacts were so heaven-defying. It turned out that they both had the power of laws. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, so, no matter how powerful Zhuge Mingyang's spatial divine artifact is, it definitely can't compare to the ancient castle and Chang Shui. Father. At this time, a purple-clothed youth ran over. It was Li Chang. The palace master of Feng Tian Palace said, hurry up and greet Uncle Qin. Uncle Qin? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Ning Mingi and Willow Tree looked at each other. Li Chang himself was also stunned. Qin Feiyang came back to his senses, looked at the palace master of Feng Tian Palace, and said, are you talking about me? That's right. You and I address each other as equals. Li Chang is my son, so naturally, I have to call you uncle. The palace master of Feng Tian Palace nodded. Qin Feiyang's face twitched, and he hurriedly said, don't. Brother Qin, do you dislike children? The palace master of Feng Tian Palace said. No. In terms of age, I'm definitely younger than Li Chang. If you ask him to call me uncle, it will sound so awkward. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. Age doesn't mean anything, but seniority must not be messed up. Hurry up. The palace master of Feng Tian Palace shouted. Li Chang looked at Qin Feiyang, his face turning green and red, but he couldn't say anything. The palace master of Feng Tian Palace said angrily, do you need me to say it again? Li Chang's gaze trembled, and he hurriedly bowed and said, Li Chang greets Uncle Qin. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly and waved his hand. No need to be so polite, no need to be so polite. For no reason he actually had a nephew? And it was a nephew who was older than him? How funny was this? The palace master of Feng Tian Palace looked at Qin Feiyang without blushing and said with a smile, Brother Qin, since you have recognized my son as your nephew, shouldn't there be a greeting gift? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Ning Mingi said, Li Yun, so this is your purpose. You're very scheming. The palace master of Feng Tian Palace said, isn't it natural for an uncle to give his nephew a greeting gift? How can this be called scheming? Shameless. Ning Mingi looked down on him. Qin Feiyang coughed dryly and said with a fake smile, it seems that no one has a rule that I have to give a greeting gift when I recognize a nephew. The palace master of Feng Tian Palace's expression was a little ugly. He thought that Qin Feiyang would more or less give him some face. But he didn't expect him to reject him like this. Li Chang said unhappily, Father, can you stop fooling around? It's already embarrassing enough to call him uncle, and you're still licking your face to ask for a greeting gift. Even if you don't find it embarrassing, I do. Being reprimanded mercilessly by his own son in front of everyone, Li Yun felt even more embarrassed, and his expression was extremely awkward. He said impatiently, What are you here for? Tell me quickly. Li Chang said, Give me your alchemy fire. Alchemy fire? Qin Feiyang was stunned. That was right. In the past, Willow Tree said that Feng Tian Palace and the Vanguard League both had grade 8 alchemy fires. Li Yun frowned and said, What do you need alchemy fire for? To stew snake soup, of course. Can ordinary firewood cook the meat of a god? Li Chang was depressed. Why did this old man's IQ become lower and lower after meeting Qin Feiyang? Li Yun nodded in realization. With a thought, a cluster of alchemy fire flew out from between his brows and flew to Li Chang. Li Chang grabbed the alchemy fire and prepared to leave. Qin Feiyang suddenly said, "Wait." Li Chang turned to look at him and asked suspiciously, "Uncle Qin, do you have any other orders?" Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. As soon as he heard the term Uncle Qin, goosebumps appeared all over his body. He said, "Let me see that alchemy fire." "Oh no. This guy, don't tell me he's thinking about my alchemy fire?" Li Yun's heart skipped a beat. Li Chang looked at Li Yun. Li Yun sighed helplessly and nodded to Li Chang. Then, Li Chang respectfully handed the alchemy fire to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang grabbed the alchemy fire and sized it up. This alchemy fire was as big as a fist. The flames gushed out and emitted a heart-palpitating aura. This aura was comparable to a war emperor. Obviously, this was a cluster of grade 8 alchemy fire. Li Yun looked at Qin Feiyang and felt extremely nervous. After a long while, Qin Feiyang finally returned the alchemy fire to Li Chang. This made Li Yuan a little surprised. He thought that Qin Feiyang wanted to take it for himself and was even prepared to give it away. But he didn't expect that what he expected didn't happen. After Li Chang left, Qin Feiyang looked at Willow Tree and said, "Come closer." Willow Tree put its ear close. Qin Feiyang muttered a few words. Willow Tree nodded, immediately got up, opened a portal, and walked in without looking back. "What is Willow Tree doing?" Li Yun asked suspiciously. Qin Feiyang smiled and looked at Ning Mingi. "You should also have alchemy fire." Ning Mingi hesitated for a moment and nodded. "I do have it. I wonder why young master asked this?" Qin Feiyang said, "What grade?" "Grade 8. Ning Mingi said, "Give it to me." Qin Feiyang stretched out his hand. Ning Mingi's expression froze. But in the end he still handed over the alchemy fire. This alchemy fire, which he placed in his sea of consciousness, was the size of a fist and exuded an aura comparable to that of a combat emperor. "Erase the blood contract," Qin Feiyang said with a smile. "Young master, I've given you everything I have. Now, only this alchemy fire is left. Can't you leave some for me?" Ning Mingi suddenly became anxious. Qin Feiyang said, "This alchemy fire is more valuable in my hands. Grade 8 alchemy fire, no matter who has it, is valuable." Ning Mingi said aggrievedly. Qin Feiyang's face darkened as he said, "Do you remember what I said? You have to perform well to have a chance to get the divine phoenix saber back." Ning Mingi was about to cry. He helplessly erased the blood contract. Li Yun asked curiously, "Brother Qin, are you also an alchemist?" Qin Feiyang nodded. Ning Mingi and Li Yun looked at each other in surprise. Li Yun asked again, "What's the level of your spiritual power?" "Level 45. Qin Feiyang looked down at the alchemy fire in his hand and answered without thinking. "Level 45. Not bad." Both of them nodded. Level 45 spiritual power is only called not bad. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He looked up at the two of them in shock. Was there someone in the Jianghu League and Fengtian Palace who had a higher spiritual power than him? Wait. Level 45. Ning Mingi and Li Yun also reacted and looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. Did they hear wrongly? It was actually level 45 spiritual power? Looking at the sudden change in their expressions, Qin Feiyang understood. He shook his head and smiled. He put away the alchemy fire, picked up the teacup, and continued to drink tea. "Young master, are you sure you didn't make a mistake?" Ning Mingi asked. "I tested it the last time at the main tower," Qin Feiyang said. Both of their breathing became rapid. Li Yun quickly took out a spirit stone and said, "Can you test it again?" "Is this necessary?" Qin Feiyang was doubtful. Both of them nodded at the same time. "All right, I'll satisfy your curiosity." Qin Feiyang smiled, grabbed the spirit stone and entered a state of meditation. Buzz. Very soon, the spirit stone began to vibrate. Not far away. When the people who were busy saw this scene, they all looked over curiously. But gradually everyone's curiosity was replaced by shock, including Zhuge Mingyang. Ning Yang, Ning Yifeng, Zhao Shiming, and Li Chang's expressions were even more exaggerated. Level 30. Level 40. Level 45. It was actually level 45 spiritual power. Goodness! Was this a dream? This was the first time in their lives that they saw someone with such a high spiritual power. Ning Mingi and Li Yun were also dumbstruck. It turned out to be true. It was already enviable that his cultivation talent was so amazing. Even the heavenly path of alchemy was so terrifying. Chapter 1628. The square fell into a dead silence. Everyone was deeply shocked by Qin Feiyang's mental strength. Level 45. It seemed that this could only be described with the word abnormal. Swish. Suddenly, Willow Tree appeared out of thin air, walked quickly to Qin Feiyang's side, and whispered a few words. What? Qin Feiyang suddenly got up, and the mental stone in his hand was crushed with a crack. Huh! Everyone was surprised. What made Qin Feiyang lose his composure? Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, "Have you asked how they disappeared?" Willow Tree said, "I asked the nearby beasts. They said that it was a giant python. It should be the Guardian's doing." This bastard, there's no end to it. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a cold light. "Brother Qin, what are you talking about? What beast?" Li Yun asked anxiously. Qin Feiyang said, "Just now, I asked Willow Tree to go to the Nether Hall, but the people of the Nether Hall have all been transferred by the giant python." All transferred? What does this giant python want to do? Li Yun frowned. Who knows? Qin Feiyang sneered, rolled his eyes, and looked at Li Yun with a smile. "Let's discuss something." "What is it?" Li Yun looked at him warily. "I won't take it by force. Why are you guarding against me?" Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes and said with a smile, "I also need a cluster of 8th grade pill fire." Li Yun was stunned and smiled bitterly. Sure enough, he couldn't escape the fate of being exploited. "It's just a cluster of pill fire. I'll give it to you." "Give me the pill fire," Li Yun said loudly. He was straightforward and did not beat around the bush. Qin Feiyang also liked this person more and more. Li Chang ran over with his alchemic flame. Li Yun looked at the pill fire and could not help but feel her heart ache. She said helplessly, "Give the pill fire to your Uncle Qin." "For him? Then what do we use?" Li Chang frowned. Li Yun waved her hand and said, "We still have rank 6 and rank 7 alchemy fires. It's not a problem." "What a bandit!" Li Chang snorted inwardly, but he didn't dare to show any disrespect on the surface. He handed the alchemy flame to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang grabbed it in his hand. Li Yun also immediately erased the blood contract inside. Ning Mingi asked suspiciously, "Young master, why do you need 2 8th grade pill fires?" "You'll know soon enough." Qin Feiyang smiled. Beside him, 2 more alchemy fires appeared. One of them was the Nether Devil Flame. The other flame belonged to the main pagoda. Li Yun looked at the Nether Devil Flame and frowned. "Don't you already have an 8th grade alchemy fire? Why do you still want ours?" "Just watch quietly." Qin Feiyang smiled, put away the pampered Qinghai on the table in front of him, and then took out Ning Mingi's alchemy fire. Looking at the 3 8th grade alchemy fires, the Nether Devil Flame immediately pounced on them as if it had seen 3 delicious cakes. Everyone was surprised. What was going on? What happened next shocked everyone once again. The Nether Devil Flame swallowed the 3 8th grade alchemy fires in front of them. Boom! Following that, the Nether Devil Flame rushed out a terrifying aura. It covered all directions, and the whole city instantly turned into a big furnace. The houses, streets, and squares were all melting. Qin Feiyang's eyes also trembled, and he got up and looked at the Nether Devil Flame in excitement. Because the aura emitted by the Nether Devil Flame at this moment was divine power. In other words, the Nether Devil Flame had successfully been promoted to the 9th grade. According to the corresponding level, the 9th grade was already comparable to the existence of the false god. "Father, save me quickly!" Li Chang suddenly screamed. The clothes on his body suddenly caught fire, his hair was also on fire, his skin was also severely burned, and blood flowed out of his body. He was only a 6-star war emperor, so he naturally couldn't withstand this kind of high temperature. Ning Yifeng and Zhao Shiming were in the same situation as him. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang hurriedly controlled the nether devil flame to reduce the temperature. At this time, the temperature here slowly cooled down. Li Chang and the other two also quickly took out healing pills and stuffed them into their mouths. Looking at the nether devil flame, their faces were full of fear. Seeing that the three of them were out of danger, Li Yuan and the others also heaved a sigh of relief. Subsequently, everyone looked at the nether devil flame in unison, their eyes full of surprise. Qin Feiyang looked at Ning Mingi and said with a smile, "I told you, the alchemy fire will be more valuable in my hands." Ning Mingi said, "What the hell is going on?" Qin Feiyang stretched out his arm and spread out his 5 fingers. The nether devil flame landed on his palm and laughed. It's called the nether devil flame. It can devour other alchemy fires and increase its grade. What? There's actually such an alchemy fire? Everyone was shocked. Qin Feiyang said, "Now, it has already been raised to the 9th grade. I should be able to refine a pill with 8 pill veins." 8 pill veins. Once again, the crowd was deeply shaken. But Qin Feiyang suddenly frowned again. But what? Everyone looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang thought, the nether devil flame has already transformed into a divine fire. Can my current pill furnaces withstand its burning? This, Ning Mingi hesitated for a moment, then shook his head and said, "This is really hard to say. I'll give it a try." Qin Feiyang immediately entered the castle and walked to the front of the pill furnace. Fatso and the others had already come out from Ling Yunfei's spatial divine object. At this moment, they were all looking at Qin Feiyang, their eyes filled with anticipation. "Are you sure you want to try? This might destroy a pill furnace." Dan Wangkai was originally preparing to refine pills, but seeing Qin Feiyang's arrival, he immediately retreated to the side and asked, "If it's destroyed, then so be it," Qin Feiyang said, reviving the nether devil flame. In the end, in less than 3 breaths of time, the pill furnace in front of him melted. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly, looked at Dan Wangkai and said, "Looks like I have to find a 9th grade pill furnace." Dan Wangkai said, "A 9th grade pill furnace is already considered half a divine artifact. It's not that easy to find." Qin Feiyang lowered his head and muttered to himself. Fatty asked, "Boss, does this nether demonic flame need to be upgraded by another grade before it can be considered a true divine fire?" But a 9th grade pill fire is not easy to find. Not to mention 3 clusters of 9th grade pill fire. Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed, leaving the castle alone. "How is it?" Willow Tree and the others looked at him. Qin Feiyang shook his head, looked at Ning Mingi and Li Yun, and said, "Do you have a 9th grade pill fire and a 9th grade pill furnace?" The two shook their heads. Qin Feiyang said, "Then do you know where it might be?" "It's hard to say. It might be in the miracle, but it depends on whether you can find it." Li Yun said. "Forget it, we'll talk about it later." Qin Feiyang smiled, looked at the snake meat in the pot, and said, "I can't help but want to taste it first." He stretched out his big hand and grabbed in the air. A piece of snake meat flew out of the big pot and floated in front of him. Seeing this, Zhao Tilai immediately propped up a divine power barrier to protect Li Chang and the other two. "Don't be nervous. I can control the temperature of the nether devil flame as I wish, and it won't hurt them anymore." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, took out the nether devil flame, placed it under the snake meat, and quickly recovered. However, the giant python's divine meat was beyond imagination. After a full 100 breaths, there was no oil flowing. After all, it's a war god level existence. Although the nether devil flame has been upgraded to the 9th grade, it's still not a real divine fire. How can it be cooked so easily? Li Yun said. Qin Feiyang nodded. Time passed little by little. Half an hour later, the snake meat finally began to flow. Wisps of meat fragrance wafted out, making people salivate. Another half an hour later, the snake meat was finally cooked. The surface was golden yellow. The meat fragrance assailed the nostrils, making the people present couldn't help but swallow their saliva. "Who has seasoning?" Seeing that it was almost done, Qin Feiyang looked up at everyone and asked with a smile. Zhuge Mingyang sneakily came up and took out a dozen jars, which were full of all kinds of seasonings. After Zhuge Mingyang sprinkled these seasonings one by one, an even more intoxicating fragrance suddenly wafted out. Qin Feiyang also couldn't help but swallow his saliva. But just as he took out the chang shui and was about to cut a piece to taste, Zhuge Mingyang grabbed the snake meat and quickly retreated. Qin Feiyang was stunned, his face immediately darkened, and said angrily, "If you want to eat, don't you know how to roast it yourself? There's ready-made food, why would I roast it myself? Is there something wrong with my brain? Tisk, tisk. The taste of this divine meat is really good." Zhuge Mingyang rolled his eyes at Qin Feiyang, then sat on the ground without caring about his image, and started to chew on it with a face full of enjoyment. Qin Feiyang's veins were popping. He had roasted this piece of snake meat for an entire hour, but he didn't even get to taste it. It was too much. Li Yun laughed. "Anyway, there's still so much, let's continue roasting." Qin Feiyang glared at Zhuge Mingyang, then looked at Li Chang and said, "Go and get more." "Is the snake soup still stewing?" Li Chang asked. "Of course," Qin Feiyang said. As a result, Li Chang took almost half of the snake meat and roasted it for Qin Feiyang. The other half was stewed directly. The divine meat contained an extremely terrifying energy. It was beneficial for anyone below the war god level. False god could strengthen the body. The war emperor, as well as those below the war emperor, could not only strengthen the body, but could also increase their cultivation. For example, after Li Chang, Zhao Shiming, and Ning Yifeng finished eating the snake meat, the huge amount of energy was about to burst their bodies. When Qin Feiyang saw this scene, he hurriedly said, "The energy contained in the deity's flesh is even greater than I imagined. Is there anyone who has the power of a false god similar to the power of ice? Help them cool down and disperse the energy." "I'll do it." Li Yun's wife took a step forward, rolled up the three of them, and soared into the sky. With a wave of her hand, waves of false god power appeared, and the space around Li Chang and the other two immediately condensed into pieces of ice, trapping the three of them. Zhao Tailai, Ning Mingyi, and Li Yun were all extremely nervous. Finally, the three of them received huge benefits, and their cultivation soared by 4 small realms, directly stepping into the peak of the 9-star War Emperor realm. This, Qin Feiyang was dumbstruck. In the past, he had also eaten divine meat. It was the Holy Lion. But at that time, he had only broken through from the 6-star War Saint to the peak of the 7-star War Emperor realm, and it had not even allowed him to break through 2 small realms. One had to know. At that time, he was still in the War Sage realm. But now, Li Chang and the other two were all War Emperor, but they could still soar by 4 small realms? Obviously. The giant python was many times stronger than the Holy Lion. Chapter 1629. Father, Mother, have we really reached the peak of the 9-star Combat Emperor realm? The three of them broke out of the ice. Their auras surged, but their faces were filled with disbelief. They could not believe that one's cultivation could make such a huge breakthrough. "It's true." Li Yun and his wife, Ning Mingyi, and Zhao Tailai nodded. The three of them were overjoyed. They had broken through from the 6-star Combat Emperor realm to the peak of the 9-star Combat Emperor realm. This was like a dream. So what if you're at the peak of the 9-star Combat Emperor realm? Killing you is just a matter of moving my fingers. A disdainful voice suddenly sounded. Everyone raised their eyebrows and turned to look at Zhuge Mingyang. They saw him eating the barbecued meat with his head lowered, and his face was filled with disdain. Zhao Shiming snorted, "You're a fake god and we're just combat emperors. Of course you have the right to say that. Even your parents are trash in front of me, let alone you." Zhuge Mingyang said indifferently. The faces of Zhao Tailai and the others were instantly filled with rage. "You're not convinced?" Zhuge Mingyang smirked and looked up at them. He said disdainfully, "Come at me together. If you can even hurt a strand of my hair, you'll win." Arrogant. Presumptuous. The few of them were furious. "I'm so arrogant. What can you do to me?" Zhuge Mingyang's eyes were filled with provocation. Li Chang said angrily, "If you have the ability, suppress your cultivation to the same level as mine and challenge me one-on-one." "Shut up." Qin Feiyong raised his eyebrows and said. Li Chang said unhappily, Uncle Qin, are you going to let him be so presumptuous? Can you not call me uncle? Qin Feiyong looked at Li Chang helplessly and said, he has the right to be presumptuous. Because even if he suppresses his cultivation to the 8 or 7-star combat emperor realm, you'll still be abused. Li Chang was surprised. Is he that strong? Brother Qin is still quite observant. Zhuge Mingyang smiled mockingly. He then lowered his head and chewed on the barbecued meat in his hand. Li Chang glanced at Zhuge Mingyang with a cold glint in his eyes. The woman also glanced at Zhuge Mingyang. She looked at Li Chang and said, Qin, why aren't you thanking your Uncle Qin? If it wasn't for him, you wouldn't have been able to obtain such a great fortune. Li Chang quickly flew in front of Qin Feiyong and cupped his hands. Thank you, Uncle Qin. Why is it getting smoother and smoother? Qin Feiyong was speechless. Cuff cuff. Shi Meng Yi Feng, come down as well. Thank the young master properly. Ning Mingi said. Don't. I'm really worried that I'll have another nephew and niece later. Qin Feiyong hurriedly waved his hand. There was still a trace of gratitude in Zhao Shimeng's heart, but when she heard Qin Feiyong's words, it suddenly disappeared. She angrily said, Who wants to be your niece? Don't take advantage of us. Zhao Tailai's expression changed and shouted, Shi Meng, don't be rude, don't forget your current identity, you are the young master's subordinate. Zhao Shimeng's eyes immediately turned red from being wronged. Zhao Tailai ignored her and hurriedly looked at Qin Feiyong, pleading, Young master, please calm down, this subordinate will definitely discipline her in the future. I'm not angry, what are you nervous about? Qin Feiyong said. Zhao Tailai heaved a sigh of relief. Alright, let's continue with the snake soup. Qin Feiyong waved his hand and glanced at the barbecue in front of him. There was also some anticipation in his eyes. Then, he took out the chang shui, cut it into small pieces and put it into his mouth. A strong meat fragrance immediately engulfed his entire body. Moreover, he could clearly feel that the energy in the divine flesh was quickly surging to his limbs and bones. Everyone looked at Qin Feiyong. Li Chang and the other two had broken through 4 small realms in a row. Qin Feiyong would definitely be able to do it too. As pieces of barbecued meat were continuously put into his mouth, the energy became more and more terrifying. It was like a torrent of beasts rampaging through his body. In the end, he ate a large piece of divine flesh. The energy could no longer be controlled and roared out of his body. He immediately rose into the air, stood in the void, closed his eyes, and refined the energy. Li Yun shouted, Madam, quickly. The woman waved her hand, and wind and frost suddenly appeared in the void. Qin Feiyong's surroundings quickly formed pieces of ice. Time passed breath by breath. Boom! Suddenly, Qin Feiyong's aura soared, directly breaking through the shackles and charging to the 7-star combat emperor. But it did not stop. It was still soaring. More than 10 breaths later, his cultivation had once again broken through to the 8-star combat emperor. However, just after breaking through to the 8-star combat emperor, his soaring aura came to an abrupt stop. That's it? Everyone was stunned. This was too strange. Li Chang and the other two had broken through 4 small realms. Why did Qin Feiyong only break through 2 small realms? With a crack, the ice shattered. Qin Feiyong shook off the ice fragments on his body, his face full of joy. Why are you so happy that you broke through 2 realms less than Li Chang and the other two? Someone was puzzled. Of course I'm happy. Because I didn't expect to have a breakthrough in the first place. Qin Feiyong said with a smile. Didn't expect? What do you mean? Everyone was puzzled. The divine flesh is like some elixirs. The effect is very good the first time you eat it. The second and third time, the effect will gradually weaken. And I have eaten divine flesh before. Qin Feiyong landed on the square and said with a smile. What? You have eaten divine flesh before? Everyone was dumbfounded. So, to be able to break through 2 small realms is already a surprise for me. Of course I'm happy. Qin Feiyong's face sank when he said this. He said, This shows that the giant python's strength is much more terrifying than we thought. Everyone's heart sank when they heard this. It had eaten divine meat before, yet it still had such a good effect. This was enough to show that the giant python's strength was not ordinary. Why are you so nervous? With Chang Shui around, no matter how strong it is, it can't threaten us. Li Yun suddenly said with a smile. That's true. Everyone nodded. Qin Feiyang said, we can't rely too much on Chang Shui. Brother Qin, our situation is different from yours. You can continue to cultivate and break through to the war god realm and surpass the giant python. But we can't leave the black tortoise realm. The false god realm is already the peak. So we can only rely on external objects. Li Yun sighed. The others from the palace of Fengtian nodded. They didn't know that Qin Feiyang had already mastered the method to break the demon mark. If they knew, they definitely wouldn't think so. Because once the demon mark was removed and they left the black tortoise realm, the power of laws would lose its effect. Their cultivations would also break through. Willow Tree glanced at the people from the palace of Fengtian and said, Young master, Li Yun is a good person. Are you really not going to help them? Qin Feiyang said, it depends on the situation. If there are enough false god realm divine beasts in the black tortoise realm, it's not impossible to help them. Willow Tree nodded. Qin Feiyang gathered his thoughts. He waved his hand. Fatso and the others, as well as the white-eyed wolf and the other beasts, appeared one after another. As soon as these guys appeared, except for women like Lu Hong and Luo Qingzhu, they all pounced crazily on the barbecue like bandits. They were in the castle and could clearly hear everything outside, so they had been waiting impatiently for a long time. Lu Zheng gripped a piece of barbecue tightly and glared at the aggressive white-eyed wolf. He roared, Wolf cub, don't snatch it from me, okay? Sorry, I didn't notice you. The white-eyed wolf smiled embarrassedly. I'm standing here alone, how could you not notice me? Do you think I'm stupid? Lu Zheng snorted coldly, turned around and ran to Lu Hong's side. He smiled and said, this group of bandits is too scary. Try it quickly. What about us? Luo Qingzhu, the ghost queen, and the miss of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion stood at the side and stared straight at Lu Zheng. Go get it yourself. Lu Zheng waved his hand and didn't even look at the girls. He only had eyes for Lu Hong. Lu Zheng, you're going too far. We're all women like Lu Hong. How can you treat us differently? The miss of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion said unhappily. Lu Zheng glanced at the girls and said something that angered them to death. Are you very familiar with me? Are you looking for a beating? The miss of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion rebuked angrily. If you want to hit me, I won't give you a chance. In this world only Hong has the qualifications to hit me. Lu Zheng grinned and said, looking like a rascal. But who wants to hit you? Not like a man. The girls all revealed looks of disdain. Lu Hong, who was at the side, was already blushing. Not long after, Wolf King, Fatso, and the others began to wail like ghosts and howl like wolves. One by one, they rushed into the sky. Their faces were flushed red, like red-hot soldering iron. All the pores on their bodies were emitting air, and boundless energy crazily tore at their bodies. Ling Yunfei called Li Jian, Scorpion King, and the others out. Although they have all reached the peak realm, and the divine meat is of no help to their cultivation, it can still temper their bodies. Qin Feiyang looked at Qin Feiyang and said, But Ling Yunfei, who was gnawing on the divine meat, responded vaguely. With a wave of his hand, Li Jian, Scorpion King, and the other beasts suddenly appeared out of thin air. What's going on? Looking at the scene in front of them, Li Jian and the other beasts looked at each other. They had been in Ling Yunfei's spatial divine item, concentrating on comprehending the profound meaning of becoming a god, so they didn't care about what was going on outside. There were even many things that they didn't know. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Divine meat, go and have a taste. Divine meat? The eyes of Scorpion King and the other beasts lit up. Li Jian's face was filled with shock. How could there be divine meat? He turned to look at Qin Feiyang and said in surprise, Young master, you killed a divine beast? It's just a tail. The guardian of miracles' tail. Qin Feiyang said. I see. Li Jian nodded. Of course he knew about the Guardian of Miracle. When Qin Feiyang fought with Mu Tianyang last time and the Guardian of Miracle appeared, he hadn't officially gone into seclusion yet. Then this divine meat really can't be missed. Li Jian smiled and went forward to grab a piece of barbecued meat. He returned to Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, "Being able to eat a piece of the Guardian of Miracle's divine meat will finally give me something to show off to my descendants in the future." Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. Li Jian sighed again and said, "If only Zhou Zheng hadn't died." Qin Feiyang's smile also disappeared. He patted Li Jian's shoulder and said, "I believe that you being alive is the best comfort for him." Chapter 1630. Rumble. High up in the sky. Everyone's cultivation level soared in an instant. But like Qin Feiyang, they only soared by 2 small realms. However, Lu Zheng soared by 4 small realms in a row. This meant that he had never eaten divine meat before. He had already cultivated to the 4-star War Emperor level, so now his cultivation level directly caught up with Qin Feiyang. Everyone's strength had increased by a lot, which was naturally a joyous thing. Moreover, everyone had been cultivating in seclusion and hadn't relaxed for a long time. So they took this opportunity to indulge themselves. For the whole night, everyone was partying. They didn't know how many jars of wine they had drunk. But Qin Feiyang didn't touch a single drop of wine. Firstly, he didn't like to drink. Secondly, he had to guard against the Guardian's sneak attack. But after an entire night, the Guardian didn't appear, as if he had already given up on taking revenge on Qin Feiyang. Early the next morning, the party ended. Ling Yunfei and the others entered the castle one after another and began to cultivate. Li Chang and the other 2 broke through to the peak realm. As their parents, Li Yun and the others also began to explain to them the profound meaning of becoming gods. Qin Feiyang listened for a while. Their explanations were similar to what Elder Qin and Second Grandpa said. To him, it didn't have much meaning. Then, he turned and walked to the cauldron. Young Master Qin, the second elder of Fengtian Palace, was reviving a cluster of 7th-grade pillfire. The bottom of the cauldron was already red, and the water in the cauldron had long been boiling. Seeing Qin Feiyang coming over, the second elder raised his head and smiled. "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded and asked, "Are you also an alchemist?" "But I only have a 15-level mental strength. I can't compare to young Master Qin," the second elder said in shame. A 15-level mental strength is already very rare. Qin Feiyang laughed. The second elder shook his head and said, 45, 15-level difference is a whole 30 levels. Young Master Qin, I really can't figure out how a person can have such a high mental strength. There's always someone better than you. Just because you don't know doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Maybe there is someone in this world with a higher spiritual power than me. Qin Feiyang said. If the first pagoda master was still alive, his spiritual power would definitely be higher than his. That's true. The second elder nodded. Qin Feiyang smiled and looked at the cauldron again. Although the water was already boiling, the divine blood in it had yet to solidify. The pieces of divine meat were also extremely fresh, as if they had just been put into the pot. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "It seems that this pot of soup will take at least a month to boil. If I could use your netherworld devil flame to refine it, it definitely wouldn't take this long. But this wok can't withstand the high temperature of the nether devil flame." The second elder said, "There's no rush. The soup has to be cooked slowly so that it will be more fragrant." Qin Feiyang smiled. The second elder nodded. "Brother Qin." "Young master." At this moment, Li Yun and Ning Mingyi walked side by side towards Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang turned his head and said with a smile, "What's the matter?" "We suddenly thought of something that we can't figure out. Let's go over there and talk." Li Yun's tone was a little low as he pointed to the left corner of the square. Qin Feiyang nodded. The 3 of them walked to the edge of the square. Qin Feiyang said, "What exactly is it that you can't figure out?" "It's about the Guardian. Although the Guardian is afraid of Chang Shui, it has other means. For example, it can send us out of the Black Tortoise realm. Once we leave the Black Tortoise realm, it doesn't even need to do anything. Once 3 months are up, we will die under the devil mark. Or, it can send you out of the black tortoise realm alone. Without your help, we are equivalent to lambs waiting to be slaughtered in front of it. But it didn't do that. Why did it leave us alone? Li Yun and Li Yun frowned. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he heard this. Suddenly, Zhuge Mingyang appeared beside the three of them like a ghost and asked curiously, "What are you guys talking about? Why are you sneaking around?" Li Yun said in disgust, "It has nothing to do with you. Go away." "Are you sure you want me to go away? You have to know that I've been by its side for a while. I know a lot of things." Zhuge Mingyang teased. Li Yun said, "Then tell me, where did it take the people of the Heavenly Sun Empire and the Nether Hall?" "I don't know." Zhuge Mingyang shook his head. Li Yun said angrily, "Then why did you say that you know a lot of things?" "I asked it about this, but it didn't say. However, it said something very important." Zhuge Mingyang said. "What's the situation?" Qin Feiyang asked. Zhuge Mingyang said with a smile, "You should be mentally prepared because this news will drive you crazy. The fire dragon is not dead." "What?" Qin Feiyang's body shook and he said angrily, "How is that possible? I clearly saw its life fluctuations dissipating with my own eyes. If there were no accidents, it would definitely die." However, the giant python took the fire dragon to find an even more powerful person. It was this person who saved it. Zhuge Mingyang said. "What kind of person?" "The creator of the miracle?" Qin Feiyang said. "According to the giant python, he's not the creator of the miracle, but he's almost the same. It also said that this person is very interested in you and explicitly asked it not to kill you." Zhuge Mingyang said with a smile. "Interested in me?" Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked in confusion, "Do I know him?" "I don't know. But according to what the giant python said, this person is indeed very powerful. Because only he can remove the devil mark. And the giant python also said that this person can control the thunder punishment of the miracle." Zhuge Mingyang said. "Thunder punishment." Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. The last time he fought with the fire dragon and the giant python, the thunder punishment appeared at the end. If it weren't for Chang Shui and the power of the ancient castle's law, he would have died under the thunder punishment. In other words, as early as that time, this person had already targeted him. Not the creator, but almost the same as the creator. There was no suspense. This person's strength must be very high. It was not a good thing to be targeted by such a terrifying existence. Ning Mingi and Zhuge Mingi were even more terrified. He didn't expect that there would be such a big shot in the divine ruins, even more powerful than the giant serpent. Now they couldn't help but wonder whether following Qin Feiyang was right or wrong. Suddenly, Li Yun looked up at Zhuge Mingyang and said, "You just said that the devil mark can only be removed by that big shot?" This is what the giant python said himself. Zhuge Mingyang nodded. Li Yun said again, "That giant python can't be removed?" "That's right." Zhuge Mingyang nodded again. "Isn't this completely hopeless? If the giant python can be removed, we still have a glimmer of hope. But that big shot is even more powerful than the giant python. How can we beat him?" Li Yun exclaimed, her face full of despair. Ning Mingi couldn't help but feel nervous and secretly said, "Young master, will your method really work?" Qin Feiyang said, "I haven't tried it yet, I don't know, but I believe that he won't lie to me." Ning Mingi was stunned and asked suspiciously, "Who is he?" "You know him too. Let's go see him later." Qin Feiyang said. "I know him too?" Ning Mingi was even more puzzled. Qin Feiyang looked at Zhuge Mingyang and said, "The giant python can't remove the devil mark, which means that the people of the Heavenly Sun Empire and the Nether Palace are still in the Black Tortoise world? I really don't know about that. However, it did say that it would take the people of the Heavenly Sun Empire to a place. I also said the specific place just now, but the giant python didn't tell me. But according to my guess, if this place is not in the Black Tortoise world, then it should be a world similar to the Black Tortoise world." Zhuge Mingyang said. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "You mean there is a second Black Tortoise world in the miracle?" Here, everything is possible, don't you think so? Zhuge Mingyang laughed. Qin Feiyang frowned. I can only think of these two possibilities. Either there really is a second Black Tortoise world, or Mu Tianyang and the others are still in the Black Tortoise world, but it's too hidden and we can't find them. Zhuge Mingyang said. Qin Feiyang scanned the area and shook his head. This place is really giving me a headache. Lu Mu, come here for a moment. Whoosh. Willow Tree flashed to Qin Feiyang's side and asked, What's the matter? Qin Feiyang took out Chang Shui and said, Here, Chang Shui. Stay here and watch out for the Guardian's sneak attack. Willow Tree took Chang Shui and asked, What about you? Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and said, I'm going to Soul Ceiling Valley to confirm something. Willow Tree hurriedly said, Then give me Chang Shui. What if the Guardian attacks you? I have the castle. It can't do anything to me. Besides, Soul Ceiling Valley is just ahead. If you hear the commotion, you can bring people to rescue us. Qin Feiyang said. Willow Tree was stunned and asked suspiciously, Who else is going? Qin Feiyang said, Ning Mingi. Li Yun said, Although I don't know what you're going to do, I'll go with you. Zhuge Mingyang smiled and said, Me too. With my current strength, I can help you. Qin Feiyang glanced at Zhuge Mingyang and said indifferently, Only Ning Mingi and I will go. The rest of you stay here. After that, he looked at Ning Mingi and said, Let's go. Ning Mingi nodded. With a wave of his hand, he took Qin Feiyang to the sky and rushed towards Soul Ceiling Valley like lightning. If you don't let me go, I'll go and take a look. Zhuge Mingyang sneered and was about to chase after them. Don't move, or I'll kill you. But at this moment, Willow Tree grabbed Chang Shui and put it on Zhuge Mingyang's neck. Seeing this scene, Zhao Tailai and the others gathered in the center of the square also surrounded them. Are you sure you can kill me? The corner of Zhuge Mingyang's mouth curled up, and there was a trace of mockery that couldn't be removed. Before his voice fell, he disappeared into thin air without warning. Willow Tree's face changed. He quickly took out the image crystal and sent a message to Qin Feiyang. This place was a plain. Aeon City was located in the center of the plain, and Soul Ceiling Valley was at the end of the plain. Therefore, Qin Feiyang and Ning Mingi were about to reach Soul Ceiling Valley. Buzz. The image crystal suddenly rang. Qin Feiyang took out the image crystal, and Willow Tree's shadow immediately appeared. He shouted, Young master, Zhuge Mingyang is following them. Be careful. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said, I know. After that, he turned off the image crystal, turned around and scanned the void. His eyes flashed with a cold light. Buzz. Suddenly, the image crystal's buzzing sound rang again. But it was not Qin Feiyang's image crystal, but Ning Mingi's. Ning Mingi took out the image crystal from his arms. A black-clothed middle-aged man quickly appeared in the void. This person was about 1.8 meters tall and had an ordinary appearance. He was only a 9-star war emperor. It's you? Why are you looking for me? When Ning Mingi saw the middle-aged man, his expression was a little surprised and he asked suspiciously. Alliance Master, something bad has happened. Just now, someone sent a message from the Devil's Land, saying that the stone gate of the Devil's Land has disappeared. The middle-aged man shouted. What stone gate? Ning Mingi was puzzled. It's the entrance to the Black Tortoise realm. The middle-aged man said. What? The entrance disappeared? Ning Mingi's gaze trembled and he roared, Say it again. The entrance has disappeared. The middle-aged man said. Ning Mingi was like a bolt from the blue on the spot. His body and mind trembled, and his mind rumbled. Qin Feiyang was the same. His face instantly turned pale, and even his vision turned black. Chapter 1631. Is the news true? After a while, Ning Mingi came back to his senses and asked the middle-aged man. It's true. The middle-aged man said. Damn it. Ning Mingi roared. The entrance had existed for so many years, how could it disappear for no reason? It must be the Guardian's doing. This move is really ruthless. Zhuge Mingyang appeared and sighed. Weren't you with it at first? Didn't it tell you to destroy the entrance? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Zhuge Mingyang shook his head. Qin Feiyang sneered. Then, do you regret being with us now? Of course. Why was I so stupid to be with you? If I was with the python, I would have left the black tortoise world long ago. Zhuge Mingyi was extremely annoyed. It's useless to regret. Now, even if we remove the devil mark, we can't leave the black tortoise world. Ning Mingyi sighed and put away the image crystal. What did you say? Remove the devil mark? Zhuge Mingyang was surprised. Ning Mingyi said impatiently, I said even if the devil mark can be removed, I didn't say it can be removed. Qin Feiyang glanced at Zhuge Mingyang, then looked at Ning Mingyi and asked, who was that person just now? Is his information reliable? He's the city lord of a small city in the northern part of the black tortoise world. For some reason, I have a personal relationship with him, so he shouldn't lie to me. Ning Mingyi said. Qin Feiyang nodded and pondered for a while, then looked at Zhuge Mingyang and said, why don't you go to the Devil's Land to take a look? You have so many subordinates, but you don't want them to go. Why do you want me to go? Zhuge Mingyang said unhappily. Qin Feiyang said, they don't have powerful spatial divine items. What if they run to the Devil's Land and get caught by the Guardian? Then you can go too. Zhuge Mingyang said. I have something to do and can't leave. Qin Feiyang frowned. What is it? Could it be because of this Soul Seal Valley? Are there any secrets hidden inside? Zhuge Mingyang was curious. Aren't you annoying? Whether you go to the Devil's Land or not, don't follow me. Qin Feiyang said. I followed you? Is Soul Sealing Valley your home? Are you the only one who can enter? Zhuge Mingyang teased. Ning Mingyi said angrily, why are you so unreasonable? Soul Sealing Valley is my home, so it's naturally the young master's home. What does it have to do with you? Looks like there really is some secret hidden here. Zhuge Mingyang smiled playfully. Qin Feiyang was incomparably annoyed. He looked at Ning Mingyi and said, let's go to the Devil's Land. All right. Ning Mingyi nodded and opened a portal. The two walked in one after another. Zhuge Mingyang did not follow in. He looked up at Soul Sealing Valley and sneered, I'd like to see what secrets there are inside. Before his voice faded, he turned into a stream of light and disappeared into Soul Sealing Valley. The River of Erosion. The bridge. Qin Feiyang and Zhuge Mingyi appeared out of thin air. Ning Mingyi frowned and said, young master, I always feel that this Zhuge Mingyang's purpose of following us is not simple. I know. He must be planning something. Maybe he's looking for an opportunity to let me kill him. Qin Feiyang said. Let you kill him? What do you mean? Ning Mingyi was suspicious. Let's talk as we walk. Qin Feiyang said. The two crossed the stone bridge one after another and entered the Devil's Land. On the way, Qin Feiyang briefly told Ning Mingyi about Zhuge Mingyang's situation. After listening, Ning Mingyi was shocked. There was such a thing in the world? He died once and was resurrected again, and his strength was soaring crazily. He didn't even need to comprehend the profound meaning of becoming a god and directly stepped into the false god realm. This was too strange. Ning Mingyi asked, young master, what kind of demonic art did this Zhuge Mingyang cultivate? I don't know. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Then it seems that we have to be more careful when facing him in the future. Ning Mingyi whispered. Qin Feiyang nodded and turned to stare at Ning Mingyi, saying, let me ask you again. Do you and Li Yun really not have a 9th grade alchemy fire? No. Ning Mingyi shook his head like pounding garlic. Let me tell you, I can peek into your inner thoughts through the enslavement seal. But because I respect and trust you, I didn't do that. So I want to say, please don't let me down. Qin Feiyang said. Ning Mingyi looked a little hesitant. In fact, Willow Tree has already told me that there are people in the Vanga League and the Vanga League who have a 9th grade alchemy fire. But do you know why I didn't expose it in front of you in Aeon City? Qin Feiyang said. Ning Mingyi looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang said, after all, there are so many people present, I have to save face for you. Ning Mingyi smiled bitterly and nodded, saying, okay, I admit, Li Yun and I do have a 9th grade alchemy fire. After that, Ning Mingyi stopped, and a stream of light swept out from between his eyebrows. It was a palm-sized alchemy fire, but it was different from other alchemy fires. This alchemy fire was reddish-gold in color, dazzling and giving people a piercing sharpness. Although Li Yun and I have a 9th-grade alchemy fire, because we can't find a 9th-grade alchemy furnace, we have never used the 9th-grade alchemy fire to refine elixirs all these years. Ning Mingyi said regretfully. Qin Feiyong said, "At least you are honest." Ning Mingyi smiled embarrassedly and gritted his teeth, saying, "Here you go. No need, you can keep it first. Anyway, I don't need it now." Qin Feiyong said. "Don't need it?" Ning Mingyi was taken aback. "First, I don't have a 9th-grade alchemy furnace. Second, every time the Nether Devil Flame is upgraded, it needs 3 alchemy fires of the same level. Even with Li Yun's 9th-grade alchemy fire, there are only 2 alchemy fires. It's not enough." Qin Feiyong said. "I see. Then you have to be mentally prepared. Although this 9th-grade alchemy fire is not comparable to a divine artifact, it is rarer than a divine artifact. It can only be found by chance. Li Yun and I found our 9th-grade alchemy fires in the divine ruins. And I haven't found the Black Tortoise Realm yet," Ning Mingyi said. Qin Feiyong nodded. Ning Mingyi put away his alchemy fire and asked curiously, "What about Li Yun's alchemy fire? Do you plan to let him give it to you?" "A forcibly picked melon is not sweet. I will let him take the initiative to give it to me," Qin Feiyong said with a smile. A few hours later, the two finally entered the central area of the Devil's Land. Here, they could already sense the aura of pseudo-god-level beasts. Qin Feiyong wondered if he should kill a ferocious beast now and see if he could remove the devil imprint. But after thinking about it, he gave up on this idea. It was better not to alert the enemy. A moment later, the two landed in the sky above the square, and their expressions suddenly sank. The stone gate in the square had indeed disappeared. Ning Mingyi sighed. "Young master, I'm afraid even you will be trapped in this place for the rest of your life. This beast is really despicable." Qin Feiyong snorted coldly, took out the image crystal, and sent a message to Willow Tree. Willow Tree's shadow appeared. Qin Feiyong said, "Has Zhuge Mingyang returned?" Willow Tree nodded and said, "He came back a long time ago, and now he seems to be in his space divine object. Where are you now?" Qin Feiyong said, "We are in the Devil's Land." "Did the stone gate disappear?" Willow Tree asked. Li Yun and the others also quickly gathered around, looking nervously at Qin Feiyong. Obviously, Zhuge Mingyang had already told everyone. "It disappeared," Qin Feiyong said. "Damn it." Everyone was furious. Willow Tree looked at Qin Feiyong and asked, "What should we do now?" "Don't panic. There's always a way out." Qin Feiyong comforted, turned off the image crystal, glanced at the square, and said to Ning Mingyi, "Let's go to the Soul Sealing Valley." When the two arrived at the Soul Sealing Valley, the sky was already dark. In the Soul Sealing Valley, there was a white mist, which made the huge valley even more mysterious. Ning Mingyi asked suspiciously, "Who are we looking for here?" No one knew the Soul Sealing Valley better than him. Except for his Vangu League people, there was no one else here. Qin Feiyong said, "Let's go in first." Ning Mingyi hurriedly said, "No, your cultivation is not enough. You will be petrified if you go in." "I won't." Qin Feiyong smiled and stepped into the Soul Sealing Valley. But unexpectedly, his body quickly petrified and turned into a stone statue in the blink of an eye. "Didn't you say that I won't be petrified?" Ning Mingyi was stunned and quickly rushed to Qin Feiyong's side, hugged the petrified Qin Feiyong, and prepared to leave the Soul Sealing Valley. Because as long as he was in the Soul Sealing Valley, the petrification state would immediately disappear. But just as he was about to leave the entrance, Ning Mingyi suddenly stopped. He put down the petrified Qin Feiyong and looked at Qin Feiyong's face, with a cold light in his eyes. As the former owner of the Soul Sealing Valley, he naturally knew the effect of petrification. The petrified person would have no consciousness or perception, no different from a real stone statue. For him, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He was thinking, should he kill Qin Feiyong now? If he killed Qin Feiyong, he could regain his freedom and nothing would change. He was still the leader of the Jianghu League. He dominated the Black Tortoise world. But he really wanted to leave the Black Tortoise world and the miracle. After being trapped here for so many years, he had really had enough. But he was thinking, now that the stone door had disappeared, would Qin Feiyang still have a way to take him away? Also, if he really killed Qin Feiyang, what would happen if the Guardian came to take revenge on him? Because no matter what, he had already offended the Guardian, and that was an indisputable fact. He was constantly struggling in his heart. Fine. I'll take a gamble on him. Ning Mingi gritted his teeth, picked up the petrified Qin Feiyang again, and was about to leave. But at this moment, boom, a rule force descended from the sky, charging toward the two like lightning. This is... Ning Mingi turned pale with fright. The Guardian was hiding in the dark? At the same time, Willow Tree and the others also sensed the aura of the rule force, and hurriedly rose into the air, looking toward the soul-sealing valley. As soon as he saw the rule force, Willow Tree's expression changed, and he hurriedly rushed toward the soul-sealing valley. Li Yun and the others also followed. Qin Feiyang cannot die. Chapter 1632. Damn it. Why was I hesitating just now? If I didn't hesitate, I would have retreated with Qin Feiyang. His petrification must have been lifted by now. Then now we can also hide in the castle. Ning Mingi was in despair. It was too late to regret. However, just as the rule force blasted down, accompanied by a loud bang, the castle rushed out from between Qin Feiyang's eyebrows. An invisible force surged toward the rule force like an avalanche. In an instant, time seemed to be still. The rule force stopped in the void, motionless. Damn it! An angry curse sounded from the top of the sky. It was the giant python. Hearing the voice of the giant python, Ning Mingi looked up and roared, "You are also a guardian, can't you be a little more above board?" Pumph! The giant python snorted coldly and instantly disappeared without a trace. The rule force also quickly dissipated. Ning Mingi hurriedly carried the petrified Qin Feiyang and retreated from the soul-sealing valley. His whole body was dripping with cold sweat and fear. First, it was because of the Guardian. Second, it was because of the castle. If he really wanted to kill Qin Feiyang before, the castle would definitely take the initiative to protect him. At that time, with Qin Feiyang's character, he would definitely not let him off easily. Thank goodness. He didn't do that. After leaving the soul-sealing valley, Qin Feiyang's petrified state quickly disappeared. His eyes were full of confusion. Looking at the castle, he looked at Ning Mingi and asked, "What happened just now? Why did the castle wake up?" "Just as you entered the soul-sealing valley, you were immediately petrified. I was about to bring you out, but the Guardian came. It was the castle that saved us." Ning Mingi laughed. "You're really haunting me." Qin Feiyang was extremely angry. At this time, Willow Tree and the others came through the air. Willow Tree quickly asked, "Young master, are you okay?" "I'm fine." Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and with a thought, the ancient castle disappeared into his glabella. "It's good that you're okay." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Feiyang looked up at soul-sealing valley, a trace of suspicion in the depths of his eyes. What did this mysterious man mean? Wasn't it supposed to be a collaboration? Why was he petrified? "Little brother, I'm sorry." But suddenly, the mysterious man's voice sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. "What do you mean?" Qin Feiyang thought. "Originally, I wanted to come out to see you, but I suddenly realized that the Guardian was watching you from above. If I don't petrify you, it will definitely be able to tell." The mysterious man said. "I see." Qin Feiyang suddenly understood. The mysterious man transmitted his voice. "Other than the protectors, you also have to be careful of Ning Mingi." "Be careful of Ning Mingi?" Qin Feiyang was taken aback. "After you were petrified, he could have brought you out in time." However, he hesitated. "And his eyes were filled with killing intent towards you," the mysterious man said. Qin Feiyang glanced at Ning Mingi. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. The mysterious man said, "Little brother, why did you come looking for me?" Qin Feiyang said, "The stone gate to leave the Black Tortoise realm has disappeared. I wanted to ask you, Is there any other way to leave the Black Tortoise realm? What? The stone gate disappeared. The mysterious man was shocked. Qin Feiyang thought. This stinky snake is really vicious. It's obvious that it wants to trap you here. The mysterious man said. I know, that's why I came looking for you. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. The mysterious man went silent for a while, then said, There is no other exit from the Black Tortoise realm, but I do have a way to leave. How do we leave? Qin Feiyang quickly asked. The mysterious man said, At the end of the desert, there is a palace. The end of the desert? Qin Feiyang was stunned, then asked, Are you talking about the desert in the depths of the departed Spirit Mountain range? The mysterious man said, If you can find that palace, you can leave the Black Tortoise realm, but, at this point, the mysterious man's words stopped abruptly. But what? Qin Feiyang asked. The mysterious man said, Normal people can't open the gate to the palace, only the Creator can do so, not even the Guardian can. Qin Feiyang's face twitched, thinking, Then isn't that the same as saying nothing? Even the Guardian couldn't open the gate to the palace, let alone him. No. You shouldn't be discouraged, you should think of a way to open the gate to the palace. Because there is a supreme treasure hidden inside the palace. With that supreme treasure, you can control the Black Tortoise realm. The mysterious man said. What? Control the Black Tortoise realm? Qin Feiyang was shocked. The mysterious man said. Qin Feiyang was shocked. Are you sure you're not joking with me? I'm sure. The mysterious man said with absolute certainty. Qin Feiyang was extremely excited. Control the Black Tortoise realm. He had never thought of this before. Moreover, when you control the Black Tortoise realm, not only can you escape, you can also directly remove the devil mark on everyone. Of course, the Guardian won't let you barge in easily, but I believe that you will definitely have a way. The mysterious man said. Qin Feiyang was even more tempted when he heard that. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and said to himself, If the Guardian notices my motive and moves the supreme treasure out of the Black Tortoise realm in advance, what should I do? The mysterious man smiled. It doesn't have the ability to do so, because that supreme treasure, other than the master of the Black Tortoise realm, no one can take it out of the Black Tortoise realm. The master of the Black Tortoise realm? Wait. The master of the Black Tortoise realm should be the creator of the miracle. Then you're asking me to snatch it from the creator, Qin Feiyang said. Don't worry. The creator is not in the miracle. Moreover, to the creator, a mere Black Tortoise realm won't bother him at all. As long as you have the ability, the Black Tortoise realm will be yours. The mysterious man said. Qin Feiyang said to himself, Don't lie to me, this isn't child's play. The mysterious man said helplessly, If you can obtain the Black Tortoise realm, it's also a good thing for me, why would I lie to you? Good thing? Could it be that when I obtain the Black Tortoise realm, you can break the seal and regain your freedom? Qin Feiyang said. The mysterious man said, It's not as simple as you say, these things can wait until you obtain the Black Tortoise realm. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said to himself, All right, I'll give it a try. Can you let me go to the land of inheritance now? What's the rush? Once you obtain that supreme treasure, everything here will be yours. Naturally, that includes the land of inheritance. And if you want to come in now, then I will definitely petrify you, otherwise the Guardian will not let me go. The mysterious man said. All right. Last question. You told me earlier that the hearts of the pseudo-god level beasts in the Black Tortoise realm can remove the devil mark. Is that true? Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. Of course it's true. The mysterious man replied. That's good. After I go into seclusion for a while, I will go to the end of the desert and look for that palace. Qin Feiyang said to himself. Good luck. After the mysterious man finished speaking, his voice never sounded again. The conversation between the two was carried out in secret, so Willow Tree and the others next to them did not know about it. However, they were all puzzled. Qin Feiyang looked at the soul-sealing valley motionlessly and did not say a word. What was he trying to do? Let's go back. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang retracted his gaze and looked at everyone with a smile. Go back? In the crowd, Zhuge Mingyang was stunned. He also rushed over when the giant python appeared. Originally, he thought that Qin Feiyang must have some reason to enter the Soul Sealing Valley, but he did not expect that he was going to go back. Qin Feiyang also glanced at Zhuge Mingyang, his eyes flashing, and walked forward with a smile. Did you find anything when you entered the Soul Sealing Valley? I didn't go in, Zhuge Mingyang said. When Ning Mingi and I went to the Devil's Land, you didn't enter the Soul Sealing Valley. Who are you lying to? Qin Feiyang sneered. Zhuge Mingyang chuckled and said, I really can't hide anything from you. Yes, I did go in and found a strange place. What place? Qin Feiyang said. In the deepest part of the Soul Sealing Valley, there is a stone tower. I sensed a very terrifying aura inside. But there is a seal on the stone tower. I tried my best, but I couldn't break this seal. Zhuge Mingyang frowned. Stone tower? Seal? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Zhuge Mingyang looked at Qin Feiyang's expression and said, Don't tell me you don't know. I really don't know. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Zhuge Mingyang was slightly taken aback and puzzled. Then why did you enter the Soul Sealing Valley? Qin Feiyang said with a smile, Nothing, I'm just curious about the Soul Sealing Valley. Just curious? Zhuge Mingyang was stunned. Was that so? But why did he feel that this reason was really hard to believe? Back in the square, Ning Mingi asked, Young master, what do we do next? Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile, I'm going to cultivate in seclusion, you guys continue to stew. You still have the mood to cultivate in seclusion? Ning Mingi was really speechless. Did this young master know what the situation was now? We'll cross the bridge when we get there. There's nothing to worry about. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and ignored everyone. He directly entered the ancient castle and continued to copy the last stroke of the Xing character formula. Relying on the divine flesh of the giant python, his cultivation base was lucky enough to break through to the 8-star combat emperor. When he finished copying the last stroke of the Xing character formula, he would be able to step into the 9-star combat emperor realm. Then, he would take the 5 elements universe pill and directly enter the peak combat emperor realm. He was only one step away from the false god realm. Outside, Zhuge Mingyang glanced at Ning Mingi's group and shook his head. If you follow this bastard, you'll be killed by him sooner or later. Don't fan the flames here. If you have the ability, take us out of the Black Tortoise boundary. Willow Tree snorted coldly. You still don't believe me? Then wait and see. Sooner or later, you'll know how wrong your decision to follow Qin Feiyang is. Zhuge Mingyang sneered and also entered the spatial divine item. Sighed. How worrisome. Ning Mingi sighed deeply. The others' faces were also full of worry. Chapter 1633. Time flew by. A month passed. The snake soup outside was finally done stewing. The god meat snake soup that was simmered over a slow fire was truly delicious. Everyone's appetite was whetted as they ate bowl after bowl. Fatso and the others naturally wouldn't miss out on such delicacies, and also ran out to eat and drink. Only Qin Feiyang stayed in the castle to cultivate silently. Although the snake soup was delicious, it was no longer able to increase everyone's cultivation. However, it could still strengthen their physique. Whether it was Ning Mingi and the others, or Fatso and the others, they could all kill people of the same realm in an instant. Another month passed. Boom. On this day, Qin Feiyang's entire body suddenly emitted a huge aura. His cultivation soared straight to the 9-star War Emperor. At the same time, the attainment character under his fingertips shot out rays of dazzling divine light. Following closely, the attainment character turned into a ray of light and entered Qin Feiyang's glabella like lightning. Fatso opened his eyes, looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, Boss, how do you feel? Qin Feiyang closed the iron book and smiled. I haven't tried it yet, how would I know how it feels? Then quickly go out and try it. Fatso urged. Qin Feiyang nodded, his figure flashed, and appeared in the plaza outside. A month ago, after eating the snake soup, everyone cultivated in the plaza, using the ability of the god meat to temper their bodies. Sensing Qin Feiyang's aura, Ningmingi, Li Yun, and Willow Tree immediately opened their eyes. Upon seeing Qin Feiyang, the three of them were stunned. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Li Yun asked, Brother Qin, did you break through? Qin Feiyang nodded and asked doubtfully, Is there a problem? Of course there's a problem. 2 months ago, you just broke through to the 8-star War Emperor, and now you're breaking through again. This is too fast. Li Yun said. 2 months? Qin Feiyang was stunned and then shook his head with a wry smile. In fact, 600 days had passed in the ancient castle, which was almost 2 years. 600 days had passed in the castle, but only 2 months had passed outside. Breaking through from an 8-star combat emperor to a 9-star combat emperor in 2 months was indeed a little too ridiculous. Maybe it's because I'm lucky. Qin Feiyang thought for a while and said with a smile. Good luck? Li Yun was speechless. What did luck have to do with cultivation? Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Let's not talk about this first. Which one of you wants to compete with me in speed? Compete in speed? The three of them were stunned. The Willow Tree said strangely, Young master, we are all fake gods. Are you sure you want to compete with us in speed? I'll give it a try. Let's see who gets to Soul Ceiling Valley first. Qin Feiyang said. Li Yun stood up, looked at Qin Feiyang, and said with a smile, Brother Qin, it's not that I want to criticize you, but you're overestimating yourself. Competing with us in speed is simply asking for a beating. Qin Feiyang said, Cut the crap, come on. Okay, I'll satisfy you. I'll compete with you. We're competing to see who gets to Soul Ceiling Valley first, right? Li Yun asked. Qin Feiyang nodded. Li Yun walked to Qin Feiyang's side, stood side by side, and said, Why don't you set off first, and I'll catch up with you after 5 breaths? Qin Feiyang was helpless. Li Yun smiled and said, I'm doing this for your own good. Otherwise, when I win later, you'll say that I bullied you. Don't give me that. Let's set off together, let's go. Qin Feiyang shouted in a low voice and activated the attainment formula. Divine light burst out from under his feet. When he took off his shoes, everyone could see that the word, attainment, had appeared on the soles of his feet. Swish. As he took a step forward, he instantly disappeared from everyone's line of sight. Li Yun was stunned. This speed was actually faster than a 9-star combat emperor at the peak realm. And it was not just a little faster. What's going on? He disappeared with a single step. Why does this look like the legendary teleportation? Ningmingi and Willow Tree also looked at each other. When Li Yun came back to his senses, he hurriedly rushed into the sky and rushed towards Soul Ceiling Valley. But when he arrived at the entrance of Soul Ceiling Valley, Qin Feiyang was already waiting there. Qin Feiyang said unhappily, Didn't I ask you to set off together? Your speed is abnormal. Without a trace, why does it look like teleportation? Li Yun frowned. Flying in the air, no matter how fast one was, even if one used an auxiliary divine art, there would still be traces left behind. Only the legendary teleportation could disappear without a trace. Qin Feiyang smiled and did not answer. He said, Let's compete again and see who gets to the square first. Li Yun nodded and walked to Qin Feiyang's side. He took a deep breath and looked at Qin Feiyang. We can set off at any time. This time. He did not dare to be careless and took it very seriously. Let's go. Qin Feiyang roared, used the attainment formula, and instantly disappeared without a trace. It's really teleportation. Li Yun also broke through the air at the same time. Looking at the empty void in front of him, his eyes were filled with disbelief. Swish. But in the end, the first to arrive at the square was still Li Yun. However, Qin Feiyang was not far behind. In less than 3 breaths of time after Li Yun arrived at the square, Qin Feiyang also appeared on the square. However, although Li Yun arrived first, Li Yun's face was filled with disbelief. Although Qin Feiyang's speed was a little slower than his, it was actually not much different. Ningmingi looked at Qin Feiyang and Li Yun and asked, Did you guys set off together? Yes. Li Yun nodded. How is this possible? Ningmingi's face was also filled with shock. Young master, Are you sure you are only a 9-star war emperor? You didn't hide your cultivation from us? Willow Tree also had a look of disbelief. I want to hide my cultivation. Qin Feiyang was speechless. Hearing this, Willow Tree and the other two looked at each other. With the cultivation of a 9-star war emperor, his speed was almost comparable to them. Fake gods? This was too ridiculous. The others also stood up and looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. Especially Zhao Shiming, Ning Yifeng, and Li Chang, their eyes were about to pop out. Li Chang swallowed his saliva and said, Uncle Qin, can we compete? Sure. Qin Feiyang nodded. Li Chang hurriedly ran to Qin Feiyang's side and nodded to Qin Feiyang. Let's go. The two set off at the same time. Ning Mingi and the others also soared into the sky and looked at the two of them. So, the group of people were all dumbfounded, because they saw that when Qin Feiyang rushed to the Soul-Sealing Valley and rushed back from the Soul-Sealing Valley, Li Chang was still halfway to the Soul-Sealing Valley. In other words, Qin Feiyang had already made a round trip and Li Chang had not yet arrived at the Soul-Sealing Valley. Moreover, Li Chang also used a perfect auxiliary battle art. Chang'er's cultivation is higher than yours, and he even used an auxiliary battle art, but his speed is actually so much worse than yours? How did you do it? Li Yun looked at Qin Feiyang and asked. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, I just mastered an auxiliary divine art. Auxiliary divine art? Everyone was stunned. Even if it was an auxiliary divine art, it couldn't be so ridiculous. After a while, Li Chang finally ran back breathlessly, shook his head with a wry smile, and cupped his hands. Uncle Qin, this nephew admires you. Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly. This kid, the more he called him, the smoother it got. Willow Tree gathered his thoughts and said, Young master, back to the topic, more than 2 months have passed, you have to hurry up. You mean the devil mark? Qin Feiyang asked. Now you only have 3 months left. If you can't find a way to leave the Black Tortoise realm in these 3 months, then you, Willow Tree said this and did not continue, because he believed that Qin Feiyang could understand. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and said, Even if the devil mark appears, it doesn't matter, but it's time to set off, get ready. Where are we going? Willow Tree asked. The end of the desert. Qin Feiyang said, his eyes flashing. What? The end of the desert. Are you sure you're not joking? Back then, Ning Mingi and I spent half a year, but we still couldn't find the end of the desert. Li Yun hurriedly said. Since ancient times, the Black Tortoise realm has given birth to countless experts, but no one knows how big and deep the desert is. It's very likely that there's no end. Moreover, even if there is an end, we won't be able to reach it. Because the storm in the depths of the desert is enough to threaten the lives of us false gods. Ning Mingi followed. Counter soldiers with arms, water with an earth weir. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and entered the castle. Looking at Dan Wangkai standing in front of the pill furnace, he asked, Do you have the 5 elements universe pill? Last time I tried to refine a few, but they all had 5 pill patterns. Dan Wangkai said. 5 pill patterns only had an average success rate. But now, the Netherworld Demonic Flame had been upgraded to the 9th grade. Without a 9th grade pill furnace, he couldn't start refining pills at all. After pondering for a while, Qin Feiyang said, Take it out for me to try, I hope I'm lucky enough to break through to the peak. If he had known, he should have refined some 5 elements universe pills in advance. Dan Wangkai nodded, took out a jade box from his Chinkuan bag and handed it to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang grabbed the jade box and opened the lid. A surge of majestic 5 elements elemental energy immediately gushed out. The 5 elements universe pill was made from the essence of the 4th fire, the essence of the Kuei water, the essence of the 2nd wood, the essence of the 6th earth, and the refinement of the 8th metal. Therefore, there was no medicinal fragrance. He looked down at the jade box. Inside the jade box, there were 4 pills lying quietly. They were only the size of pellets, and they were 5-colored, like colorful gems. Qin Feiyang grabbed a 5 elements universe pill, looked at it for a while, and put it in his mouth. Then he returned the jade box to Dan Wangkai, sat cross-legged on the ground, and closed his eyes. Boom! Just as he closed his eyes, the energy of the five elements universe pill burst out in his body. The power of the five elements surged like angry waves, rushing to his limbs and bones. A sharp pain suddenly swept through his body. The huge energy seemed to be tearing his body apart. He gritted his teeth and persisted. As the energy continued to melt, it merged with his body and battle chi. Boom! All of a sudden, his aura broke out of his body uncontrollably, and it was getting stronger and stronger. My luck can't be so good, right? Dan Wangkai murmured. The five elements universe pill with 5 pill patterns, half of the success and half of the failure, completely depended on luck. If he was lucky, he would succeed in one try. If he was unlucky, he might not succeed in several or even dozens of tries. And now, Chapter 1634. However, there were often too many accidents in things. Seeing that Qin Feiyang was about to succeed, the soaring momentum suddenly stopped. Failed. Dan Wangkai was stunned. Qin Feiyang also opened his eyes, full of helplessness. He looked at Dan Wangkai and said, "Again." Dan Wangkai nodded, took out a 5 elements universe elixir and handed it to Qin Feiyang. But the result? Failed again. Still failed. But the best result was still a failure. What's the situation? I actually failed 4 times? Qin Feiyang was very depressed. Didn't Uncle Yuan say that he was a person with great luck? Then where was his luck now? Young master, my alchemy fire is now a 7th grade alchemy fire. Why don't you refine one? Dan Wangkai asked. Qin Feiyang could refine an elixir with 6 elixir patterns with a 7th grade alchemy fire. Although there was only one more pattern, the success rate would greatly increase. 7th grade alchemy fire? Qin Feiyang was stunned and lowered his head to ponder. Over the years, he had been thinking about improving the netherworld devil flame and completely ignored Dan Wangkai's problem. Since Dan Wangkai followed him, he had been helping him to refine elixirs, which saved him a lot of time. He should find a higher grade alchemy fire for Dan Wangkai. Thinking of this, he got up and looked at Dan Wangkai, smiling. Let's talk about this later. After that, he appeared in the square outside. Everyone was ready, waiting for Qin Feiyang to come out. Qin Feiyang looked at Willow Tree and said, "Except for Ning Mingi, the rest of the Vanga League are all sent to your space divine object." My space divine object? Willow Tree was stunned. Qin Feiyang said, "Didn't I give you Li Chang's spatial divine item last time?" Hearing Qin Feiyang suddenly mention this matter, Li Chang, who was standing in the crowd, had an awkward expression. "Yeah. Look at my memory, I actually forgot about this." Willow Tree slapped his head in realization. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. Then he looked at Li Yun and said, "Send your people into the spatial divine item as well. It's troublesome to have too many people. The few of us will be fine outside." "All right." Li Yun nodded. "Actually, you can also enter my spatial divine item. This spatial divine item of mine is quite big." At this moment, Zhuge Mingyang appeared out of thin air, looked at Li Yun and mocked her. "Are you dreaming?" Li Yun sneered. With a wave of her hand, everyone from Fengtian Palace disappeared instantly. Willow Tree also sent Li Chang and the others into the spatial divine item. The square suddenly became deserted. Only Qin Feiyang, Willow Tree, Ning Mingi, Li Yun, and Zhuge Mingyang were left. Willow Tree suddenly said, "Young master, have you also forgotten one thing?" What? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Willow Tree said with a sneaky smile, "Your little lover, Wang Yu." "Isn't her?" Qin Feiyang slapped his head, then glared at Willow Tree and said angrily, "What nonsense are you talking about? What little lover? Isn't it?" Willow Tree smiled sinisterly. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes, took out the image crystal stone, and sent a message to Wang Yu. However, Wang Yu did not respond. "What's going on?" Qin Feiyang frowned and sent another message. Time passed breath by breath. Zhuge Mingyang's eyes flashed slightly. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "I have an ominous feeling." Qin Feiyang's eyelids twitched. He looked up at Zhuge Mingyang and said in a deep voice, "What do you want to say?" Zhuge Mingyang said, "Don't you already know in your heart?" Why are you still asking me? Impossible. The guardian doesn't know her relationship with me at all. Qin Feiyang said. The guardian doesn't know, but Mu Tianyang and Mu Qing know. They hate you to the core. It's not strange for them to tell the guardian, right? Zhuge Mingyang said. Qin Feiyang's face was as dark as water. Even if the giant python knows the relationship between Wang Yu and young master, it doesn't know where Wang Yu is. Can you not make trouble here? Willow Tree glared at Zhuge Mingyang. Wrong. Let's not talk about the guardian first. Mu Qing can easily find Wang Yu's whereabouts. I believe Brother Qin knows this better than me. Zhuge Mingyang laughed. Shut up. Qin Feiyang shouted angrily and continued to send messages to Wang Yu, but after waiting for a while, there was still no response. Could it be, as Zhuge Mingyang said, that Wang Yu had fallen into the hands of the guardian? Qin Feiyang clenched his hands, looked at Ning Mingi and Li Yun, and asked, Who in your Vangu League and Fengtian Palace has established a contract bridge with Wang Yuanshan? Young master, are you confused? Aren't the 6 elders right beside us? They and Wang Yuanshan are all elders of the main tower. They must have established a contract bridge with each other. Willow Tree said. Qin Feiyang shivered and hurriedly entered the castle. He's not confused. He's confused. He's confused because he's concerned. It means that Wang Yu still has some weight in his heart. No. I should say that she's quite important. Zhuge Mingyang smiled playfully. How do you know? Are you a roundworm in his stomach? Willow Tree looked at him in disgust. Of course I know. Because I know him too well. He's a very, very calm person. I've never seen him so flustered even when facing a fake god. Zhuge Mingyang said. In that case, young master's cold heart has indeed melted Wang Yu. Willow Tree murmured. In the castle, the 6 elders stood in front of Qin Feiyang and tried to send messages to Wang Yuanshan one by one. However, just like Wang Yu, there was no response at all. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house stood up and looked at Qin Feiyang, saying, Feiyang, forgive me for being blunt, but I'm afraid this is really bad. You don't have to worry. I'll find out. Qin Feiyang smiled and left the castle. How was it? Willow Tree asked. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Their hearts sank as well. You can actually send a message to Mu Qing. At the same time, you can also confirm whether he's still in the Black Tortoise world. Zhuge Mingyang said. Qin Feiyang heard this and immediately took out an image crystal to send a message to Mu Qing. However, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. He didn't respond to you. This means that he and Mu Tianyang have really left the Black Tortoise world. If Wang Yu and Wang Yuanshan really fell into the hands of the protectors, they must be with them now. Being outside the Black Tortoise world, they naturally can't receive your message. Zhuge Mingyang said. Willow Tree said angrily, Can you stop talking? Can't I tell you the truth? Zhuge Mingyang pursed his lips. Talk too much. Willow Tree glared at Zhuge Mingyang, then looked at Qin Feiyang and smiled. Young master, don't worry too much. If Wang Yu really fell into the hands of the protectors, they definitely won't kill her because they still need to use her to threaten you. Willow Tree's words are reasonable. Ning Mingi and Li Yun nodded. Qin Feiyang's gaze was uncertain. After a long time, he let out a long breath and looked at Ning Mingi and Li Yun, asking, Where else in the Black Tortoise world can we find a grade 8 pill fire? What do you want a grade 8 pill fire for? The two of them were suspicious. Qin Feiyang said, Not only do I want a grade 8 pill fire, I also want a grade 8 pill furnace. Ning Mingi gritted his teeth and said, I have a grade 8 pill furnace, I can give it to you. First a grade 8 pill fire, now a grade 8 pill furnace. How many things are you hiding behind my back? Didn't I say to give everything you have to Dan Wangkai and Lu Hong? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said angrily. If it wasn't for the incident in the Soul Sealing Valley, he wouldn't care. But this person wanted to harm him in the Soul Sealing Valley? So now, he had to start to doubt this person's loyalty. Ning Mingi's gaze trembled and he hurriedly said, I swear, I only have a pill furnace left. Take it out. Qin Feiyang said. Ning Mingi waved his hand, and a golden light swept out from between his eyebrows. It was a dazzling pill furnace, as if cast from gold, with a lifelike golden dragon engraved on it. This is the Golden Dragon Furnace, a genuine grade 8 pill furnace. After Ning Mingi wiped off the blood qi, he respectfully handed it to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent it into the ancient castle, saying, Dan Wangkai, this Golden Dragon Furnace is yours from now on. Thank you, young master. Dan Wangkai in the ancient castle held the Golden Dragon Furnace, as if he had received a treasure. His face was full of joy. Qin Feiyang looked at Ning Mingi and asked, what about the grade 8 pill fire? Grade 8 pill fire, Ning Mingi thought for a while and said, as far as I know, other than us, it seems that only the city lord of Seven Demon City has a cluster of grade 8 pill fire. Seven Demon City? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Young master, this Seven Demon City is very famous in the Black Tortoise world, but its bad name is spread far and wide. Because Seven Demon City is a place where dragons and snakes mix together, the people inside are basically all vicious and evil people. Especially the seven demons, they bully men and women, kill people for their possessions, and commit all kinds of crimes. These seven demons are seven blood brothers, they all have the cultivation of false divinity, and the city lord is the leader of the seven demons. However, even though they often commit crimes, they still know their limits and have never infringed on the interests of us few big forces. Therefore, we also did not bother with them. Willow Tree explained. Qin Feiyang said, let's go to Seven Demons City immediately. Willow Tree nodded, took out a teleportation gate and quickly opened it. After Qin Feiyang entered the teleportation gate, Willow Tree and the others followed in one after another. In the next moment, the few of them descended in the sky above a mountain range. The mountain range was long and undulating, with many towering peaks standing tall. And right below, there was a huge deep pit, filled with cracks and broken pieces. The surroundings of the deep pit were also filled with devastation. Qin Feiyang scanned the area below and asked suspiciously, where is Seven Demons City? Willow Tree stretched out his hand. Immediately, he scanned the surrounding mountains and frowned slightly, then lowered his head to look at the deep pit below and said, that's right, this is Seven Demon City, but where is the city? Seven Demon City is indeed here. But how did it become a deep pit? Ning Mingi and Li Yun also said, their faces full of suspicion. Not only did they not see the city, they did not even see a single person. Zhuge Mingyang said, from the looks of it, the city seems to have been destroyed. You guys sense it carefully, there seems to be remnants of battle aura in the void here. Qin Feiyang and the other three sensed it carefully, and indeed they could feel some aura. But it was very weak. They could not tell who had left the aura behind. From the situation below, this Seven Demons City has been destroyed for at least half a month. But other than the few of us, who else has the ability to destroy Seven Demons City? Ning Mingi scanned the deep pit, then looked up at Willow Tree and Li Yun, frowning and asking. Willow Tree and Li Yun shook their heads, they could not figure it out either. Because for the past 2 months, everyone had been in Aeon City and no one had left. The only one who was not with them, Netherworld Hall, had also been taken away by the Guardians 2 months ago. And the overall strength of Seven Demons City was second only to the few of them. Logically speaking, no one should be able to threaten Seven Demons City. Chapter 1635. Li Yun suddenly looked at a giant peak on the left and shouted, who's there? Qin Feiyang, Willow Tree, Ning Mingi, and Zhuge Mingyang were shocked and turned their heads to look. That giant peak was about 1,000 feet high and was covered with vegetation. Someone's there? Ning Mingi was suspicious. I saw a figure just now, but it disappeared in the blink of an eye. Li Yun nodded. Qin Feiyang said, let's go and take a look. The 5 of them cut through the sky and quickly flew above the giant peak, looking down at the peak. But other than the dense weeds and trees, they didn't see anyone. Qin Feiyang said, look for it with your divine sense. The 4 of them immediately released their divine sense and rushed towards the peak. Want to leave? The next moment, Almost at the same time, the four of them roared and the power of the false god rolled out and rushed towards the void on the right side of the peak. There's really someone? Qin Feiyang was surprised. And this person has a space divine item. Willow Tree said. A space divine item? Looks like he's not a simple character. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. Suddenly, a burly man appeared in the void and hurriedly said, "Lords, don't do anything." "It's you?" Willow Tree and the other two were stunned. This burly man was 2 meters tall and had a head of thick black hair, like a small giant. His upper body was exposed, only wearing a pair of large black pants. His body was muscular and there was a shocking scar on his face like a centipede, giving off a bandit aura. The burly man looked at Willow Tree and the other two and bowed. "Greetings, Alliance Master, Palace Master, and Elder Lu." "Who is he?" Qin Feiyang asked. "He is the leader of the Seven Fiends, the city lord of Seven Fiends City, Chui Li." After Willow Tree finished speaking, he looked at Chui Li and said, "I don't think I need to introduce you to this person beside me." As for Zhuge Mingyang, Willow Tree completely ignored him. Chui Li hurriedly turned to Qin Feiyang and bowed. "This lowly one, Chui Li, greets young Master Qin." Qin Feiyang asked, "What's the situation here?" "What a sin." Chui Li let out a sorrowful sigh. Looking at the five of them, he said, "This was all done by the Guardians." "What? Guardian? How did you provoke it?" Qin Feiyang and the other three were quite surprised. Chui Li raged, "It's all because of Wang Yuanshan." Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and asked suspiciously, "What does this have to do with Wang Yuanshan?" 2 months ago, Wang Yuanshan brought Wang Yu to my Seven Fiends city. Wang Yuanshan and I are close friends, so I let him and Wang Yu stay in Seven Fiends city. Furthermore, we treated them with good wine and meat. Just half a month ago, the Guardian came to Seven Fiends city and asked us to hand Wang Yuanshan and Wang Yu over to it. I saw that the Guardian did not come with good intentions, so I wanted to delay the Guardian and let Wang Yuanshan and Wang Yu secretly leave Seven Fiends city. Tell me, am I not being loyal enough by doing this? Chui Li roared. Zhuge Mingyang nodded and said, "You are using your own life as a wager. You are indeed loyal." But guess what Wang Yuanshan did? I asked him to secretly leave Seven Fiends city, but not only did he not leave, he even ran to the Guardian and flattered it. He even betrayed me, saying that I went against the Guardian's wishes and asked him and Wang Yu to secretly leave. When the Guardian heard this, it was furious and directly destroyed the entire Seven Fiends city. Everyone in the city instantly ceased to exist. My 6 younger brothers self-destructed as well. I saw that the situation was bad, so I pretended to be dead to escape. Chui Li sighed. Willow Tree said angrily, "This Wang Yuanshan really deserves to die. It's my fault. I shouldn't have let him off." Qin Feiyang clenched his fists and said in frustration. Zhuge Mingyang said, "Wasn't he controlled by your slavery seal? Why don't you know what he is thinking?" Qin Feiyang said helplessly, "I was in seclusion, how would I have the time to care about him? Tell me the truth. Don't blame me for saying this. Sometimes, you are just too indecisive." Zhuge Mingyang shook his head. Qin Feiyang looked at Chui Li and said, "In that case, Wang Yu is now in the hands of the Guardian?" Wang Yu is not bad. When she saw Wang Yuanshan betraying me, her face was full of disappointment, and she even wanted to cut ties with Wang Yuanshan. Because of this, Wang Yuanshan flew into a rage. If the Guardian hadn't stopped him, he would have killed Wang Yu on the spot. That bastard is really inhumane. It's fine if he betrayed me, but he actually attacked his family. How hateful! Chui Li said in disgust, his eyes full of killing intent. He really deserves to die. Li Yun and Ning Mingi also nodded. Willow Tree said, "Young master, can't your slavery seal kill people from a distance? Why don't you just erase his soul now? Killing him like this is too easy for him." Qin Feiyang snorted coldly. "This kind of person must suffer a fate worse than death." Zhuge Mingyang nodded. Willow Tree said, "Then try and see if you can sense Wang Yuanshan's current location through the slavery seal. Qin Feiyang closed his eyes. A moment later, he opened his eyes and shook his head. Sighed. Willow Tree sighed, turned to look at Chui Li, and asked, "Why didn't you come to us after such a big thing happened?" "For the past half a month, I've been hiding in the spatial divine item, not daring to go out. Actually, I also thought of looking for you. But I was afraid. Because if I went to look for you and was discovered by the Guardian, it would be even more impossible to let me go." Chui Li said. Qin Feiyang said, "So, you plan to drag out an ignoble existence like this? What else can I do? It's the Guardian. Do I dare to go against it?" Chui Li said, "A person must have a backbone. We used to be afraid of it like you, but haven't we started to resist now?" Li Yun said. "Is resistance useful?" Chui Li shook his head and laughed at himself. Li Yun said, "Whether resistance is useful or not, at least we've tried." "That's right. If we try, there's still hope. If we don't, we're just waiting for death. I don't want to be like my predecessors, trapped here for the rest of my life. Even if I fail in the end and die in the hands of the Guardian, I won't regret it, because at least I tried." Ning Mingi said each word with a pause, his words sonorous and powerful. Chui Li looked at the two, then at Qin Feiyang, Willow Tree, and Zhuge Ming. He gritted his teeth, nodded, and said, "What's the difference between a person without backbone and trash? All right, I'll accompany you." Qin Feiyang smiled, extended his hand, and said, "Welcome." "Thank you. In the future, I hope young Master Qin will take care of me." Chui Li grabbed Qin Feiyang's hand and held it tightly. "We'll take care of each other." Qin Feiyang smiled. Willow Tree reminded, "Young Master, don't forget our purpose in coming to Seven Fiends City this time." "Purpose?" Chui Li looked suspiciously at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang said, "I want Brother Chui's grade 8 elixir fire. I hope Brother Chui can part with it." This, Chui Li's expression froze. Qin Feiyang smiled again. "Of course, now that we're all friends, if Brother Chui is not willing, I won't force you." Chui Li looked at Qin Feiyang, suddenly smiled, and said, "Young Master Qin, what are you saying? Isn't it just a grade 8 elixir fire? Anyway, my alchemy talent isn't that great, I'll give it to you." After saying that, a fist-sized elixir fire flew out from Chui Li's body, in front of Qin Feiyang, and erased the blood contract. Actually, he wasn't such a generous person. The reason why he gave it to Qin Feiyang so readily was because he liked Qin Feiyang's character. With Qin Feiyang's methods, he could take it by force, but he didn't do so. Secondly, now that they were on the same boat, he still needed to rely on Qin Feiyang to survive. "Thank you," Qin Feiyang said gratefully, and brought the elixir fire into the ancient castle to refine the 5 elements universe elixir. Facing a new elixir fire, he needed to spend time to familiarize himself with it. Chapter 1636. Very soon, he had successfully refined a 5 elements universe pill. The 7 pill patterns flickered with dazzling light. But to be safe, he refined 2 more pills. Then, he swallowed a 5 elements universe pill and began to break through to the peak. This time, he was lucky and succeeded on his first try. Feeling the surging power in his body, Qin Feiyang was extremely excited. He had finally stepped into the peak. Now, he could also begin to break through to the semi-god realm. Lu Zheng opened his eyes and looked at Qin Feiyang, saying, "Little cousin, refine a few 5 elements universe bags for me too." Qin Feiyang nodded. Lu Zheng's cultivation had already stepped into the 8-star combat emperor realm after eating the barbecue 2 months ago. After another 2 months of hard work, it would not be long before he could step into the 9-star combat emperor realm. At that time, he would use the 5 elements universe pill to directly break through to the peak. After refining more than a dozen 5 elements universe bags, Qin Feiyang gave the pill fire to Dan Wangkai. This made Dan Wangkai extremely happy. With an 8th grade pill furnace and an 8th grade pill fire, he should be able to refine a pill with 6 pill patterns. He tried to refine a few battle chi pills. In the end, he really refined 6 pill patterns. "This will undoubtedly be of great help to me," Qin Feiyang muttered. Although Dan Wangkai had been immersed in the Tao of alchemy all these years and his cultivation had not improved much, In Qin Feiyang's eyes, Dan Wangkai had already become his right-hand man and could not be separated. Soul refining technique. Looking at Dan Wangkai's back, Qin Feiyang muttered and left the castle. When Willow Tree and the others saw Qin Feiyang, they were stunned. This aura was actually much stronger than before? Ning Mingi smiled bitterly and said, "Young lord, your cultivation progress is a little scary. In just 2 months, you have advanced from a 6-star combat emperor to the peak of a 9-star combat emperor." What? 2 months? Hearing this, Chui Li was dumbfounded. How was it possible to break through from a 6-star combat emperor to the pinnacle combat emperor realm in 2 months? What a joke! Li Yun said helplessly, "This is the truth. We saw it with our own eyes. You have to believe it." Chui Li was dumbfounded. Was he still human? That was too scary. Zhuge Mingyang pursed his lips and said indifferently, "Although you've reached the pinnacle, there's still a long way to go before you can catch up with me. The profound meaning of becoming a god isn't that easy to comprehend. Don't think too highly of yourself. I never thought of catching up to you. You will never be the target that I chase after." Qin Feiyang said. Zhuge Mingyang joked, "But my strength is stronger than yours. There's still a long way to go. Let's wait and see." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and looked at Willow Tree, saying, "Let's go." Willow Tree nodded and opened a teleportation door. The 6 of them entered one after another and landed above the entrance of the Undead Mountain Range. Undead Mountain Range? Chui Li was stunned and asked suspiciously, "What are we doing here?" "We don't know either." Li Yun and the others smiled helplessly and looked at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang smiled but didn't say anything. He went straight into the sky above the mountain range. 2 months had passed and the destroyed Undead Mountain Range had regained some vitality. The cedars were like large umbrellas that stood tall on the ground and exuded boundless vitality. As Qin Feiyang flew, he suddenly stopped and scanned the cedar trees below. "Why did you stop?" Willow Tree and the others looked at him suspiciously. Zhuge Mingyang's face was filled with fear. All of a sudden, Qin Feiyang took a step forward and landed in the middle of the cedar forest. He bowed to the cedars in all directions. Li Yun frowned. "What is he trying to do?" "I don't know." Willow Tree shook its head. After bowing, Qin Feiyang took a deep breath. He looked at the cedar trees around him and said, "For countless years, you all have carried on the will of the deceased. Regardless of wind and rain, you have always protected this pure land. This junior admires you. What are you up to now?" Zhuge Mingyang frowned. "Actually, I shouldn't have disturbed you or implicated you, because this is your root and your home. However, the sages who nurtured you with their blood and bodies also have roots and homes. Although I have never seen them or know them, I can imagine that when they were alive, they must have wanted to return to the homeland that nurtured them. Therefore, I would like to implore everyone to fight side by side with me. We will fight against the Guardians to the end and break this cage so that the souls of the deceased can be released. You carry on the will of the deceased. I believe that you can also feel that if we don't break the Black Tortoise world, their souls will never rest in peace." Qin Feiyang cried out mournfully. "I see." Willow Tree and the others suddenly understood. They also felt sad in their hearts. Which one of the people trapped in the Black Tortoise world didn't want to leave? Which one of them didn't want to go home? However, the rules of the Black Tortoise world were like an insurmountable mountain. No matter how capable they were, they could only look at it and stop. "Sages, I believe that your souls haven't dissipated and can hear us. I beg you to fight side by side with us." Ning Mingi couldn't help but cry out sorrowfully. "We need you!" Li Yun roared. Her voice was like a bell that resounded in all directions. One of the cedars suddenly swayed. However, the other cedars didn't move. Qin Feiyang's spirit rose as he said loudly, "I can't promise you anything here, and I can't guarantee that I can take you out of the Black Tortoise world and leave the divine ruins. However, I will try my best even if it costs me my life." As soon as he said this, the other cedars also swayed. "Come. Let us work hard together. Let the Guardians, Let the creators see that we are not ants that they can casually trample on. We are insignificant people, and we also have dignity. Heaven's might can be defied, but we can't lose our courage. We must show them our determination. We will not stop until we break this cage. Qin Feiyang roared. A shocking battle intent and an unyielding will rushed out of his body like a volcano erupting. Heaven's might can be defied, but we can't lose our courage. The eyes of Willow Tree and the others trembled. The blood in their bodies was also boiling. A powerful battle intent soared into the sky. That's right. Heaven's might can be defied, but a person's courage must not be lost. Rumble. At the same time, the cedars seemed to be infected by Qin Feiyang as they rose from the ground and flew toward Qin Feiyang. At the same time, a golden beast figure stood proudly at the top of the clouds. It was very small, only about a foot tall. Its entire body was shrouded in a golden light, and its original body couldn't be seen clearly. No aura could be sensed from its body. However, behind the golden beast figure, the guardian python was respectful and didn't have the slightest domineering expression. However, looking at Qin Feiyang below, the killing intent in its eyes was undisguised. Sir, did you see that? This person's actions are no longer ordinary arrogance. He is simply looking down on you and blaspheming the divine might of you and the Creator. This kind of ant shouldn't be allowed to continue living. The giant python said. He is indeed a little arrogant, but don't you think it's interesting? The golden beast figure said playfully. Interesting? The giant python was stunned. How many years has it been? Finally, there is a human who dares to challenge this emperor and the little emperor. What an interesting thing this is. The golden beast figure nodded. The giant python shook its head and said, "This subordinate doesn't find it interesting. This is because you haven't reached the level of this emperor. Do you know what it feels like to be invincible? Boring, empty, lonely, feeling that this life has lost its meaning." The golden beast figure sighed. The giant python secretly rolled its eyes and said anxiously, "Sir, the Chang Shui and the castle in this child's hands are heaven-defying artifacts. If we don't get rid of him as soon as possible, I'm afraid he will really pose a threat to us. No matter how heaven-defying the artifact is, this emperor won't put it in his eyes. Let him slowly torment himself. This emperor wants to see how big of a wave he can create." After the golden beast figure finished speaking, it instantly disappeared without a trace. Chapter 1637. Qin Feiyang and the others had no idea about the appearance of the guardian and the golden beast shadow. Cedar trees from all directions flew towards Qin Feiyang in an endless stream. They were even shrinking. In the end, the cedar trees that were hundreds of feet tall all became as long as a finger. They were like small saplings, emitting a hazy divine light. An invisible will poured into Qin Feiyang's mind. These wills contained too many emotions. There was unwillingness. There was anger. There was determination. Qin Feiyang bowed and said, "Thank you for your trust in me. I, Qin Feiyang, will do what I say." Buzz. The cedar trees floating in the void all drilled into Qin Feiyang's body like a swarm of bees. Ning Mingi was enraged and hurriedly shouted, "Young master, be careful." "What's wrong?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. They were born from the bodies of the predecessors. You can't let them stay in your body. Ning Mingi said. What if they take the opportunity to absorb your bloodline power? Don't you have an ancient castle? Let them go into your ancient castle. Willow Tree also said. Swish. Upon hearing their words, the cedar trees immediately flew to the front of the two of them and started shaking nonstop, as if they were protesting. Qin Feiyang glanced at the cedar trees, his eyes flickering. A moment later, he waved his hand and smiled, looked at Willow Tree and said, "They trust me, and I naturally trust them. I believe that they will definitely not hurt me. Come on." Qin Feiyang opened his hands, without the slightest doubt, with a face full of sincerity. Whoosh! At that moment, with the sound of breaking air, all the cedar trees turned into streams of light and drilled into Qin Feiyang's body. Boom! All of a sudden, a majestic life force rushed out from Qin Feiyang's body. At this moment, his entire body seemed to have turned into a spring of life. The plants around him were nourished by this life force and began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. A short while later, the small saplings grew into towering trees that were more than 100 feet tall. What's going on? Willow Tree and the others were bewildered. I understand. Shui Song has provided the young master with the vitality. In other words, they are telling us that not only will they not harm young master, they will even protect young master in times of crisis. Ning Mingi said. I see. Willow Tree was suddenly enlightened. He smiled bitterly and said, why do I feel like I'm measuring the heart of a gentleman with my own mean measure? Ning Mingi also smiled bitterly. Brother Qin, you've earned a lot. With the help of these cedars, he will have endless life force. In addition, these cedars have the ability of absolute defense. In the future, even false gods like us won't be able to get close to him. Li Yun smiled enviously. Willow Tree and Ning Mingi also smiled. Only Zhuge Mingyang's face was filled with displeasure. Seeing Qin Feiyang getting stronger day by day, he felt very unbalanced in his heart. At the same time, Qin Feiyang closed his eyes and looked at the situation in his body. The cedars did not enter his sea of qi, but were all rooted in his meridians and flesh. At first glance, they looked like tiny light spots that were densely packed together, causing every inch of his flesh and every cell to glow. The huge vitality pervaded his limbs and bones, making him feel an indescribable carefree. Let's get along in the future, Qin Feiyang said with a smile in his mind. The dots of light flickered, as if responding to Qin Feiyang. Tens of thousands of cedars fell silent. The vitality that permeated from Qin Feiyang's body also quickly dissipated. You're really lucky. Zhuge Mingyang pursed his lips and said sourly. Lucky? Qin Feiyang sneered. What did this have to do with luck? It was his sincerity that touched these cedars. Whatever you say. I don't want to argue with you and waste my breath. Let's go. Qin Feiyang said lightly, then took out the castle and handed it to Willow Tree. You stay outside with the others and enter the castle when there's a crisis. Willow Tree was stunned and asked, What about you? Qin Feiyang said with a smile, Of course I'll go into seclusion to comprehend the mysteries of becoming a god. Willow Tree nodded. After Qin Feiyang entered the castle, Willow Tree and the others immediately set off and flew toward the desert. Inside the castle, Qin Feiyang looked at Ling Yunfei and said with a smile, Send me to your castle. Ling Yunfei said, You have to be mentally prepared in advance. The mysteries of becoming a god are not that easy to comprehend. I know. Qin Feiyang nodded, then looked at the Golden Wolf King and the Silver Wolf King, and said, You guys come with me too. Really? The two beasts looked at Qin Feiyang. Actually, they had also been comprehending the mysteries of becoming a god in the castle, but no one had given them any pointers and they didn't know where to start. They had also asked Ling Yunfei and Luo Qingzhu. But because the Golden Wolf King had schemed against them many times in the past, the two of them ignored them. This made them very desperate. So at this moment, when they heard Qin Feiyang's words, they were overjoyed. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, As long as you guys are honest, I will not treat you unfairly. Don't worry. We will definitely be honest in the future. The two beasts hurriedly promised. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled, then looked at Luo Qingzhu and the mists of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, and asked suspiciously, What about you guys? Hasn't your cultivation reached the peak realm? Why are you still here? The mists of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion said, Aren't we waiting for you? Come on. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. Luo Qingzhu said, Actually, we can't completely calm down, so we've been waiting here. Qin Feiyang asked curiously, Then why are you unable to calm down? Luo Qingzhu said, Sister Rushuang is worried about her mother's comfort. As for me. At this point, Luo Qingzhu lowered her head, her cheeks slightly red. Sister Qingzhu, don't be embarrassed. The mists of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion teased. Luo Qingzhu said angrily, Sister? The mists of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion shook her head and smiled. She looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Me waiting for you is fake, but Sister Qingzhu waiting for you is real. Qin Feiyang was stunned. This was too sudden. He didn't know what to do for a moment. Ling Yunfei, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and bring us in. After stammering for a while, Qin Feiyang turned to Ling Yunfei and urged. How unromantic. Ling Yunfei pursed his lips and waved his hand. He brought Qin Feiyang, Luo Qingzhu, the miss of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, and the Golden Wolf King to descend above a mountain. The mountains and rivers were majestic and magnificent. The mountain streams were lush with vegetation. Rivers flowed endlessly. By a certain river, Li Jian sat alone on the shore, holding a fishing rod made of willow tree branches in his hand, fishing quietly. Swoosh! Qin Feiyang took a step forward and landed beside Li Jian. He smiled and said, How's your harvest? Li Jian hurriedly stood up and said respectfully, Greetings, young master. There's no need to be so polite here. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and smiled. Looking at the fishing rod in Li Jian's hand, he was slightly stunned. He realized that the fishing rod in Li Jian's hand was not tied with a line. Qin Feiyang said in shock, How are you going to fish like this? What I'm fishing is not fish. Li Jian shook his head. Then what is it? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. It's the state of mind. Fishing is something that requires a lot of patience. Many people will feel irritated when they don't see a fish take the bait for a long time. Especially now like me. Without a fishing line, knowing that I can't catch a fish, I still have to sit here. The irritation in my heart will be even stronger. Therefore, I want to use this method to hone my patience and stabilize my temperament. When I'm completely used to it and won't feel the slightest bit of irritation, my heart will truly calm down. Li Jian smiled. So that's the case. Qin Feiyang nodded and turned to look at Ling Yunfei and the rest, saying with a smile, His method is really good. Ling Yunfei and the rest nodded one after another. Qin Feiyang asked, What about the Scorpion King and the other two beasts? I don't know. Li Jian shook his head. Aren't you guys together? How can you not know? Qin Feiyang was doubtful. Don't mention it. I asked them to fish with me, but these 4 guys left after staying for less than an hour, saying that it was too boring. Li Jian looked helpless. If they can't even calm down, how can they comprehend the profound meaning of becoming a god? Ling Yunfei, find them immediately. Qin Feiyang said angrily. Ling Yunfei nodded and closed his eyes. As the owner of this ancient castle, he did not need to look for them. He could know everything with his telepathy. Bastard! Suddenly, Ling Yunfei roared. Qin Feiyang and the rest were shocked. Ling Yunfei said angrily, These 4 bastards, he was out of breath and could not say anything for a long time. Even the top of his head was smoking. What happened? Why is this guy so angry? Qin Feiyang and the rest were suspicious. Ling Yunfei said, Let's not talk about it. I'll take you there directly. Li Jian immediately put down the fishing rod in his hand. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, Don't go, lest it spoils your state of mind. But Li Jian nodded. Ling Yunfei waved his hand and an invisible force shrouded them. At that moment, Qin Feiyang and the rest felt their bodies lighten, and the next moment, they arrived above a canyon. The canyon was very large and surrounded by mountains. There was a lake in the middle, but it was not filled with water, but a kind of crystal clear liquid. And on the surrounding cliffs, there were beehives of different sizes hanging. The big beehives were hundreds of feet high, like mountains. The small ones could also be dozens of feet high. Blood-red bees were flying around the beehives. That's right. These were the blood-devouring bees that Qin Feiyang subdued in the miracle. And the liquid in the lake was also the beehive that everyone swept. However, at this moment, there were actually 4 big guys soaking in the beehive. It felt like taking a bath. These 4 guys were the Scorpion King's 4 beasts. Boss Qin, you're finally here. Quickly take care of them. These beehive were painstakingly refined before. We can't let it be wasted like this. Yeah. This is simply a waste of God's gift. Chapter 1638. Boss Qin. The Scorpion King and the other 2 beasts jumped out like frightened rabbits when they heard the sound of the blood-devouring bees. When they looked up and saw Qin Feiyang, they felt despair as if they saw Qin Feiyang's angry eyes. Get over here. Qin Feiyang said angrily. The four beasts shuddered and quickly ran to Qin Feiyang, lowering their heads like four children who had done something wrong. Good for you. I asked you to come here to comprehend the mysteries of becoming a god, but you came here to take a bath. You really know how to enjoy yourself. Qin Feiyang said. No. We were wrong, we won't do it again. The four beasts quickly took the initiative to admit their mistake. The blood-devouring bee's beehive is a rare treasure. You think you can just say you were wrong after taking a bath in it? How will Boss Qin and the others drink it in the future? The Golden Wolf King and Silver Wolf King sneered, their eyes full of gloating. Ever since they followed Qin Feiyang, the four beasts had not been nice to them, and they had long been resentful in their hearts. Now that there was such a good opportunity, how could they miss it? It would be a waste of this opportunity if they didn't hit them when they were down. Shut up. The four beasts raised their eyebrows and glared at the Golden Wolf King and Silver Wolf King. Qin Feiyang shouted, You should be the one to shut up. Tell me, how are you going to deal with this? The four beasts immediately lowered their heads and said, We accept the punishment. That's what you said. Lie down. Qin Feiyang said. The four beasts quickly lay down in the void. Qin Feiyang looked at the blood-devouring bees around and said, All of you, come here and beat them up. Don't show mercy. What? The four beasts trembled. There were so many blood-devouring bees. Beating them up, wasn't this asking for their lives? Boss Qin, we were really wrong. Can you spare us? We won't dare to do it again. The four beasts raised their heads and looked at Qin Feiyang with pitiful expressions. Qin Feiyang remained unmoved and said, Golden Wolf King, Silver Wolf King, you two stay here and supervise them. If they dare to resist, immediately send me a message and I'll erase their souls. Understood. The Golden Wolf King and the Golden Wolf King immediately perked up. The Golden Wolf King looked at the blood-devouring bees and roared, Beat them up. Beat them up. Don't give us any face. Cough cough. Silver Wolf King coughed dryly and said in a low voice, Big brother, I said the wrong thing. The Golden Wolf King was stunned for a moment. Then, he quickly changed his words. Beat him up. Don't give Boss Qin any face. The Crocodile Emperor was furious. You two bastards. Are you trying to hit me when I'm down? Is there? Now that Boss Qin ordered us to beat you up, what can we do? Yeah, as subordinates, we can only follow orders. So, you have to understand. Don't worry, there aren't that many blood-devouring bees. It'll be over soon. The Golden Wolf King and the Golden Wolf King snickered. The Crocodile Emperor and the other beasts looked at the swarm of blood-devouring bees that looked like a sea of blood and wanted to curse. That's not many? But before they could curse, more than 10 blood-devouring bees swarmed forward, waving their claws and hitting the heads of the four beasts. Be gentle. It hurts. The Ant Emperor roared. As long as you know the pain. Enjoy it. Qin Feiyang let out a cold snort. He turned his head to look at Ling Yunfei and asked, Where are the divine infant tree, the tree of fortune, and the medicinal herbs we obtained from the divine ruins? Ling Yunfei glared at the Crocodile Emperor and the other beasts, then turned and pointed at a plain not far away. The group flew over. The plain was next to the canyon, covering an area of about 3 miles. The tree of creation, and countless herbs were planted in the center of the plain, shining with a hazy glow. A river ran through the entire plain. The river was clear, and both sides were green. Occasionally, a few blooming flowers could be seen. Qin Feiyang looked around and looked at Ling Yunfei and the others. He smiled and said, I think this place is not bad. Let's stay here from now on. Sure. Ling Yunfei nodded. Luo Qingzhu and the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house had no objections. What do you think about the mysteries of becoming a god? Luo Qingzhu asked. My mother once told me that the mysteries of becoming a god are only 12 words. As long as you understand these 12 words, success will follow naturally. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house said. Qin Feiyang said, Don't forget your original intention, don't forget your heart, and only then can you achieve results. Is that right? The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house nodded. Ling Yunfei said, Uncle Yuan told us the same. Then how do you understand these 12 words? Qin Feiyang asked. My understanding is that not forgetting one's original intention is to not forget the naivety and kindness before cultivation. In other words, childlike innocence. Not forgetting one's heart is to not forget one's duty as a human. Ling Yunfei said. I have the same idea as Ling Yunfei. Luo Qingzhu said. My opinion is a little different. I think that not forgetting one's original intention and not forgetting one's heart should be to not forget why we cultivate. That's because everyone has a dream or a wish before they step onto the path of cultivation. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house said. It doesn't sound wrong. Ling Yunfei nodded. I don't agree. Luo Qingzhu shook her head. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house looked at her suspiciously. I'm sure. Everyone has a dream before they cultivate. But there are differences in dreams. Some want to protect their loved ones. Some do it for survival. Some do it for power. Some do it for money. There are also some who do it for revenge. I'm divided into 2 categories, good and evil. And according to my understanding, the original intention and heart should represent kindness. If according to what you said, not forgetting one's original intention and not forgetting one's heart is to not forget why we cultivate, then wouldn't that be encouraging the evil thoughts of those evil people? Luo Qingzhu said. What you said makes sense. Ling Yunfei nodded. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house did not refute. She turned to look at Qin Feiyang and said, What's your understanding? Actually, I've been thinking about this question for a long time. I've also asked many people. For example, Uncle Yuan, Elder Qin, Second Grandpa. I remember that Second Grandpa once said something. Let go of everything and return to one's original intention and heart. According to my understanding. First of all, we have to calm ourselves down and slowly forget everything that happened in the past, as well as all the obsessions in our hearts. For example, greed, resentment, desire, ambition, and so on. It seems that someone once said with certainty that although my talent is good, it's impossible for me to become a god in this lifetime. The reason is that my obsession is too deep. I also admit this point. Otherwise, the inner demons wouldn't have been born. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled bitterly. Who said that? Ling Yunfei frowned. I forgot. It seems to be Mu Tianyang, the imperial preceptor, and Emperor Hong. But that's not important. The important thing is, how do we let go of these obsessions? After all, in everyone's heart, there is something that they can't give up. Some people are family, some people are hatred. There are too many, and it's hard to explain. Qin Feiyang said. The 3 of them fell silent. Don't forget your original intention. Don't forget your original intention. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. What you said actually makes sense, but I feel that it's not deep enough. The Miss of the Dragon Phoenix house said, Then what do you think is deeper? What does a newborn baby look like? Qin Feiyang asked back. A newborn baby? The Miss of the Dragon Phoenix house was stunned and said, A newborn baby doesn't know anything and doesn't even have self-awareness. Isn't it equivalent to a piece of blank paper? That's right. A person's life is originally a piece of pure white paper. The good and evil were filled in as they grew up, as they schemed against each other, as they killed, struggled, and sought survival. They were filled in one stroke at a time. Although this can make our lives colorful under the temptation of desire, it will also make us lose our original intention and forget the innate purity that should belong to us. For example, the 4 of us. Our hearts are now stained with too much dust. And this dust is already deeply rooted and difficult to remove. And this so-called dust is the 7 emotions and 6 desires. I think that not forgetting our original intention and not forgetting our original intention should be for us to cut off the 7 emotions and 6 desires and return to this piece of blank paper. Qin Feiyang said. Cut off the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Ling Yunfei muttered, shook his head, and said with a bitter smile. Who doesn't have the 7 emotions and 6 desires in this world? Cut off? It's easier said than done. That's right. It's easier said than done. Qin Feiyang sighed. He didn't know about the others. But he was very clear about himself. The obsession in his heart was too deep. He really didn't have the confidence or courage. There were some things that he couldn't let go of. The miss of the Dragon Phoenix house had been in deep thought with her head lowered. Suddenly, she looked up at everyone and said, "After listening to your words, I seem to have been enlightened. You guys chat first, I'll go into seclusion." With that, without waiting for Qin Feiyang and the others to respond, she quickly walked to the Tree of Creation, sat down cross-legged, and closed her eyes. So fast? Ling Yunfei was stunned. "I seem to have caught a hint of inspiration too. You guys chat," Luo Qingzhu said, and also walked to the side of the miss of the Dragon Phoenix house. She sat cross-legged on the ground and closed her eyes to enter a meditative state. What's the situation with these two women? Could it be that their comprehension is better than the two of us? Ling Yunfei looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Maybe." Qin Feiyang smiled. Ling Yunfei pursed his lips and said, "I won't admit defeat. I'll also go and think about it. You can slowly walk around by yourself." "You're really impatient." Qin Feiyang shook his head. However, not forgetting his original intention, not forgetting his heart, was it really that simple? Although he felt that what he said before was very reasonable, he always felt that there should be something that he hadn't thought of. But what was it? He couldn't think of anything at all and had no idea where to start. He felt that this was already his limit. "I don't want to think about it anymore." "You haven't even calmed down, why are you still thinking about this? Aren't you just daydreaming?" A moment later, Qin Feiyang shook his head and mocked himself. He raised his head and looked at Ling Yunfei and the other two, then strolled around. Chapter 1639. Time passed day by day. Qin Feiyang walked in the mountains all day, with green mountains and clear waters as neighbors, with the sun, moon, and stars as companions, but his heart could not calm down. On this day, he walked to Li Jian's side, looked at the fishing rod in Li Jian's hand, and asked, "Is your heart calmed down?" "There are too many things in the world, how can I calm down?" Li Jian shook his head and sighed. "How can I calm down?" Qin Feiyang nodded, went to find a willow branch, sat next to Li Jian, and quietly fished. This was a very dry thing. After sitting for less than an hour, he could not sit still anymore. Without a line or a fish hook, how could he fish? This was a huge test. No one, in the face of such a situation, could persist. But Qin Feiyang persevered. He tried to calm himself down and let himself sit here, but perhaps because it was too deliberate, he became more and more anxious. Several days passed. He put down the willow branch and left silently, found a secluded cliff, sat cross-legged on the edge of the cliff, did not think about anything, and let himself enter an ethereal state. After 3 or 4 days, he finally got rid of all distracting thoughts. However, although he got rid of all distracting thoughts, he still could not calm his heart. He could not figure out why. He remembered that when he was refining the recovery pill, he could quickly reach a state of mind like still water. Was it really because it was too deliberate? After pondering for a while, he closed his eyes again. But this time, he did not deliberately calm himself down. He was comprehending the 3,000 incarnations. He wanted to use this method to divert his attention. 3,000 incarnations was a very powerful divine art. It could condense 3,000 incarnations. Each incarnation had the same strength as the original body. Since he obtained these 3,000 incarnations, he had not properly comprehended them. First, there was no time. Second, the divine art was too profound. With his current comprehension, it was difficult to thoroughly comprehend, so he had been putting it aside. The only thing he did not lack was time. Days passed. Finally, he opened his eyes, revealing a look of realization, and said, "I see. 3,000 incarnations was different from other divine arts, divided into a total of 4 realms. Initial, small, great, and perfection. Condensing one incarnation was initial. Once he reached the small success stage, he would be able to form 1,000 clones. At the great success stage, he would be able to form 2,000 incarnations. Once it reached perfection, it would be able to condense a total of 3,000 incarnations. This divine incantation was heaven-defying. Especially towards the end, The stronger one's cultivation was, the more powerful the incarnation's cultivation would be. For example, Qin Feiyang. Once he broke through to the divine battle realm and unleashed 3,000 clones, together with his actual self, there would be 3,001 Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang was a little puzzled. Where did this Zhuge Mingyang obtain such a heaven-defying technique? State preceptor? Emperor Hong? It was impossible. It wasn't that he looked down on the two of them, but that this kind of divine art was beyond their abilities. Furthermore, how could they be willing to give such a terrifying deity technique to Zhuge Mingyang when they themselves were in a hurry to cultivate it? Undying demon attack. 3,000 clones. There were also spatial divine objects that could fight against rule force. This Zhuge Mingyang was becoming more and more unfathomable. In the past, in his eyes, Mu Tianyang was the biggest threat. But now, Mu Tianyang was no longer a big deal. Zhuge Mingyang was the most worthy opponent. In fact, he was also very depressed in his heart. Why was his life so bumpy? First, it was Mu Tianyang which gave him a headache. Now, Mu Tianyang hadn't been dealt with yet, and there was another Zhuge Mingyang. He was wondering if the heavens were joking with him? After he dealt with Zhuge Mingyang, would there be another existence that was even more terrifying than Mu Tianyang and Zhuge Mingyang? Just thinking about it gave him a headache. Qin Feiyang shook his head and continued to comprehend the 3,000 clones. Time flew. After an unknown number of days, the miss of the Dragon Phoenix house, who was sitting cross-legged under the tree of good fortune, slowly opened her eyes. That's not right. Although Qin Feiyang explained it very thoroughly, the profound meaning of becoming a god is far from that simple. But what exactly is it? She muttered to herself, her eyes full of confusion. Luo Qingzhu sighed softly and also opened her eyes. Looking at the miss of the Dragon Phoenix house, she said, I can feel that Fei Yang is already very close, but there is still something missing. The miss of the Dragon Phoenix house nodded. Then what exactly is missing? Ling Yunfei asked, also opening his eyes and looking at the two of them. I don't know. The two of them shook their heads. Ling Yunfei rubbed his head and said helplessly, What a headache. Uncle Yuan should have told us directly. The miss of the Dragon Phoenix house said, The profound meaning of becoming a god requires us to comprehend it ourselves. At most, others can only give us directions. Ling Yunfei took a deep breath, looked around and asked doubtfully, Where's Boss Qin? I didn't see him when I woke up. Luo Qingzhu shook her head. Ling Yunfei closed his eyes and carefully sensed for a while. He said speechlessly, So he went to hide by himself. Let's go take a look. The two girls nodded and stood up one after another. Ling Yunfei waved his hand, and the three of them immediately appeared at the edge of the cliff. They saw that Qin Feiyang's eyes were slightly closed, his expression serene, as if he had fallen into a deep sleep. Ling Yunfei was about to go up and call Qin Feiyang. Don't go. The miss of the Dragon Phoenix house suddenly reached out her hand to stop Ling Yunfei and sent a sound transmission. With his vigilance, he should have noticed us the moment we arrived, but now he looks like he doesn't know anything. Ling Yunfei was startled and thought to himself, You mean he has already comprehended the profound meaning of becoming a god? I'm not sure. But it's possible. Don't disturb him. Let's take a look at the situation first. The miss of the Dragon Phoenix house sent a sound transmission. Ling Yunfei cursed in his heart. To comprehend it so thoroughly, this bastard really makes people envious. The three of them also sat not far behind Qin Feiyang. While watching Qin Feiyang's situation, they silently cultivated. A few days later in the morning, a sudden change occurred. Beside Qin Feiyang, another Qin Feiyang suddenly appeared out of thin air. Ling Yunfei and the other two were bewildered. This Qin Feiyang who suddenly appeared, regardless of height, face, fat or thin, expression, was exactly the same as Qin Feiyang. It was as if they were carved from the same mold. Luo Qingzhu said, Is it his inner demons? No. His inner demons are blood hair and blood pupils, and his entire body is filled with a fiendish aura. And now, this Qin Feiyang who has appeared, has black hair and black pupils, and his aura is exactly the same as Qin Feiyang's. So it's definitely not the inner demons, Ling Yunfei thought. Just as the two of them were secretly conversing, another Qin Feiyang appeared beside Qin Feiyang. 3 Qin Feiyang? The three of them were dumbfounded. Before they could regain their senses, a third Qin Feiyang appeared. What the hell is going on? Ling Yunfei was bewildered. Before he could finish his words, beside Qin Feiyang, a fourth Qin Feiyang appeared. Following closely, one by one, Qin Feiyang appeared. In the end, there were a total of 99 Qin Feiyang standing in front of the three of them. Including Qin Feiyang's original body, there were a total of 100. Ling Yunfei said in a daze, "Damn, is this guy playing a clone game with us?" A clone game? Luo Qingzhu frowned, as if she had thought of something. Suddenly, the miss of the Dragon Phoenix House thought, "It's the 3,000 incarnations." That's right. It's the 3,000 incarnations. Luo Qingzhu quivered and also transmitted her voice. So it's the 3,000 incarnations. Ling Yunfei suddenly realized. Many people knew that Qin Feiyang had snatched the 3,000 incarnations from Zhuge Mingyang, including them. But because Qin Feiyang had never used it before, they had all forgotten about it. Interesting. Ling Yunfei laughed sinisterly. He suddenly jumped up and slapped an incarnation with his palm. "Kid, are you looking for a beating?" The 99 incarnations turned around in unison, looked at Ling Yunfei, and said in unison. Moreover, the corners of his mouth curled up as he pursed his lips into a mocking smile. Even the tone and expression are the same. Ling Yunfei's face twitched and said angrily, "That's right, this young master is looking for a beating. Come and beat me up." "You go." "No, no, no, you go." "Why don't you go?" "I'm not going, you go." The group of incarnations started to argue, treating Ling Yunfei as heir. Ling Yunfei's face darkened and said angrily, "Stop arguing, all of you attack together." "If we attack together, you're finished." "That's right. Any one of us can beat you up like a dog. Are you sure you want us to attack together?" The 99 incarnations looked at Ling Yunfei seriously and asked in unison. Ling Yunfei's veins popped out. He was so angry that he stomped his feet and roared, "Can you guys not talk together? Don't stand together? I have trypophobia." "Forget it, I'm at a disadvantage. I'll go." One of the incarnations shook his head, took a step forward, and hooked his finger at Ling Yunfei, saying, "Brat Ling, bring it on." Seal of Nirvana. Ling Yunfei roared, and directly evolved the divine art. The incarnation disdainfully waved his hand in the air, and a golden light burst out, pouncing towards the Seal of Nirvana. Boom! The Seal of Nirvana spun in the air and charged towards Ling Yunfei. "This is the return formula?" Ling Yunfei was stunned. The incarnation nodded. "Fuck, this is too unreasonable. An avatar can actually use the Huan character formula?" Ling Yunfei cursed and quickly dodged the attack of the Seal of Nirvana. "It's not just the return formula. We know all the divine arts and methods of this sovereign." The 99 incarnations spoke again at the same time. Ling Yunfei was stunned. "You don't believe me?" The 99 incarnations smiled proudly, and in an instant, all of them activated the battle and kill formula. Then they evolved various divine arts. The 4 moves of the Ruins of End, the 3 moves of the Eclipse Moon, the Fire Phoenix formula, and so on. Ling Yunfei was dumbfounded. When he came back to his senses, he hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Stop showing off, I believe you, I believe you." The 99 incarnations waved their hands, and all the divine arts disappeared in an instant. They also turned off the battle and kill formula. It was also at this moment. Another incarnation appeared beside Qin Feiyang out of thin air. This time, there were a total of 100 incarnations. 100 incarnations, equivalent to 100 Qin Feiyang, this is too exaggerated. This is simply shameless. Chapter 1640. Qin Feiyang finally opened his eyes, looked at Ling Yunfei and said, "We are not enemies, what are you afraid of? I feel sorry for your future enemies." Ling Yunfei rolled his eyes, glanced at the 100 incarnations, and waved his hand. My trypophobia is about to act up, quickly get them to scram. Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly, waved his hand, and all the incarnations disappeared. Luo Qingzhu asked curiously, 3,000 incarnations? Shouldn't there be 3,000 incarnations? Why are there only 100 now? This divine art also has levels. 100 incarnations is already my limit. Qin Feiyang said. Luo Qingzhu nodded in realization. Miss Longfeng said, in other words, during this period of time, you have not comprehended the profound meaning of becoming a god? I can't calm down. I originally wanted to use the method of comprehending the divine art to distract myself, but I didn't expect to be immersed in it. I completely forgot to comprehend the profound meaning of becoming a god. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled bitterly. After the three of them heard this, they were speechless. Forgot. But suddenly, Qin Feiyang was stunned, and then lowered his head, his face full of surprise. When he said that he had completely forgotten to comprehend the profound meaning of becoming a god, a light suddenly flashed across his mind. However, he didn't catch it. However, he had a feeling that this sudden light had a lot to do with the profound meaning of becoming a god. What's wrong with you? Luo Qingzhu looked at him suspiciously. Don't talk. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, lowered his head, and kept repeating that sentence, but that light never appeared again. What was it? He couldn't help but start to feel irritated. Suddenly, a loud laugh sounded from afar. In the laughter, there was incomparable excitement and joy. But then, the laughter became somewhat crazy again, as if it was deranged. Is this Li Jian's laughter? What is he doing? Could it be that he sat by the river for too long and became stupid? Ling Yunfei was bewildered. Qin Feiyang also temporarily suppressed the irritation in his heart. He raised his head and looked in Li Jian's direction, his brows tightly knitted. Hearing this laughter, it didn't sound like a fool. It sounded more like he had gone berserk. Don't just stand there and watch. Let's go and see what's going on. If something really happens, we can help him in time. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house said. Quick! Qin Feiyang looked at Ling Yunfei and urged. Ling Yunfei waved his hand, and the four of them immediately appeared behind Li Jian. They saw Li Jian standing by the river, laughing madly towards the sky. He couldn't have really gone mad, could he? Ling Yunfei whispered. Li Jian, what are you doing? Don't scare us. Luo Qingzhu said anxiously. Li Jian stopped laughing and turned to look at the three of them. Without saying a word, he sat by the river again, holding onto the willow branch and fishing silently. This, Ling Yunfei, Luo Qingzhu, and Miss Longfeng looked at each other. Qin Feiyang looked at Li Jian's back and muttered in his heart, could it be that you have already comprehended a deeper level of profoundness? Li Jian, can't you see that we are all concerned about you? Say something. Ling Yunfei said angrily. Don't disturb him. Qin Feiyang said. What's wrong? Ling Yunfei was suspicious. Qin Feiyang said meaningfully, whether we can become gods or not, we might have to rely on him. Rely on him? Ling Yunfei was stunned and said in surprise, what do you mean? I think he has already comprehended a deeper level of profoundness. Qin Feiyang nodded. Luo Qingzhu and Miss Longfeng's eyes lit up. Ling Yunfei was stunned when he heard this and said, this guy's comprehension is not bad. Why don't we fish with him here? Everyone has their own opinions and methods. We don't have to learn from him, but we can try. Qin Feiyang said. Then I'll give it a try. Ling Yunfei also found a willow branch and sat not far away from Li Jian, fishing quietly. Sister Rushuang, what about us? Luo Qingzhu looked at Miss Longfeng. Miss Longfeng thought for a moment and said with a smile, since we don't have any clues now, we might as well give it a try. Luo Qingzhu nodded. The two of them also did the same. They found a willow branch and sat on the riverbank, looking at the clear river water, their eyes calm. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. He turned around and soared into the sky, flying towards the canyon. Damn it, it's already been half a month. How long are you going to beat him up? I'm telling you, don't go too far. Before they got close to the canyon, they heard the angry roars of the Scorpion King and the other two beasts. Half a month? So fast. Qin Feiyang was surprised. It didn't feel like that long. It was true that time did not exist in cultivation. Boss Qin, you're here. Seeing Qin Feiyang, the Golden Wolf King and Silver Wolf King immediately ran up and smiled flatteringly. Qin Feiyang asked, "It's not over yet? There are so many blood-devouring bees. I estimate that it'll take at least half a month," Golden Wolf King said. Qin Feiyang nodded and walked to the front of the Crocodile King and the other two beasts. "Boss, I beg you ask them to stop. If this continues, we'll really be crippled." The four beasts quickly begged. Qin Feiyang said expressionlessly, "Then do you know your mistakes?" Yes. The four beasts nodded like they were pounding garlic. "Do you remember?" Qin Feiyang asked again. "I won't forget for the rest of my life." The four beasts said. "This is considered a light punishment. If there's a next time, I'll directly cripple you." Qin Feiyang snorted coldly. Yes. "There won't be a next time. We promise." The four beasts made a solemn vow. Sigh. Qin Feiyang sighed and said, "You guys came in with Li Jian, but do you know? Li Jian is about to comprehend the profound meaning of becoming a god." What? The Crocodile King and the other two beasts' eyes trembled. It was actually so fast. There's a good saying, you'll only get what you pay. Do you think that you can become a god by enjoying yourself here all day long? How can there be such a good thing? Anyway, don't wait until everyone becomes a god and you guys are still playing here. At that time, it's not me who wants to give up on you guys, but you guys who gave up on yourselves. Qin Feiyang said. Boss is right, we will definitely work hard. The four beasts lowered their heads in shame. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and said, "Don't forget this lesson, go." The four beasts were suspicious. However, Qin Feiyang turned a deaf ear to him and remained motionless. He felt as if he was possessed. What's the situation? The Crocodile Emperor, the four beasts, the Golden Wolf King brothers, and the surrounding blood-devouring bees all looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Forget, Qin Feiyang muttered. Just now, when he said, "Don't forget this lesson," the light in his mind appeared again. And this time, he clearly caught it. This spiritual light came from the word, forget. Forget? Ha, so that's how it is? Suddenly Qin Feiyang's face revealed a look of realization, and he couldn't help but laugh. What? Boss Qin isn't crazy, is he? The beasts became more and more puzzled. Qin Feiyang grabbed Scorpion King and said excitedly, "Everything in the world comes from nothing, from something to nothing. No self, there is self, then to no self, and finally to forget self. What no self? There is me? Forget self? What the hell?" Scorpion King was dumbfounded. Qin Feiyang said, "Before we were born, we didn't exist?" Scorpion King nodded. "This is no self. After we were born, we had life, consciousness, and life. This is called there is me. When we die, we will return to no self. In the end, we will be slowly forgotten by the world, and no one will remember us anymore," Qin Feiyang said, getting more and more excited. "That's it? This is a process of life." Scorpion King nodded. It still understood this logic. "A process of life," Qin Feiyang murmured and laughed. "That's right, no self, forget self, this is the true essence of becoming a god." He immediately turned around and disappeared into the vast mountains like lightning. No self. Forget self? The true essence of becoming a god. Scorpion King, the four beasts, and the Golden Wolf King brothers looked at each other. "Quickly catch up." Following closely, the Crocodile Emperor roared, and the beasts chased after Qin Feiyang. Although they did not understand what Qin Feiyang was talking about, but the true essence of becoming a god, as long as one was not an idiot, one could understand. Qin Feiyang must have mastered the profound meaning of becoming a god. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for them. By the river, Qin Feiyang was like a stream of light, landing beside Li Jian and said, "What you comprehended before was..." But before he could say anything, Li Jian made a shushing gesture to him and said, "Young master, This can only be understood, not spoken. Qin Feiyang nodded and said with a smile, "Your comprehension is really good. It seems that it won't be long before I have another fake god by my side." "How long did I comprehend, and how long did you comprehend?" "In terms of comprehension, compared to you, young master, I am thousands of miles away." Li Jian sighed. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. "What are you talking about? What can only be understood, but not spoken?" "Feiyang, did you also comprehend something? Don't keep us in suspense, tell us quickly." Ling Yunfei and the other two were at the side, looking at the mysterious Qin Feiyang and Li Jian, as if 100 claws were scratching their hearts. Boss Qin has just comprehended the true meaning of becoming a god. At this moment, the Scorpion Emperor and the other beasts rushed over. What? Ling Yunfei and the other two trembled. The miss of the Dragon Phoenix house was immediately dissatisfied, comprehending but hiding it. "Feiyang, this is not how you are." Qin Feiyang smiled but did not say anything. The Golden Wolf King asked, "Boss Qin, know self, forget self, what does it mean?" "Know self, forget self?" Ling Yunfei and the other two were stunned. This is what Boss Qin said when he was in an epiphany. Know self, forget self, is the true meaning of becoming a god. The Scorpion Emperor and the other 6 beasts nodded. This is the true meaning of becoming a god? Know self, forget self? Could it be the realm of know self and the realm of forgetting self? Ling Yunfei looked at Qin Feiyang and Li Jian in surprise. Qin Feiyang and Li Jian looked at each other and smiled. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, "It's not that simple, you guys slowly comprehend it, it's useless to say it." With that he turned and left alone. Chapter 1641. Let's talk about Willow Tree and the other 3. After half a month of non-stop travel, they had already gone deep into the desert. There were storms all around, sweeping up yellow sand all over the sky. The wind blades sliced across their bodies like sharp blades. The storms here were enough to threaten a war emperor. However, apart from the storms, they didn't encounter any other dangers. Along the way, they didn't see any traces of beasts. Li Yun said, "Brother Ning, do you remember the situation when we came to the desert last time?" "I remember." Ning Mingi nodded and said worriedly, "Although the storms here can't threaten us, even we can't withstand the deeper storms." "I really don't understand, why does Brother Qin want to go to the end of the desert?" "Willow Tree, you are now deeply trusted by Qin Feiyang. He even gave you the castle in Changshui. Do you know the reason?" Li Yun turned to look at Willow Tree and asked suspiciously. "I don't know." Willow Tree shook his head. "You really don't know?" Li Yun didn't believe it. "I really don't know." Willow Tree smiled bitterly. However, although he didn't know, he could roughly guess that it should have something to do with leaving the Black Tortoise realm. Zhuge Mingyang, who was at the side, did not say a word. He seemed to be deep in thought. He was undoubtedly thinking about this problem. But suddenly, he looked at the storm in front of him on the left, and a trace of surprise appeared in his eyes. Just now, he keenly caught a black shadow in the void, but before he could see it clearly, the shadow disappeared into the storm. "What is it?" He muttered in his heart and didn't say anything. He secretly became vigilant. Willow Tree and the other 2 were chatting, so they didn't notice anything unusual. The 4 of them continued to go deeper. Zhuge Mingyang kept looking at the storm, but the black shadow never appeared again. It was as if it didn't exist at all. This made him wonder if it was an illusion. It wasn't until they were far away from the storm that he retracted his gaze and scanned the void in front of him. Yellow sand filled the sky. Other than the sound of the wind, there was no other sound. The air was dry and stuffy. He couldn't help but feel irritated. Suddenly, Zhuge Mingyang's eyes abruptly turned to look at a windstorm 50 to 60 miles away. The storm had a diameter of more than 10 meters, and it was howling. Just a moment ago, he had caught sight of a black shadow that had entered the storm like a bolt of lightning. Looks like it wasn't an illusion. There really is a problem. Zhuge Mingyang narrowed his eyes and locked onto the storm. Zhuge Mingyang was following behind Willow Tree's trio. In addition, Zhuge Mingyang hadn't said a word since the beginning, so the trio didn't notice the change in Zhuge Mingyang's expression. A moment later, the three of them directly flew past the storm. However, when Zhuge Mingyang passed by the storm, he suddenly exploded and shouted, "I want to see what kind of monster you are." He took a step forward, and his quasi-divinity power roared in all directions, instantly vanquishing the storm. Willow Tree's trio was startled when they heard Zhuge Mingyang's shout. They hurriedly stopped and turned to look. They saw Zhuge Mingyang standing in the void, scanning the area in front of him. His eyes were shining with a terrifying light. However, there was nothing in the void in front of Zhuge Mingyang. Willow Tree asked suspiciously, "What are you doing? What's going on? Why is there no black shadow?" Zhuge Mingyang murmured, and his eyebrows gradually knitted together. If he had only seen it once, it would be reasonable to say that it was an illusion. However, seeing it twice in a row, it would be unreasonable to say that it was an illusion. However, there was indeed nothing in front of him. Seeing Zhuge Mingyang's silence, Li Yun said angrily, "Zhuge Mingyang, what did you find? Don't be so startled. Can you scare us?" Zhuge Mingyang glanced at the void and waved his hand with a smile. "It's nothing. Let's continue." "Crazy!" Willow Tree's trio glared at him, then turned back and continued moving forward. Zhuge Mingyang also quickly followed, but his eyes were always looking behind him. For some reason, he began to feel uneasy. He kept feeling that there was something hidden around him. However, after galloping for tens of thousands of miles, nothing unexpected happened. The black shadow also seemed to have disappeared from the world. "It seems that I've been under too much pressure recently, and my nerves are a little messed up." Seeing that the black shadow did not appear again, Zhuge Mingyang rubbed his forehead and muttered to himself. He also slowly relaxed his vigilance. In front, a few storms swept over, rolling up sand waves that were dozens and hundreds of meters high, covering the sky and the earth. This was common in the desert. If one was weak, one would avoid it. If one was strong, one would directly crush it. Willow Tree's trio obviously belonged to the latter. Li Yun led the way, and a terrifying divine power swept over. Boom! The storms were annihilated on the spot. The four did not take it to heart. However, at the same time that the storms were annihilated, a few black shadows suddenly jumped out of the storms, like ghosts, silently and directly entered between Li Yun's eyebrows. "What the hell is that?" Li Yun turned pale with fright. Willow Tree and Ning Mingi were also shocked. "It's really not an illusion." Zhuge Mingyang glanced around, and his eyes flickered. He had just relaxed, but now he immediately became vigilant. Because from the previous situation, there should be more than these mysterious black shadows in the desert. "Ah, what are you? Get out of my head." The next moment, Li Yun held his head and roared. His face was contorted in pain. "Brother Li, are you okay?" Ning Mingi and Willow Tree hurried forward and asked with concern. Although the two were opponents in the past, the situation was different now. Everyone was on the same boat. If someone was in trouble, they definitely could not sit back and do nothing. "Get out of here, do you hear me?" However, in the face of Willow Tree and Ning Mingi's inquiry, Li Yun turned a deaf ear and kept roaring. The two looked at each other, hurriedly took a step forward, and turned to look at Li Yun. When they saw Li Yun's situation at the moment, the two suddenly turned pale with fright. They saw that Li Yun's facial features had already been distorted. Blood vessels burst out from under his skin. They looked like earthworms wriggling under Li Yun's skin, making one's scalp numb. Moreover, wisps of black mist constantly emerged from the two eyeballs, like ink, and instantly soaked the whites of the two eyeballs. Finally, the whites of the two eyes turned pitch black. They couldn't even find where the eyeballs were. "What's wrong with him?" Willow Tree was surprised and bewildered. Zhuge Mingyang stepped forward to see this scene, and couldn't help but feel creeped out. He secretly warned, "It's a little strange, be careful." But before his voice died away, Li Yun suddenly looked up and stared at the three of them. That distorted face covered with blood vessels was extremely ferocious. And from his mouth, there was a sound, a sinister laugh. Boom! The next moment, he raised his hands, clenched his 5 fingers into fists, and the power of the false god rolled out, blasting towards the three of them. "Retreat!" Ning Mingi shouted. The three of them retreated like lightning. Willow Tree said angrily, "Li Yun, what are you doing?" But Li Yun still turned a deaf ear to it, and used the auxiliary technique to quickly chase after the three of them. "Black shadows," Zhuge Mingyang murmured. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something and said in surprise, "Could it be that his consciousness is controlled by those black shadows?" "Control?" Willow Tree and Ning Mingi's eyes trembled. What could control Li Yun's consciousness? One had to know. Li Yun was a false god, and a stage 10 false god. Boom. Just as the three of them were surprised, Li Yun actually used the divine technique, and a terrifying destructive force rushed towards the three of them. Zhuge Mingyang shouted, "We can't retreat anymore, we have to stop him." "How do we stop him? Do we have to kill him?" Willow Tree asked. "It depends. I'll deal with him, you guys pay attention to the situation around. I suspect that there are still those mysterious black shadows around." Zhuge Mingyang said in a deep voice. "There are more?" Willow Tree and Ning Mingi were shocked and quickly looked around, their eyes full of vigilance. At the same time, Zhuge Mingyang rushed towards Li Yun. Facing the unknown situation, he decisively activated his battle soul to end the battle quickly. A huge bone dragon roared out from behind him. The dragon's aura shook the sky. Immediately after, an invisible aura surged out, instantly enveloping all directions. This was his special ability, destruction. Li Yun's cultivation immediately began to plummet. As Li Yun's cultivation fell, the power of the divine technique continued to weaken. In the blink of an eye, Li Yun's cultivation fell to 7-star combat emperor. "Shatter!" At this moment, Zhuge Mingyang shouted angrily and punched the divine technique. With a loud bang, the divine technique collapsed on the spot. Without stopping, he rushed towards Li Yun like lightning and slammed his palm on Li Yun's chest. Crack! With the sound of bones breaking, Li Yun's chest suddenly caved in, and flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Even his heart was torn apart. His entire body was like a meteorite smashing into the desert below. "What's going on?" Willow Tree and Ning Mingi, who were not far away, looked at the blood splattering in the void as if they had seen a ghost. The blood flowing out of Li Yun's body was actually black. Could it be that he had been demonized by the Black Shadow? Zhuge Mingyang also frowned. Suddenly, a beast-like roar came from the bottom of the desert, shaking the sky. The three of them hurriedly looked over and saw Li Yun rushing out of the yellow sand. There was no sign of weakness on his ferocious face. His chest was still bleeding. However, he seemed to be unable to feel any pain. "He doesn't even feel anything?" Zhuge Mingyang murmured. His eyes were suddenly filled with murderous intent. The grayish-white false god power surged out like a tide and turned into a giant hand that covered the sky. It floated in the sky and emitted a demonic power that could destroy the world. Divine technique. Ning Mingi's eyes trembled. He hurriedly looked at Willow Tree and said, "He wants to kill. Shouldn't we stop him?" Willow Tree looked at Li Yun and said in a low voice, "If he has really demonized, then killing him is the wisest choice." Ning Mingi fell silent. "Li Yun, if you don't wake up, don't blame me for being merciless." Zhuge Mingyang shouted. However, Li Yun did not wake up. Instead, he became even crazier. With a loud clang, the azure light sword appeared. He grabbed the azure light sword. The false god power and chi and blood surged out as he desperately tried to recover. Chapter 1642. You actually used your chi and blood to revive the artifact. It seems that you are hopeless. Heavenly Demon Hand, kill. Zhuge Mingyang roared angrily, and the giant hand suspended in the air, like a mountain, suddenly fell down. Divine power rolled in all directions. Clang. At the same time, Li Yun waved the azure light sword and slashed it. Thousands of sword lights were like a waterfall, tearing the sky. Now, he was out of the range of Zhuge Mingyang's supernatural ability. His cultivation had been restored to the pseudo-god realm. With the peak cultivation, coupled with the power of the pseudo-god and chi and blood at the same time, the power of the azure light sword was terrifying. Boom! The heavenly demon hand and the sword light collided with a loud bang, the void collapsed, the desert sank, and the wind swept through the world. Willow Tree and Li Yun couldn't help but retreat. After the two were in a stalemate for a few breaths, the sword light gradually gained the upper hand. Courting death. Zhuge Mingyang was stunned. The bone dragon above roared and swooped down like lightning. Li Yun was once again shrouded by the supernatural ability. His cultivation rapidly plummeted. The power of the azure light sword also plummeted. How is this possible? His supernatural ability can not only suppress the divine arts, but also the artifact. Willow Tree was shocked. It is indeed terrifying. No wonder even the young master is so afraid of him. Ning Mingi nodded. Boom. The power of the azure light sword was suppressed, and the heavenly demon hand instantly turned the situation around, crushing down with irresistible force. Seeing that the situation was not good, Li Yun wanted to retreat. But it was too late. The heavenly demon hand fell, and the demonic power shook the world. The desert below caved in, forming a huge handprint. Why did you do this to me? Suddenly, Li Yun looked up at Zhuge Mingyang and said angrily. The blackness in his eyes receded like the tide. The bulging blood vessels on his face also quickly disappeared, and his facial features returned to normal. He didn't seem to be the slightest bit different. Seeing this, Zhuge Mingyang raised his eyebrows. Li Yun looked at the Willow Tree duo and shouted, Willow Tree, Brother Ning, why are you still standing there? Come and help me. Willow Tree and Yi Zichen looked at each other. Had everything returned to normal? When he came back to his senses, Willow Tree quickly shouted, Zhuge Ming, stop. Zhuge Mingyang glanced at the Willow Tree and then at Li Yun. With a wave of his hand, the heavenly devil's hand disintegrated. The bone dragon fighting soul also dissipated in the void. The Willow Tree duo flew in front of Li Yun and asked suspiciously, Are you sure you're all right now? What problem can I have? Li Yun rolled her eyes at them. But suddenly she looked stunned and frowned. Wait, there seems to be a problem. As soon as the Willow Tree duo heard this, they immediately retreated to Zhuge Mingyang's side, their faces full of vigilance. What are you doing? Am I that scary? I said there's a problem, not with me, but with those shadows from before. Li Yun said helplessly. Tell me. Willow Tree said. After those shadows got into my sea of consciousness, they went straight to my soul, and then I lost consciousness. Li Yun frowned. Straight to the soul? The Willow Tree trio looked at each other and frowned. They seem to want to swallow my soul. Li Yun said. Isn't this equivalent to possession? Ning Mingi said. Could it be? Willow Tree seemed to have thought of something. Her body suddenly trembled, and she looked at the void around her in surprise. What is it? The three of them looked at her suspiciously. Undead. Willow Tree said word by word, with a trace of fear in his eyes. Undead. As soon as Zhuge Mingyang heard these two words, a light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Are there really undead in this desert? But it's impossible. The last time Brother Ning and I were in this desert, we stayed for half a year, but we didn't see a single undead. Li Yun said. Ning Mingi nodded. Willow Tree said, If it's not the undead, then how do you explain what happened before? Why don't we inform the young master and let him come out and take a look? Ning Mingi said. You're also an experienced person. Don't you know that you can't be disturbed when you're comprehending the profound meaning of becoming a god? Willow Tree raised his eyebrows, his tone a little angry. Ning Mingi smiled embarrassedly. Willow Tree said, Whether it's the undead or not, at least the crisis has been resolved now. There's no need to alarm the young master. As for the future, we'll have to be careful. Li Yun and Ning Mingi nodded. Willow Tree said, Let's go. Li Yun flew to the three of them and continued to move forward. However, as he flew, Li Yun suddenly attacked and slapped towards Zhuge Mingyang. Her face, which had returned to normal, was instantly covered with crooked blood vessels. The whites of his eyes had turned black once again. Zhuge Mingyang was standing next to her. It was so sudden that it could be said that no one could react. However, Zhuge Mingyang reacted in time. He pursed his lips with a hint of ridicule, raised his arm like lightning, and blasted out a palm. The two big hands met with a bang, and the power of a pseudo-god erupted. Li Yun immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. On the other hand, Zhuge Mingyang only took a few steps back. Although Li Yun had reached the 10th stage of the pseudo-god realm, Zhuge Mingyang's pseudo-god realm was naturally stronger than others. It was completely enough to make up for these gaps. Even suppress. This was the terrifying part of Zhuge Mingyang's pseudo-god realm power. Willow Tree and Li Yun looked back, and their eyes were filled with murderous intent. How dare he lie to them? Unforgivable anger. Kill! Ning Mingi shouted, and his divine power rolled out, and his hair fluttered in anger. The three of them rushed towards Li Yun at the same time. Seeing this, Li Yun immediately turned around and flew away. Willow Tree chased while thinking, Zhuge Mingyang, how did you find out that he hasn't returned to normal? There are only two ways to return to normal after being controlled by those dirty things. Either expel them from the sea of consciousness, or destroy them. But before this, did you see those black shadows coming out of his sea of consciousness? As for the latter, if Li Yun was the one who destroyed them, there's no way he wouldn't have mentioned it earlier. However, he didn't say anything. What does this mean? It means that he is still being controlled by those dirty things. I'm puzzled. You are antiques who have lived for tens of thousands of years. Why can't you see this? I can't figure out why Qin Feiyang likes idiots like you. Zhuge Mingyang sneered. Hearing this, the two of them were angry and ashamed. Ning Mingi stared at Li Yun's back and said angrily, You made me be mocked. See if I don't destroy you today. Willow Tree even took out Chang Shui. At the same time, Zhuge Mingyang activated his fighting soul again. The bone dragon roared in the sky. His supernatural power reappeared. An invisible aura, like a huge wave, rushed toward Li Yun. A trace of panic appeared on Li Yun's face. When the invisible aura rushed over, Li Yun's cultivation fell directly, and his speed was also greatly reduced. Willow Tree and Ning Mingi chased after him in the blink of an eye. Both of them were murderous. Zhuge Mingyang raised the corner of his mouth and shouted, Smash his head. Don't let those dirty things escape. The two of them nodded. Ning Mingi punched the back of Li Yun's head. Willow Tree grabbed Chang Shui and stabbed toward Li Yun's head. Smash and stab like this? Behind him, Zhuge Mingyang's face was full of smiles. But suddenly, a few black lights flashed from Li Yun's head. It was the few black shadows. Seeing this, Willow Tree and Ning Mingi retracted their fists and Chang Shui, and turned to attack the few black shadows. The black shadows left the sea of consciousness, and Li Yun immediately stopped in the void, looking confused. As for Zhuge Mingyang, when he saw Li Yunhe and the few black shadows, his face was filled with anger. He shouted, Stop chasing. Willow Tree and Ning Mingi braked and turned to look at Zhuge Mingyang suspiciously. If they are really undead, then they can't escape from my hands. Zhuge Mingyang smiled coldly. He waved his hand. A small black flag appeared in front of him. The small flag was the size of a palm, and black fog surged all over it. There was a totem on it that looked like a giant dragon, but it had 9 heads, and it emitted a shocking murderous aura. But the most terrifying thing was the small flag itself. It was like a peerless demon king that had been sealed for a long time was born. As soon as it appeared, the sky changed color, and the clouds surged. The black fog was like a demonic aura, enveloping all directions. Willow Tree and Ning Mingi could not help but feel cold all over. Li Yun also quivered, and the confusion in her eyes dissipated. She turned to look at the small flag in front of Zhuge Mingyang, and her face was full of horror. Although they did not know what the small flag was, it gave them a fatal sense of danger. And this sense of danger came from the depths of their hearts and souls. Zhuge Mingyang looked at the small flag as if he was looking at a relative, and said with a smile, Go! The small flag suddenly turned into a black light, and cut through the sky. In less than 2 blinks of an eye, it caught up with the few black shadows. A scene that shocked Willow Tree and the other two appeared. The black fog emitted by the small flag rushed toward the few black shadows. And when the few black shadows were shrouded by the black fog, They immediately screamed in horror. That scream was like a ghost, sharp and ear-piercing. They struggled desperately to get rid of the black fog, but the black fog was like gangrene attached to the bone. Once it stuck to them, they could not get rid of it. Gradually, the few black shadows dissipated, merged into the black fog, and became a part of the black fog. It's really the undead. Zhuge Mingyang murmured. The small flag turned in the air, flew in front of Zhuge Mingyang, and disappeared directly between Zhuge Mingyang's eyebrows. The three swallowed their saliva. Li Yun looked at Willow Tree and Zhuge Mingyang and asked, "What happened just now? Why don't I remember anything?" "You don't remember anything?" Willow Tree was surprised. "After those black shadows entered my sea of consciousness, I lost consciousness immediately." After Li Yun finished speaking, she felt a pain in her chest. Looking down, she was furious and roared, "Who did this?" Zhuge Mingyang said. Li Yun was stunned and said angrily, "Why did you do this? Do I have a grudge against you?" Calm down, calm down." Willow Tree and Ning Mingi quickly flew over and explained the situation in detail. "There's actually such a thing?" Chapter 1643. "It's the undead." Zhuge Mingyang said. "What?" Li Yun's expression changed. Willow Tree asked, "How can you be so sure?" "Because of the Sky Devil flag. The Sky Devil flag devours the undead as food. Previously, those black shadows were all devoured by the Sky Devil flag, which proves that they are the undead." Zhuge Mingyang said. "Sky Devil flag? Feeds on the undead?" The three of them looked at each other. "Why did it sound so creepy?" Ning Mingi said, "You mean that the small flag you took out just now can devour the undead?" Zhuge Mingyang nodded. Ning Mingi said again, "Does that mean that the more undead it devours, the stronger the power of the Sky Devil flag will be?" "Does this have anything to do with you?" asked this and that. Zhuge Mingyang raised his eyebrows, looking extremely impatient. The three of them felt a chill in their hearts. Although Zhuge Mingyang did not admit it, he did not deny it either. It seemed that they had to be more vigilant when they were with this person in the future. Suddenly, Willow Tree raised his eyebrows and looked up at Zhuge Mingyang, with a trace of anger in his eyes. "What are you doing?" Zhuge Mingyang frowned. "Since the Sky Devil flag can devour the undead, why don't you use the Sky Devil flag to suppress those undead? Instead, you want us to kill Li Yun?" Willow Tree said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Ning Mingi also came to his senses and looked at Zhuge Mingyang unkindly. Li Yun, on the other hand, had a suspicious look on her face. Willow Tree shouted, "Say it." "Okay, I'll say it." Zhuge Mingyang raised the corner of his mouth and said lightly, "I'm doing this because I want to borrow your hands to get rid of Li Yun." "Sure enough. Why did you do that?" "We are now grasshoppers tied to the same rope. Shouldn't we work together?" Willow Tree said angrily. The Vangu League has submitted to Qin Feiyang. Although Fengtian Palace didn't submit, it's not that far from it. His forces are growing stronger and stronger. If I have the chance to make him lose his soldiers, why wouldn't I do it? Zhuge Mingyang laughed. Ning Mingi said angrily, "You really are a despicable person." "I have never denied this, but you have to admit that a villain is better than a hypocrite," Zhuge Mingyang said. Willow Tree snorted and said, "You haven't gotten to the point yet." Zhuge Mingyang's pupils shrank as he asked in confusion, "What's the main point?" If Ning Mingi and I had really killed Li Yun before, the others in Fengtian Palace would definitely regard us as mortal enemies. In that case, not only would our cooperation with Fengtian Palace be terminated, but we would also suffer from their crazy revenge. You're simply provoking the flames of war between us. You deserve death," Willow Tree shouted. Zhuge Mingyang laughed and said, "It seems that you are not an idiot after all. No wonder Qin Feiyang thinks so highly of you. Cut the crap. Since you are so heartless, don't blame us for being unrighteous. From now on, don't follow us anymore," Willow Tree said. "Let's go our separate ways. People like you are a disaster if we keep you around," Ning Mingi and Li Yun also said, their eyes full of disgust. "Are you sure?" Zhuge Mingyang smiled playfully. The three of them nodded. Then tell me, what will you do in the face of the undead? I can tell you responsibly that without my help, you will never reach the end of the desert. Zhuge Mingyang sneered. You don't need to worry about that. You have the Sky Demon flag and we also have Chang Shui. Your Sky Demon flag may not be as powerful as Chang Shui. If you don't believe me, you can try. Willow Tree grabbed Chang Shui and pointed at Zhuge Mingyang, his eyes flashing coldly. Zhuge Mingyang glanced at Pale Snow and shrugged. He said helplessly, All right, it's my fault this time. I apologize to you all. I promise that I will work together with you all in the future to overcome the difficulties. This, Willow Tree looked at Ning Mingi and Li Yun, unable to make up his mind for a moment. Forget it. Just let him stay here. Li Yun sighed. In fact, it's useless even if we drive him away now. Because he has a spatial divine object. He's been following us, and we can't do anything to him. Besides, he's right. His Sky Demon flag can devour the undead, which is of great help to us. In fact, it's a relatively good thing to keep him by our side. Because at least we can see him, and if he wants to play any tricks, we can be on guard. But if he hides in a spatial divine object, it's really impossible to guard against him. Ning Mingi transmitted his voice. Willow Tree thought for a moment and felt that it made sense. He looked at Zhuge Mingyang and said, Okay, I take back what I said before, but you have to swear that you won't plot against us again. I swear, if I plot against you again, I'll be destroyed by heaven and earth. Zhuge Mingyang said. He was very calm. I hope you can keep your oath. Willow Tree took a deep look at him, put away Chang Shui and said, You go ahead. I go ahead? What if you guys plot against me behind my back? Zhuge Mingyang raised his eyebrows and said. Willow Tree said, We're not villains like you. Zhuge Mingyang shook his head helplessly, turned into a stream of light, brushed past the three of them, and then rushed into the depths of the desert without looking back. Willow Tree and the other two looked at each other and followed closely. Zhuge Mingyang really became well-behaved. He never did anything to hurt anyone again. And he also worked very hard to stop the storm and suppress the undead. But as the saying goes, once bitten, twice shy. No matter how Zhuge Mingyang behaved, Willow Tree and the other two did not dare to let down their guard. In the blink of an eye, another half a month passed. Everyone had been in the desert for a whole month. In this half a month, the three of them had been attacked by the undead repeatedly. The number of undead was as many as 50 to 60. But without exception, these undead were all swallowed by the Sky Demon flag. Strange. Li Yun and Ning Mingi had been pondering about a problem along the way. In the past, they had joined hands to enter the desert, and after half a year, they had not encountered a single undead. But now, they had only been in the desert for a month, and they had already been ambushed by the undead. This was too strange. One day, Ning Mingi suddenly thought of something and said, Could it be that the Guardian is behind this again? His words woke them up. Willow Tree, Li Yun, and Zhuge Mingyang were suddenly enlightened. This matter definitely had something to do with the Guardian, because only it could control the undead in the desert. In other words, this journey would no longer be peaceful. However, compared to the worries of Willow Tree and the other two, Zhuge Mingyang's performance was a little excited. Traveling in the desert was a very boring and tedious thing. Even if one stayed for a long time, they would unknowingly forget the time. Day by day, month by month. On this day, Zhuge Mingyang suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Willow Tree and the other two behind him also immediately stopped and looked at him warily. Although it had been a long time since the last incident, they had never let down their guard against Zhuge Mingyang. Zhuge Mingyang was silent. He took off his shirt and looked down at his chest, frowning. Seeing this, Willow Tree and the other two were curious and ran to Zhuge Mingyang to take a look. Their faces suddenly changed. They saw that there was a skull pattern on Zhuge Mingyang's chest. This skull was black and as big as a baby's fist. It looked very ferocious. Zhuge Mingyang looked up at the three and asked, Is this the devil imprint? The three nodded. Interesting. Zhuge Mingyang touched the devil imprint and muttered to himself. Willow Tree said, "Shouldn't you be nervous? But why don't you look nervous at all? What's the use of being nervous?" Zhuge Mingyang grinned and quickly put on his shirt, saying, "Continue." The three looked at each other. This fellow was a little too calm, wasn't he? Young Master and Zhuge Mingyang entered the Black Tortoise world on the same day. Zhuge Mingyang's devil imprint has appeared, then wouldn't the young Master's devil imprint have also appeared? Willow Tree suddenly said, his face full of worry. "Don't worry about the young Master. He made us go deep into the desert, so he must have been mentally prepared. It's just that time passed so quickly." Unknowingly, the young Master has been in the Black Tortoise world for half a year. Ning Mingi shook his head. "Yes, carefully counting, we have been in the desert for 5 months. Li Yun nodded and sighed. At the same time, in the castle, hearing the conversation between Willow Tree and the others, Fatso and the others also looked at their chests. Sure enough, on their chests, there was a skull pattern. For a moment, everyone's face was extremely gloomy. The atmosphere in the castle was also particularly solemn. However, after a while, Lu Zheng smiled and said, "Even little cousin is not worried. What are we worried about? Let's continue to cultivate." Little cousin might have already comprehended the profound meaning of becoming a god. We can't be too far behind him. When Fatso and the others heard this, they smiled in relief and continued to cultivate in seclusion. They had been in the Black Tortoise world for half a year. They had also cultivated for half a year. But according to the time in the castle, they had already stayed in the castle for 1,800 days. This was equivalent to 5 years. It could be said that their cultivation time was several times that of Qin Feiyang. At the same time, in Ling Yunfei's castle, the time in the castle was the same as outside. By the river, Ling Yunfei, Luo Qingzhu, the Miss of the Dragon Phoenix House, and the Scorpion King were all looking at their respective devil imprints. I hope Boss Qin is really confident in getting rid of this devil imprint. Otherwise, we will have nowhere to cry. The Crocodile Emperor smiled bitterly. Luo Qingzhu looked up at it and comforted, "Don't worry, Qin Feiyang usually doesn't do things that he is not confident in." "I do believe that," said the Emperor. The Crocodile Emperor nodded. The Scorpion King and the other beasts also nodded. Not far away, on a mountain peak, Qin Feiyang stood with his hands behind his back, facing the wind. He had already sensed and confirmed the devil imprint on his chest. Frankly speaking. Chapter 1644. After all, now not only him, but all the people around him and all the beasts had been entangled by the devil mark. Especially the blood-devouring bees, there were countless of them. Although the pseudo-god level beasts in the Black Tortoise realm could remove the devil mark, there were not so many of them. So the only way now was to get the treasure at the end of the desert and control the Black Tortoise realm. But according to the mysterious man, it was not an easy task to get that treasure. Thinking of this, he shook his head violently. How could he be discouraged? Everyone trusted him so much, how could he let them down? Even if he died, even if he was smashed to pieces, he had to get it and give everyone back their freedom. Qin Feiyang clenched his hands tightly, and a ray of determination appeared in his eyes. But soon, he weakly let go of his hands with a discouraged look. Not because of the devil mark, but because of becoming a god. He had been in this castle for several months, but his heart could not calm down. There was one thing that made him even more depressed. When he was doing other things, he could calm his heart down. Only when comprehending the profound meaning of becoming a god, he could not do it. He had thought more than once, was it really because of the existence of the inner demons? Could he do it if the inner demons disappeared? Alas! The road to becoming a god is difficult. Qin Feiyang sighed and was about to turn and leave. Swish! Suddenly, the inner demons appeared in front of him. Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned, looked at the inner demons suspiciously, and asked, "Why did you run out?" "Seeing you like this, I am anxious." The inner demons pursed his lips. "What's the use of being anxious? Unless you disappear," Qin Feiyang said. "That won't do. Even if I want to disappear, I can't do it now, because your obsession is still there." The inner demons grinned. Obsession, Qin Feiyang murmured. Your obsession is your parents. You should know this better than I do. If you don't solve these things, I think it will be really difficult for you to become a god. The inner demon said. Even if I want to solve it now, I can't do it. Qin Feiyang said helplessly. So we have to find another way to become a god. The inner demon said. Find another way? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Actually, I haven't been idle in my inner world all these years. I've been comprehending the return, battle, and kill formula. The inner demon said. Qin Feiyang was quite surprised and asked, Then, did you get anything? Although he had already grasped the return, battle, kill, and attainment formula, he did not understand the profound meaning of the six-word formula. He did not understand he was imitated. It only had the form but not the spirit. I do have some insights. I feel that every word of this 6 words godly formula hides a great mystery. Even these 6 words can open up a path to becoming a god. The inner demon said. You can find a way to become a god? Qin Feiyang was surprised. I focused on studying the kill formula. The inner demon said. Why did you focus on the kill formula? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. The inner demons laughed. Because I am more bloodthirsty. I have a special liking for the kill formula. Qin Feiyang was speechless. Did you find anything? The inner demon said, according to my research, if you use the kill formula to the limit, you can also become a god. What limit? Don't tell me it's killing living beings. Qin Feiyang frowned. Heaven and earth are heartless. They treat all living beings as dogs. Why can't we? The inner demons asked. Qin Feiyang said, even if the kill formula can make us a god, killing living beings is the worst solution. Then tell me, what is the best solution? You and I, if we want to achieve great things, someone has to be sacrificed. Don't be too merciful. In this world, even if you are merciful to others, others might not be merciful to you. Look at Zhuge Mingyang. In order to become a god, how many living beings did he kill? Does he still have a clear conscience? If he can do it, why can't you? To be honest, I was inspired by Zhuge Mingyang. That's why I had this idea. The inner demons coldly snorted. I am different from him. Because I still have a bit of conscience. If you want me to kill living beings for no reason, I really can't do it. Qin Feiyang shook his head. If you want to be a good person, you can stay in the inner world. Anyway, I am the inner demons. In the eyes of the world, there is no evil that I won't do. Let me help you become a god. The inner demons said. Calm down. As you said, the 6-word formula can open a path to godhood. Then why must we choose the kill formula? We can also choose the fight formula. Qin Feiyang said. The inner demons rubbed its forehead, helplessly looked at Qin Feiyang and said, You're always so fussy. All right, take your time, I'll continue to comprehend the kill formula. Qin Feiyang nodded. The inner demons instantly disappeared without a trace. Qin Feiyang sighed, then turned around and flew through the air, landing next to Ling Yunfei's group. He sent his voice to them. The demon mark has appeared, you already know that, right? The 3 people and 6 beasts nodded. Qin Feiyang silently consoled them. Don't worry too much, I'll do my best to return your freedom. Do we look like we're worried? We're not worried at all because we trust you. Ling Yunfei smiled. Thank you. Qin Feiyang said gratefully, then looked at Li Jian. For the past few months, Li Jian had been looking at the river without moving at all, like a stone statue, not saying a word. No one knew what kind of state he was in now. Qin Feiyang sent his voice transmission because he was afraid of disturbing Li Jian. He took a deep breath, crossed his legs on the ground, and entered a meditative state. Another day passed. All of a sudden, 3 days later in the morning, Li Jian got up and scanned the surroundings, his eyes full of confusion. Ling Yunfei's group, Scorpion King, and the 6 beasts opened their eyes almost at the same time, looking at Li Jian with suspicious faces. Qin Feiyang also opened his eyes. When he saw Li Jian's confused eyes, a glint flashed across his eyes. Li Jian retracted his gaze, looked at Qin Feiyang and the rest, and asked suspiciously, What are you doing here? What do you mean? Ling Yunfei's group, Scorpion King, and the 6 beasts were stunned. Sure enough, Qin Feiyang muttered, waving his hand to Ling Yunfei's group and the 6 beasts, signaling them to keep quiet. He got up, looked at Li Jian, and said with a smile, "Don't you know what we are doing?" "I know." Li Jian was stunned, lowered his head and pondered for a moment, looking at Qin Feiyang. The confusion in his eyes thickened, and asked suspiciously, "What do I know? What's the situation?" Ling Yunfei's group and the 6 beasts looked at each other. Did this guy get amnesia after sitting here for too long? Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on me? Li Jian looked at the 3 of them and the 6 beasts in confusion. The 3 of them and the 6 beasts did not say a word, and looked at Qin Feiyang, their eyes full of doubts. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and said with a smile, "Then do you know what you are doing here?" "What am I doing here? I also want to ask you, why am I here?" Li Jian glanced around and looked at Qin Feiyang and the others. Ling Yunfei scratched his head and said angrily, "What the hell is going on? Why is it connected?" "Shut up!" Qin Feiyang shouted. Ling Yunfei was stunned and said with a frown, "What is it? He obviously has amnesia, I have to tell him." "This is not amnesia." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "It's not amnesia?" This time, Ling Yunfei's group and the 6 beasts were even more puzzled. He didn't even remember what he was doing. How could it not be called amnesia? Qin Feiyang thought to himself, "From now on, you are not allowed to mention the word God in front of him." But everyone was puzzled. No means no. You guys can figure out the meaning yourself. Actually, you guys are very lucky, because you are about to witness the birth of a fake god with your own eyes. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. Soon, the 3 men and the 6 beasts' eyes trembled. Listening to this, could it be that Li Jian was about to become a god? Wait a minute. Li Jian forgot what he was doing here, but he didn't forget them. In other words, Li Jian only forgot about becoming a god. No self, forget self, combined with Li Jian's current situation, could it be? Forgetting that becoming a god is the true meaning. The 3 men and the 6 beasts hurriedly looked at Qin Feiyang. "Don't say anything, I don't know what you guys have comprehended. You just have to do what you want to do in your heart." Qin Feiyang thought to himself. Understood. Ling Yunfei's group and the 6 beasts nodded and then dispersed. Because they had already comprehended something. And this kind of thing, everyone's method was the same, so there was no need to stay together. After watching the 3 men and the 6 beasts leave, Li Jian turned to look at Qin Feiyang and asked, "Young master, what is going on? What am I doing here? Can you tell me?" Qin Feiyang smiled. "The answer is in your heart, you have to find it yourself." "In my heart?" The more Li Jian listened, the more puzzled he became. Qin Feiyang said, "Go find the answer in your heart." Li Jian was puzzled. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "You can go wherever you want. There's no need for any restrictions." But Li Jian nodded, with a confused look, walked towards the jungle behind. "What am I doing? Why do I feel like I have forgotten something?" "The answer is in your heart?" "Young master, why do your words sound so strange?" As he walked, he muttered, and soon disappeared into the jungle. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and pondered for a while, then rushed to the sky above the canyon like lightning. He also warned the blood-devouring bees there, and then went to find Li Jian. After he had found Li Jian, he had been silently following behind Li Jian all this time. Day after day passed. Li Jian was like a headless fly, wandering around aimlessly, almost stepping on the whole land. Midway, he also went to ask the blood-devouring bees. But the blood-devouring bees ignored him. Then one day, he stood on the top of a mountain, looking at the sky in confusion. "What have I forgotten? Who can tell me?" He roared unwillingly, and his voice spread in all directions, lingering in the air. But no one answered him. Qin Feiyang, who was standing behind a big tree at the back, also remained silent. Chapter 1645. After an unknown period of time, Li Jian left the mountain peak and returned to the river. He stood by the river, staring at the slowly flowing river, as if he was petrified, not moving at all. Qin Feiyang was like a spectator, neither showing his face nor making a sound. Day after day passed. Li Jian slowly calmed down, no longer like a headless fly. The confusion in his eyes gradually dissipated, becoming incomparably clear. Suddenly one day, Qin Feiyang noticed that Li Jian's aura seemed to be unknowingly changing. The murderous aura and hostility of the past slowly disappeared, and there was a sense of detachment and transcendence. In the end, Li Jian was clearly standing in front of him, but Qin Feiyang felt that he was a little blurry. He felt that, in Li Jian's current state, he should have turned himself into a blank piece of paper, forgetting everything. Another period of time passed. Qin Feiyang discovered that Li Jian's aura was also slowly transforming. In other words, the emperor's aura was changing in the direction of divine aura. However, Li Jian himself seemed to be unaware of all this, still looking at the river. But whether it was his expression or his eyes, they became calm, and the ethereal aura emitted from his body became stronger and stronger. It felt as if he himself was not involved. As days passed, the divine aura on his body became more and more obvious. Qin Feiyang was also quite excited. Firstly, Li Jian's success had already proved that the truth he had comprehended was correct. Secondly, to be able to witness the whole process of Li Jian becoming a god with his own eyes was also a kind of opportunity for him. A few days later, Li Jian's aura had transformed to a critical point. In other words, just a little bit more and it would completely become divine aura. But regarding all this, he still looked as if he didn't know anything. However, Ling Yunfei and the others were alarmed by this divine aura and rushed over. Over the years, I've seen a lot of false gods, but this is the first time I've seen someone become a god with my own eyes. Ling Yunfei said excitedly. Yeah. I also didn't expect that Li Jian would be the first to step into the false god realm. Luo Qingzhu sighed. You can't judge a book by its cover. Or perhaps, comprehending godhood has little to do with one's talent. It should be related to life experiences. After all, Li Jian is much older than us. To use a common saying, he has crossed more bridges than we have roads. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house smiled. Ooh. All of a sudden, a strong wind blew around Li Jian. His clothes and long hair rustled. A powerful divine aura erupted like a volcano, enveloping the entire area. Qin Feiyang and the other three, as well as the Scorpion King and the other 6 beasts, all held their breaths, fearing that they would disturb Li Jian. However, suddenly, the wind stopped, and the divine might dissipated. Li Jian finally reacted. He retracted his gaze and looked at himself. He murmured, I finally remember that I'm comprehending the profound meaning of becoming a god. But why is it like this? Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other. Was this a success or a failure? Why, didn't I already comprehend the true essence of becoming a god? Why did I still fail? What is the true meaning of becoming a god? Suddenly, Li Jian raised his head and roared, his face full of unwillingness. Failed. The eyes of Qin Feiyang and the others trembled. He actually failed. Ling Yunfei frowned. Boss Qin, according to Li Jian's situation, the true meaning that you guys have comprehended doesn't seem to be the true meaning? Forget, it must be the true meaning. Otherwise, his aura and aura wouldn't have transformed. Qin Feiyang said. Ling Yunfei said, then why did he fail? Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and said, I think there should be something missing? The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house asked, you mean, other than forgetting, there is something else? Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded, lowered his head and muttered to himself. What was missing? Ling Yunfei and the others went forward to comfort Li Jian. Although they didn't succeed, at least it proved that they were on the right path. After a long time, Li Jian finally calmed down. Everyone looked at Qin Feiyang, hoping that Qin Feiyang could answer the questions in their hearts. But they had never thought that Qin Feiyang himself had yet to become a god. Just like now. Qin Feiyang was also confused, his mind in a mess. Only by not forgetting your original intention and not forgetting your heart can you prove your Tao. Turn yourself into a blank piece of paper, forget to become a god, forget everything, a newborn baby. Qin Feiyang pondered over it, but the more he thought about it, the more confused he became. After a while, Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked at Ling Yunfei and the others, saying, "Let me calm down alone." "All right." The four of them and the 6 beasts nodded and turned to leave. After leaving Qin Feiyang, Li Jian looked at everyone and said, "We shouldn't rely on the young master, we should think about it ourselves." Everyone nodded. "The first step is to forget all your troubles and calm yourself down," Qin Feiyang murmured. He didn't believe that with his temperament, he couldn't even do this most basic thing. He lived an ordinary life every day. He didn't use his cultivation, no matter where he went, he walked step by step. He didn't think about anything else. In short, he was just like an ordinary person. Day after day. After an unknown amount of time, he slowly got used to this kind of life. After getting used to this kind of life, he felt that his mentality gradually changed. There was less anxiety and desire, and more innocence and tranquility. Finally, one day, under his unremitting efforts, his heart calmed down. He put everything aside. He still lived like an ordinary person. Suddenly one day, he had an epiphany. The other half of the opportunity to become a god was hidden in the lives of ordinary people. But what was it? How should ordinary people live? He pondered over it one by one. He had lived in Iron Ox Town for several years, so he had some understanding of the lives of ordinary people. He excluded everything. In the end, the goal pointed to a common point. Home. That's right, home. Whether it was humans or beasts, they all had parents. With parents, there was a home. Even if some people's home was incomplete, it was still a home. Even if he was an orphan, he used to have a home. Home was the foundation of all living things in the world. Of course, apart from family, there were other similarities as well. The most typical was survival. Every living thing needed to survive, whether it was a mortal or a cultivator. But the way to survive had to go through scheming. The so-called desire came from survival. So this common point of survival and not forgetting one's original intention were completely inconsistent. The other half of the opportunity to become a god was home. Home represented the root, home, hope, warmth, and innocence. Thinking of this point, Qin Feiyang found a place and built a home that belonged to him. He didn't use any means. Like battle aura, like divine weapons. Every brick, every tile, every blade of grass and every tree had been painstakingly built by his own hands. It took him 2 months to build a small courtyard of dozens of meters. He was covered in sweat all day. But he didn't feel tired at all. In the end, he stood outside the courtyard and looked at everything simple and plain. He was full of smiles. He was very gratified and satisfied. This was his home. Although he didn't have a family, when he walked into the courtyard, he had an inexplicable sense of belonging. A sense of belonging was the true meaning of a home. He lived in the courtyard and completely lived the life of an ordinary person. He had even traveled thousands of miles to find some wild vegetables and create a vegetable garden. In short, every day, he worked at sunrise and rested at sunset. He had 3 meals a day. Although it was hard and boring, he enjoyed this kind of life. And after having a home, he found that it was easier for his heart to calm down. This was a sense of belonging. With a sense of belonging in his heart could also calm down. Gradually, he forgot all his troubles as if he had returned to his childhood. He was carefree and had no desires. He entered a state of returning to simplicity. Not long after, he even forgot about becoming a god. But he wasn't like Li Jian, wandering around like a headless fly. He was the same as usual, eating when he should eat, resting when he should rest, and doing what he should do. In this carefree state, finally one day, his aura began to transform. Ling Yunfei noticed this immediately and immediately brought Li Jian and the others, as well as the Crocodile Emperor and the other beasts, to check it out. When they saw the courtyard, they couldn't help but be stunned. During this period of time, because they didn't want to disturb Qin Feiyang, they didn't go to Qin Feiyang. This was the first time they saw this courtyard. However, they didn't go close to the courtyard and watched from afar. When they saw Qin Feiyang in the courtyard, a trace of surprise crept onto their faces. The Crocodile Emperor said, "Didn't you say that Boss Qin's obsession is too deep and can't become a god?" Ling Yunfei said, Maybe he has really forgotten, but this is too unbelievable. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to let go of this for the rest of my life. Luo Qingzhu and the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house were also in disbelief, because they were very clear about Qin Feiyang's experience. Scorpion Emperor said, "Look, what is he doing?" They saw Qin Feiyang squatting alone in the vegetable garden, burying his head, plowing the soil and weeding the grass. Ling Yunfei's face twitched and said, "It seems like he's planting vegetables." "You can become a god by planting vegetables? What kind of joke is this?" The Crocodile Emperor said. Li Jian said, "You don't understand, forget everything and return to the basics. This is a way of life. Everyone's method is the same, and this is the young master's method." Day after day passed. As Qin Feiyang's aura continued to transform, strands of divine might spread out from his body. Ling Yunfei's gaze trembled and said, "This is really a sign of becoming a god. Will he succeed? I don't know. However, he seems to have forgotten one thing." The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house said, "What is it?" Everyone looked at him suspiciously. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house said, "He hasn't opened the door to the potential of the War King. As long as I can become a god, this is a small matter." Ling Yunfei said casually. Everyone nodded. After becoming a god and reaching a certain level, one could continue to open the door to potential. Therefore, in comparison, becoming a god was more important now. Another few days passed. Qin Feiyang's